Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
People typically cut down trees in a forest, burn the remains, and farm on the fertile ashes until the soil loses its nutrients. When that happens, they move on. But Grace's village was different. It was home to a mixed group, including ex-rangers and former blacksmiths who chose to stay put. They turned the temporary settlement into a pioneering village at the edge of the kingdom. As more people and traders came, it would naturally grow into a small city, as long as a road was built. But monsters were a problem. Today, we're not going into the tower. We have a quest. Hannah. Hearing Ellis and Grace, Han Se-ah, our party leader, made the call without a second thought. Kind-hearted Irene agreed at once, and even the usually quiet Caden spoke out in favor of Han Se-ah's decision. I comforted Grace, who was on the verge of tears. I reassured her by gently stroking her short hair and spoke up. We can take the request and go. It's not too late. Remember, we've been through this before. That's right. All the party members, as well as Han Se-ah and even the viewers, were in agreement. Wow! Outside the city. I can't stand seeing Grace cry. Don't just stay in the tower. Let's do something fun. Even 1 to 2 star characters have character quests. We're living in the era of Han Se-ah. No one was unhappy to break the routine hunting trips with a new character quest. Grace's nature made her very popular among the viewers. Grace, the charming ranger, Irene, the modest priest, and Caden, the straightforward, cross-dressing girl. Everyone in the group was getting more and more popular, except for me. So, we decided to leave. We can go right now, but how do we get there? Grace, is there a carriage that heads there? I don't know if there's a carriage going to the village. Han Se-ah was keen to go, but this was her first task outside the tower. Ellis smiled at her naivety. If you head east from the city, you'll find a merchant caravan going in the same direction as our guild. Just tell them I sent you and that you're joining the adventurers. Show them this paper, and they'll let you ride the carriage. But remember to say you're only going as far as Count Colmar's domain. She held some sway in the guild thanks to her skills, influencing both front desk staff and office workers. It looked like this document was ready ahead of time. Usually, they would sort out the guard details for a big caravan like this earlier. It was impressive that they were willing to wait until the day itself. Another impressive display of her abilities. The escort request was for an intermediate-level adventurer. But with a top-level adventurer like me, it would be a plus for the caravan. While I looked over the papers, Ellis gave Han Se-ah a large pouch. This is a new product the Guild wants to sell to adventurers on long trips. Since you won't have time to visit a general store, take this and head straight to the East Gate. Han Se-ah looked stunned as Ellis explained. After a reassuring pat on her back, she finally snapped out of it and hurried out of the guild. Ellis watched us go, looking pleased. It had been some time since Ellis had got me moving like this, and old memories started to come back. But I had no time for reminiscing as I made my way to the city's East Gate. Ray Translations. Sir, a guest from the Adventurers Guild. Oh, I was worried they might not come. Roland and Mage Hannah. The man who greeted us was stout and middle-aged, with thinning hair. The man's size seemed to match his wealth, and he was surprised to see me. He held out his hand in greeting. According to the chat, he's too ambitious, Gene. To show off his 2-star status, he had nearly 20 carriages ready to go, complete with staff. He was a high-ranking person and seemed well-informed, recognizing Han Se-ah and me, or rather, our whole party except for Caden. You really helped us out with those wolves last time. If I weren't so busy, I would have had a cup of tea with you. Please take care of us until we get to Count Colmar's territory. Shouldn't I be saying that? I feel better knowing the city's heroes are with us. He briefly chatted about how our actions saved the goods, how the warehouse almost had a big problem, and assigned one of the workers to be our guide. The carriage was quite fancy, not like the fully loaded worker carriages. Even with all 5 of us in it, there was plenty of room. As the carriages started to leave one by one, Grace said something. "Thank you, everyone. You don't need to thank us. It's normal for adventurers to take requests." Still. She only relaxed once the carriage started moving, and a small smile appeared on her face. As time went on, only Grace's older parents were left in the village. If they couldn't find more young people, her father and the village's youngsters would have to step in. Even though her father was once a ranger, in the end, he was only capable of settling in a humble village. He could deal with goblins, but confronting orcs would be a challenge. But, we had a glimmer of hope. This wasn't mere coincidence, it was a quest assigned to Han Seya. I had faith that no harm would come until we reached our goal. It was an odd conviction, springing from the fact that we were in a game based on Heroine's Chronicle. Who would enjoy a character quest where, upon arrival, the village is burned to the ground and Grace's parents are dead? Even in a game where novice adventurers drop like flies, the narrative shouldn't be so grim. But how long does it take to get to Count Kolmar's land? When I came to the city, it took about 3 days. Sitting shoulder to shoulder, we tried to lighten the mood. Feigning distraction, I checked the forum but kept an ear to their chatter. I wondered how I'd previously managed carriage rides without this forum. To survive 10 years detached from modern society is commendable in its own right. Carriage travel tips. Hanbam, wake up. I want to learn magic too. Is the kingdom that large, or are we just slow? Irene, who'd only seen strawberries for sale but never a wild strawberry vine, and Grace, intrigued by this. And Han Seya, stuck in the middle, awkwardly laughing because, despite being from a rural village, she didn't know anything about wild fruits. Casually scrolling through the posts, I realized how tough the game could be for some players. As the viewer count rose, so did the number of forum posts. I want to learn magic too. Magic Towers Magic List.jpg. Alchemy Recipe Pest Repellent Incense.jpg. Mosquito Extermination Spell.gif. I'll pay you gold, so please cast a pest repellent spell in my house. Or, make an alchemy version of that and spray it on them. They're starting to blur the lines between game and reality. Seriously LOL, how does Han Seya manage her real life while full-time streaming? Isn't it the other way around? Honestly, I'm more jealous of everyday magic than battle magic. Wish I learned that before leaving the city. Now I'm homeless. The post with the most replies was a funny one, featuring a photo of a soldier on guard duty. Given the 3-day, 2-night journey, posts expected Han Seya to also pull a night watch. After all, there are no safe zones like within the tower out in the city. Roaming monsters can be likened to wild beasts. Even if Yuri-san is considered a safe haven, one might encounter an Asian black bear wandering beyond its usual stomping grounds. Despite being a peaceful rural region within the kingdom, goblins and orcs often crawl in. If you're particularly unlucky, ogres in their mating seasons traverse through, en route to other mountain ranges. Among them, not only monsters but human criminals may occasionally be encountered as well. Nope. I'm a country girl born and raised in Seoul. But do you guys, come from Gangwon or Gyeonggi province with strawberry bushes in your back hills or something? You have to be realistic. You were sucking honey when you were little, my stream might be a bit young for you. Apart from the talk of night duty, what stands out are the stories of viewers venturing outside the city. Screenshots displaying their experiences after venturing beyond city walls were fascinating. While I was reading the forum, Han Seya, sensing an opening, launched a counterattack on the viewers. The chat descended into chaos, delighted that there was another target to tease besides Han Seya. From a viewer who denied reality, stating that it's not old-fashioned at all, to a viewer who teased, if you were sucking honey, you would have gone to elementary school with a book bag. These guys are like bloodthirsty piranhas or maybe more like hungry hyenas. Seoul, Gyeonggi province, book bags, and elementary school. The outside world suddenly seemed familiar. The virtual reality game, Heroes Chronicle, touts extreme realism as its main selling point. While the main goal is to conquer the tower, there's a fully fleshed out kingdom surrounding it. The incredible realism has been proven time and time again through the experiences of many players. Like ending up in jail for various antics such as trying to climb the tower from the outside. You can go back to before being locked up if you reset before nightfall. But if you accidentally let a day pass, you could be writing a virtual reality prison diary, as one player proved when they got caught by the guards getting handsy with a dancer. No matter if you're scaling the tower, exploring the area, or committing a crime and landing in jail, time treats everyone equally. The real struggle is that this single-player game doesn't have a skip button. Is this really a game? Intermediate alchemy recipe.jpg. Hardworking alchemy.gif. I'm not much of a sporty person, so I opted for the alchemist role. But it takes a whole 40 hours to make a potion. It's more like Grandma's soup shop simulator. Bragging about being an intermediate alchemist, downvote. There are people like this here as well. And it's not just the time, the smell of alchemy is terrible, lol. Since the game is like this, viewers understand when there's a lack of content. But ZZZ and sleeping emojis populate the chat instead. Ever been camping, Caden? Yes, quite a lot when I was with a mercenary group. I was in charge of putting up the tent poles. Kind Irene offered to help with chores, but the startled workers turned down her offer. They believed it wasn't right to let an honored guest, especially a lovely young lady dressed as a nun, do work. But Irene's soft demeanor seems to be gradually softening Caden's rough exterior. She talks a little more when she's with her. But watching a conversation between a saint candidate hiding her identity and a cross-dressing noblewoman also hiding her identity. I think I'll stop streaming here for today. I don't think anyone wants to watch me on night duty. So I'll skip the travel part and rest. Streaming all the time is tiring. It's better to skip the boring parts and only go live when there's a big step forward in the quest, right? As Han Sea's voice came from behind, a weird sensation makes me shiver. It's an odd feeling, like being zapped and frozen at the same time. It's as if time has slowed down a lot, like a flashlight passing by in a life-or-death battle. The sparks jumping to start the campfire appear sluggish. The dust kicked up from setting up the tent, the leaves rustling as they're brushed aside, the murmurs of the merchant staff, and even the movements of our party members, everything feels thick and slow, as if time is moving at a fraction of its normal speed. What was that? Surely enough, that odd feeling fades in less than a second. The sparks catch the kindling, leading to a roaring bonfire. The staff, skillfully working around the dust and leaves, bring a big pot and start making stew. It's my first time sleeping in a tent, it feels new. It's not as good as it looks. Caden and Irene are still talking, while Grace, seemingly deep in thought, wanders away on her own. I blink, trying to understand what just occurred, and quickly open both the chat and the forum. Unless it's a case involving an ancient evil god or a sealed mage, it's certainly linked to Han Sea's stream. Backing up my suspicion, the forum and the chat are a complete contrast. There are dozens of unread popular posts on the forum, while the chat is completely empty. I carefully go through the posts on the forum, it looks as if they've been accumulating for days. 3 days have passed outside while only a second has gone by for me. Looking closer, the date of the earliest unread hot post is 2 days ago. What I found out. First, while the expedition was preparing the camp to sleep outside, Han Sea ended the game and the stream. The weird sensation I felt was likely time in this world freezing. If the inn is a save point, this felt like a quick save and an exit. Second, Han Sea had been streaming daily to draw viewers and secure #1 in the game. But she's slowly thinking about going back to her old streaming schedule. There's no need to fully stream repetitive days in the forest or just carriage travel. I was curious about how I was able to feel that sensation. That discrepancy between my perception of time, time in reality and time inside the game. Sadly, I wouldn't find an answer to that in the forum. Roland? What are you doing? I had something on my mind. As I was lost in thought scrolling through the forum, Han Sea walked up to me. A player who lived 3 days outside in just 1 second. I'm just an NPC in a game. Of course, there's no point in dwelling on pointless feelings. I've had too many experiences over the 10 years to be upset about trivial things. As long as my goal is clear, I won't waver. Is that so? Then I have something I'm curious about, can I ask? Sure. I'm like a guide for the party after all. Hansea gently approached and spoke. She must be eager to gather some knowledge off-stream. She probably wants to show off to the viewers, given she's being teased for being ignorant. As I nodded, she asked her question. Could you explain the wandering orcs, our target for this request? Of course, I'll explain that. I'll tell everyone when we gather for dinner. Caden, with his mercenary background, might already know, but Irene and Grace likely don't. As I spoke, Hansea nodded. Her eyes sparkled with excitement. It's not a bad thing, I decided to give a more thorough explanation. She went over to Grace and Irene, grinning, perhaps excited to get one up over her viewers. While we spent time this way, the workers who had finished preparing for the night started on dinner. It's okay. I might not be able to do hard work, but I can manage this. But I've done lots of cooking at the temple, I'm really fine. This time, Irene shooed the workers away and took it upon herself to prepare our dinner. It wasn't a tough task, she wanted to help by cooking the food herself. One of the workers shuffled nervously back and forth, unable to stop her. It was funny to see the worker watch Irene, her sleeves rolled while peeling potatoes, with guilt written on their face. Although cooking only involved boiling beans, potatoes, and tough pieces of meat. Unaware of his gaze, Irene pulls Grace to her to start preparing the potatoes and beans. When the mind is troubled, simple tasks like this can help clear it. Peeling potatoes and beans, sitting by a fire, and watching the stars can help clear your thoughts. Just a little bit of the beans. I'm not really a fan of them in stew. Of course, I'll explain that. Grace, who had regained some strength thanks to Irene's soothing words, grudgingly set aside the bean peels. Watching this, Caden wisely collected firewood and brought water for the pot. It appeared she took her role as the youngest member of the mercenary group seriously. Pieces of meat, peeled potatoes, and beans are added to the pot along with jerky and dried fruit Irene gathered from the provisions, resulting in a thick stew. The pleasant aroma coming from the pot proved that Irene wasn't lying about her frequent cooking at the temple. As I soaked in the smell of the stew and the warm heat of the bonfire, I began to speak. Let's discuss the wandering orcs we'll be facing. Caden, are you familiar with them? Aren't they the ones who get banished from their tribes due to diseases or old age? I understand they're weaker than those living in groups. Her response was accurate but lacked that little extra bit needed. If I were grading it, I'd award her around 85 out of 100. There's a key characteristic of monsters that wander, both inside and outside the tower. Hansea raised her hand subtly, as if she were in school, and asked me, you mentioned before that the main difference was in their aggression. What about that? You've got a good memory. However, what I'm about to discuss now relates to the unique traits of the ones labeled wandering by the guild. At my words, everyone turned to me. The difference between the monsters inside and outside the tower, particularly the wandering ones, naturally intrigued them. This categorization is somewhat arbitrary, of course, created by the guild for convenience. The creatures classified as wandering goblins, wandering orcs, and the like are crafty beings with frail bodies. They've been ostracized by their tribes due to physical disabilities. To draw an analogy, they are much like aged lions. Injured and ousted from their pack, they somehow endure in the wilderness, prowling around villages and preying on humans weaker than them. Their cunningness is the most troublesome aspect. The slightly smarter ones resort to holding children hostage or enslaving weaker monsters, even forming marauding groups. If an orc warrior is more like a raging murderer, charging head-on, a wandering orc is more like a psychopathic killer lurking in the night, kidnapping children. Grace's face darkened, and Irene shot me a glaring look. So, if the village puts up a strong fight, there's a chance they run before we arrive. I promptly added. Wandering monsters are ruthless. They've turned cruel to survive, while those that couldn't were devoured. This wasn't the Korean peninsula where big predators have disappeared. It's full of wolves, cat-like creatures, and other beasts. New adventurers often meet their end outside the tower because they underestimate these wanderers' ruthlessness. You'd think starving creatures would be drawn towards humans, right? But this naive thinking often ended with belongings stolen or people picked off one by one. Of course, at the intermediate adventure level, you could easily overpower them with just your physical abilities. Stay alert. Even though they're weaker than the moss wolves or helmeted deer we met in the tower, you never know what kind of tricks they might have up their sleeves. They might run and hide, or if they're clever, they might spring a surprise attack. They could also sense disadvantages and target the weakest among us. This often caused panic among new adventurers, resulting in many deaths. But don't worry too much. With our party's level, we can handle whatever they throw at us. So they might catch us off guard, but ultimately, they're not very strong. Is that what you're saying? Caden nailed it. They're weaker but harder to predict. Even our weakest pair, Han-Se-Ah and Grace, can easily take down a few wandering orcs. The outskirts of the kingdom are just a backdrop for side quests. In gacha games, character quests are simple events that you can win with reasonably leveled characters. At Caden's words, everyone felt a bit better. They knew that as long as they were careful, these monsters weren't a threat. In this lighter mood, Irene stood up and tasted the stew she had scooped into a small bowl. The delicious smell of the perfectly cooked stew filled the air, everyone's stomachs rumbled in response. Now that the explanations are done, should we eat? It looks just right. Ah, thank you. Han-Se-Ah took out a ladle and bowls from her inventory to serve the stew. The perfectly cooked beans, soft potatoes, and occasional meat chunks warmed our stomachs. It was easy to swallow. As we sat by the fire, enjoying the warmth, the sky turned dark and the sun started to set. One of the merchant workers came over to talk about the night watch. I'll stay up tonight, everyone else can get a good sleep. Are you sure? I can stay awake for 3 days and nights without any problems. We separated the tents by gender. Grace, Han-Se-Ah and Irene don't seem to mind, but Caden seemed a bit uncomfortable. I offered to keep watch to give her time to adjust. But I couldn't be the night watch on every trip. I was once the youngest in a mercenary group, so I'm used to sharing a tent. I even had to persuade Irene, who felt sorry and hesitated, to go rest for the night. Irene, please look after Grace. You can even help her go to sleep. Ah. But my main reason for taking the night watch alone was really because I wanted to catch up on reading the forum posts that have piled up. But I had to give Irene a reason. Kind people can sometimes be a handful. This reminded me of my high school and college days, when I had the fragile body of a modern person. Reading comics or books, thinking, just one more, and before I knew it, it was past 6 a.m. Sometimes, it felt better to not sleep at all than to sleep for just a bit. Anyway, I could always stay up all night without any problems. I could even spend a night reading the forum. You're right, staying up might make her more restless. I'll make sure she gets some good sleep. I'm counting on you. Irene, with her sweet, kind heart, stayed close to Grace. With a full belly and the warmth of the fire, Grace seemed to forget her fears and started to feel sleepy. The tents welcomed 3 women and 1 hesitant man. Will you be okay? The 3 of them are camping for the first time. They need some time to get used to it. I plan to start the night watch schedule starting tomorrow, so you should rest well alone in your tent. Thank you. While Irene's worry came from her caring nature, Caden's guilt seemed to come from a strict sense of hierarchy. She nodded before going into the tent. Other tents around us were full of workers settling in, and a few people were set for the night watch, their fires spaced out just right. Sitting by the warm fire, listening to the sound of the wood crackling, I went back to the forum. Because of Han-Se-Ah's break, the number of posts had grown a lot. Since I don't have access to the internet, I could only read the posts on Han-Se-Ah's forum. The pile of posts from 3 days felt like a surprise present. Does the world pause when Han-Se-Ah goes offline? Is my future unstable because I'm an NPC in a game? I gave up such small worries 10 years ago when I was thrown into this strange world, knowing nothing, and had to learn to survive like a stray dog. Being put into this game world in someone else's body, what could be more surprising than that? Honestly, she's been overdoing it. If you pay close attention, she's a true gaming addict lol. Holding my breath until Han Sea's stream ends. This Kim Suk-hyun guy is a fraud. This isn't the horned wolf, right? I lazily scrolled through the posts. With Han Sea taking a break from streaming for personal reasons, the forum was full of viewers sharing their experiences rather than stream-related stuff. Eventually, the viewers started running into the full moon wolf after dealing with the horned wolves, which led to many posts cursing the wolf. Han Sea had made it to the 15th floor, Kim Suk-hyun was on the 13th floor, and the average viewer seemed to be on the 10th floor. Among the posts, I quickly clicked on a post that seemed likely to be deleted in future for its language. For Forest Keeper, Lewis.jpg. For Explorer, Emit.jpg. For Devout, Antonios.jpg. sh*t, there's number 5, but how the hell did he get a triple 4? My companions combined only have 5 stars, damn it. If your 3 companions only have 5 stars together, you should start over. Look closer, there's a reason he's following Han Sea. Whether it's 345 or 444, it doesn't matter sh*t lol. But Roland is basically the MC. It would be more accurate to change the stream's title to Roland. But aren't they all male characters? Is Suk-hyun gay? Kim Suk-hyun, who had been stabbed by the horned wolf and kicked by the full moon wolf before in earlier posts, managed to recruit some great companions. As I read the envious posts from viewers, all sorts of complaints and comments were made. It seemed that more people were climbing the tower than choosing production jobs or exploring the world outside the tower. Ray translations. Under the faint moonlight, as I read the posts and listened to the sounds of bugs in the grass, I heard the soft rustling of footsteps. It wasn't someone coming from outside the camp, but rather someone quietly coming out from our side. Roland? Grace? What's going on? Grace, who had quietly come over and sat next to me, took me by surprise. I thought Irene had taken her inside to get her to sleep, but Grace had snuck out of the tent. Through the slightly open tent, I could see Irene sleeping soundly and Han Sea pretending to sleep. What is she doing? Her acting might fool others, but to a senior adventurer able to detect an assassin hiding underground, it was clear as day. Her furrowed brow, as if she was focusing, was one thing, but her breathing was completely different from Irene's, who was actually sleeping next to her. While I was briefly distracted by Han Sea in the tent, Grace, who had been carefully observing the other night watches, came over to me. I can't sleep. She doesn't merely sit next to me, she leans into me. Without her leather armor on, the warmth radiating from her through my arm is different from the heat of the bonfire. If the stream were live, the chat would be bombarded with lewd comments. My body reacts instinctively. I extend my arm towards Grace, loop it around her shoulder, and draw her nearer. Soft. You should still try to sleep. It's okay. I just want to stay like this for a while before going inside. Alright. If you feel uncomfortable, let me know. Grace rests her head on my shoulder, practically clinging to my arm. I shift my posture to make it more comfortable for her and gently stroke her arm with my free hand. Whether it's due to my large frame or the warmth from the bonfire, she seems to be enjoying it as her breathing gradually becomes more measured. What's troublesome is Han Sea, peering through the gap in the tent. Anyone would think she's a pervert. Like this, time passes under the dim glow of the moonlight. I somewhat understand Grace's actions. To her, I'm the knight in shining armor who saved her life, a big part of why she does what she does. I'm the hero to her village, her family, and the guy she fell for at first sight. So when she's scared and feels unsafe, I get why she wants to be near me. What I don't get is Han Sea's strong need to watch us through the hole in the tent. You're warm, Roland. Grace, sitting beside me, gradually moves closer and settles into my arm. She says she's cold sitting on the ground, and then she finds a spot on my lap. All the while, Hansea watches us with great interest. Looking at those partially visible eyes through the fluttering tent flap, old memories come to mind. It reminds me of the way my younger sister used to look while watching a romantic scene in her favorite drama. It's a guess, but I can't think of any other reason. Hansea knows that Grace's story is closely tied to mine. Given that sometimes relationships form between in-game characters, it's a reasonable possibility. She's not streaming right now, so she probably just wants to see what happens between Grace and me. Maybe she doesn't know that Grace came to me that night we drank, or maybe she just likes playing matchmaker. It must be like watching a live drama. It's strange, isn't it? I was so anxious before, but next to you, I feel at ease. Without saying a word, I hold Grace while she opens up to me bit by bit. While holding Grace, with Hansea watching us, the night moves on. However, it appears she didn't plan on cuddling all night because she slowly rises and enters the tent. As a way of saying thanks, she quickly kisses my cheek before she goes into the tent. She smiles as she leaves, looking like she's back to normal. After that, nothing big really happened. However, Grace, who had regained her spirits, stayed closer to me than usual, and Hansea continued to orbit around us. Ray translations. Well, it's been a while, everyone. Over the past 2 days, we haven't encountered any monsters or bandits, so we've just been sitting around the bonfire, stargazing. And now, we've finally arrived at Count Colmar's domain. During this time, I grew quite close to Grace and Irene, but I have to say, I really want to skip feature. We spent another half-day riding in a small carriage. Finally, after exactly 3 days of travel, we come across a small village. Luckily, the village looks normal, with no broken fences, burned buildings, or dead bodies. Standing beside Grace, who breathes a sigh of relief upon seeing her hometown after a long time, Hansea quickly starts her stream. The carriage was surprisingly comfortable, and it felt quite sentimental to gaze at the stars and cook food over the bonfire. However, it's not the best for streaming. It felt like running a stream with no content, just 40 hours of healing music playing in the background. Fire gazing is fine for a while, but 3 days lol. My butt would be wrecked if I rode a carriage, it must be worth the high price. It's not bad to have some peace, but it's just not good for streaming. Healing music, healing music. The chat was flooded with comments after the long break. Grace leads us toward the village. At the entrance of the village, 2 men with stern expressions await us, their unsightly faces and grimy skin indicate they are not gacha characters. Seeing us approach in a carriage, clearly not wandering monsters, they appear somewhat relieved. It looks like a lively village, with more than 20 homes close together, a strong community. It's been a while, gentlemen. Who are you? Hey, it's me, Grace. Huh? What? Grace lifts her hand high and greets the 2 men who appear to finally recognize her. The men, previously wearing grim expressions, comically drop their jaws. But they welcome her with warm smiles, showing no signs of doubt. They probably sought help, expecting the worst. But it's not just a timid adventurer girl who has returned. Gleaming leather armor, stacked with magical potions, and a composite bow crafted from monster materials, she is no novice adventurer. And she is not alone. By her side stands a robust knight clad in heavy armor, a swordsman exuding a charismatic aura, a priestess, and a magirare sites in rural villages. It's clear to anyone that they're experienced adventurers who have long left their newbie days behind. Your father should be with the village chief. No one has been injured so far, but the signs of danger are getting closer. I'm worried that the herbalists or fruit pickers might encounter them. It's fortunate that no one has been harmed. The conversation between the 2 men, whose furrowed brows smooth out as if steamed by an iron, continues without pause. Thanks to the 2 talkative men, who seem more like gossipy women, we quickly understood the situation. We found traces of suspicious activity, and upon investigation, they appear to be signs of roaming orcs. No one has directly encountered the orcs, and there are no victims so far, but the signs are increasing and approaching the village. If this keeps up, the villagers will run into them. So, the village put all their savings together to ask for help, is that right? As Han Seya summarizes, Irene and Grace nod in agreement. By phrasing it this way, the viewers can also grasp the gist of the situation. As expected, nothing significant has happened in the village. The information collected by Grace's father, a retired ranger, is unlikely to be wrong. The worst thing we can think of now is a bigger than expected group of orcs. A highly intelligent monster capable of evading a former ranger wouldn't appear in such a rural area. Especially in the narrative of a mere 3-character. The same reasoning applies to the 10th floor of the tower, where a full moon wolf, not a full moon dragon, would be more likely. If we exclude gacha characters, these guys have a pretty well-balanced game. The game starts with horned rabbits, horned foxes, and goblins just moving targets to help players get used to virtual reality. Horned wolves, which are about as strong as players, highlight the importance of weapon techniques and skills. The full moon wolves teach how to fight a strong enemy with party members. Then come medium-sized monsters that need a well-coordinated party and small-sized monster groups that introduce hand-to-hand combat. The game's difficulty differs depending on the recruited gacha characters, but the overall design is carefully planned. Go ahead and get the details about the request. Roland, where are you planning to go? I'm fast on my feet, so I'm thinking of taking a look around. With that, I set off to look for even the slightest variables. It would be best for the party's overall experience to listen to the client's situation, locate traces, and have Grace meticulously track them. However, just in case, I head outside the village. As a gamer, I can tell from this point how the situation is going to go. As we follow the tracks of a wandering orc, we'll begin to discover things like bloodied scarves. I'm worried that there might be 1 or 2 victims, to add to the tension. Grace acts tough, but she has a tender heart. If a victim were to emerge, she wouldn't show it, but she would be deeply upset. Things like pain is part of growing up are honestly nonsense. Concepts such as pain being the fertilizer for growth, the idea that youth is synonymous with pain, that one learns by getting hurt. These are phrases that shouldn't be thrown around when you're comfortably riding in a luxurious 6-character limousine taxi. My woman, who reveals her vulnerable side in my arms, shouldn't have to grow through pain. It's normal that she shouldn't be hurt in the name of growth. I'm the kind of man who would fight an ogre if a beauty shed a tear. Are you here with Grace? What happened? Which direction of the village were the orc traces found? There's a big rock under that mountain over there, and just below that, oof. With a resounding crash, I surge forward with great force. The advantage of such a rural village is that you can freely run around without concern for well-maintained roads. I don't make any attempt to conceal the sound as I charge into the mountain, shattering the ground beneath me. Orcs aren't particularly skilled at hiding. Only a named monster wearing moss wolf skin on the 20th floor stands out. The stealthiest thing orcs outside the tower do is hide in a cave. They don't try to erase signs of their presence eating, sleeping, and defecating. Even if you don't have the scouting abilities of a ranger or rogue, if you travel through the mountains, you'll eventually find them. A bonfire? It doesn't seem human-made. I can't ruin the mountain range that provides resources for the villagers, including Grace. So, carefully controlling my power as I run, I discover an extinguished bonfire. Next to the remnants, from which only a wisp of smoke rises, I spot the carcass of a rabbit, torn open and devoured. It's unlikely that a villager gathering herbs would cook a rabbit and eat it, fur and all, out of pure hunger. Starting at the bonfire, I follow the trail of broken branches. The party needs to have real battles, so I don't plan on wiping them out completely. If there are many, I'll leave a few and take care of the rest. If there are only a few, I'll give them a mana massage and mess up their joints a bit. Without bothering to hide my presence, I head toward a foul pig-like scent. There were no major twists in the quest. All I found were roaming orcs, so thin they looked starved. Following their footprints and the broken branches from their campfire, I discovered a small burrow. Perhaps they had taken it over from another creature. Given their state, I didn't need to do anything. These orcs were unlike any I'd seen before, horribly underfed. That might explain why they had been hanging around the village. Even the most savage monsters can sense danger. They didn't dare attack the village for food or risk going after the herb gatherers. The cunning nature of these wanderers made them anticipate the consequences if their hunting attempts failed. Of course, their intelligence only went so far. While they cautiously refrained from attacking humans, they carelessly devoured live rabbits and left behind traces of their presence, lighting bonfires in the wild. It's somewhat awkward. Is this it? I wasn't expecting to come across such weak creatures. At this point, the lack of a twist is more than disappointing, it's practically going to ruin the stream. I traveled for 3 days, only to encounter malnourished orcs, a mere 4 of them. All I can gain from this is Grace's favor and the completion of a quest. From a party member's perspective, it's not bad, nothing horrible is happening in Grace's village. But it's a letdown when I think about Han Sea's stream. Still holding out hope for something more, I left the frightened orcs alone and continued. There must be a reason why the quest window instructed me to help Han Sea with her quest. I didn't expect the problem to be this easy. I rushed out, concerned about Grace's feelings, and now I'm running around, worried about Han Sea's live stream. It would have been better if there were dozens of orcs, and I could thin their numbers beforehand. But there are only 4 malnourished orcs barely clinging to life. If they're that starved, they're weak enough to be killed by moss wolves or helmeted deer. In terms of the hierarchy, they're roughly on par with weak goblins, weaker than horned wolves. I scoured the entire mountain range in case there was something else, but besides the 4 orcs, the area remains peaceful. I checked the mountain peaks and checked other mountains nearby just in case, but the outcome remained the same. Besides the 4 wandering orcs, there was only a newly matured bear. It's a peaceful place. Grace. She should be in that building. You're back already? At this point, I have no choice but to return to the village in disappointment. If there were an ogre or something similar, I could have incapacitated it and left it near the orc nest. One of the village guards looks at me, puzzled, then points me in the right direction. In front of me is a solid stone house, a standout among the mainly modest wooden homes in this charming village. At first glance, it seems like it belongs to someone important in the village. It's more impressive than the huts in a country village, but in the city, it would be just another simple craftsman's shop. As I head for the door, my teammates come out of the house together. Among them is a man dressed in leather garments. His disheveled chin beard and keen eyes hint that he was quite the adventurer back in his day. Roland. Did you find anything in the mountains? I don't remember an uncle's face from a few years back, but since Grace is by his side, he must be her father. Looks like he and the village chief have explained their quest, or should I say, their request. It was a wandering orc. Didn't find anything else strange. Did you see any children? What's that about? I noticed the worried looks on everyone's faces. I was wondering why we're talking about a kid in a conversation about hunting orcs when a thought crosses my mind. The story of the blood-stained scarf I'd thought of earlier. The disappearance of a village child would cause more of an uproar than an adult going missing. Maybe an adventurous child wandered into the off-limits mountain, which just so happens to have signs of orcs. It's an overused but possible story. I didn't see any signs. I searched the mountains top to bottom, but I didn't find any traces of a child or human footprints. Is that so? The follow-up confirmed my guess. As the orcs got closer, the adults warned the children not to play in the mountains. But if kids stopped doing things because adults told them to, they wouldn't be kids. A few daring children from the village went to the mountains to play hide and seek, but one didn't come back. The only consolation is that what I discovered was the remains of a torn-up rabbit, not a torn-up girl. My teammates' faces stay solemn, unaware of this fact, but it didn't particularly worry me. Since she's not in the mountains, she must be hiding somewhere in the village. I trust in my abilities. With legs faster than a warhorse, I sprinted from the village entrance to the mountain peak, searching even the nearby mountains. Just in case there was a threat or a chance to make the stream more interesting, I kept going and checked the next mountain as well. A young girl playing hide and seek and outrunning me in the mountains? That would only be possible if someone like a mischievous Catherine were involved. The expressions of my kind-hearted party members remained filled with concern. Roland? I have an idea. Tell me. With that, Hansea stepped forward, her eyes darting between Grace and me. Her face reflected not just concern but also a strange desire. It was highly suspicious. Nevertheless, I encouraged her to speak up. The suggestion that came from Hansea, as she shifted her gaze between Grace and me, was utterly nonsensical. Why don't you carry Grace and run? Huh? Have Roland carry you? I'd expected her to propose we immediately search for the missing child or reassure the villagers of her safety. However, her eccentric response could only come from an experienced streamer. Her unexpected suggestion sent the chat into a frenzy. Please, Roland, we're counting on you. But can they cover ground like that? It was fun watching him sprint around the city. If that's the case, why didn't they both go earlier? Yup, Hansea is going to be the cameraman lol. The viewers found Hansea's bold yet absurd solution as amusing as I did. Unfazed by their reactions, she continued to promote her idea. She caught hold of Grace's sleeve and gently pulled her towards me, her face wearing a cunning smile. Just as she had during the night watch, she subtly encouraged physical contact between Grace and me. Roland's the fastest among us, so if he carries a skilled explorer like Grace, they can search the mountain together. Irene, Caden, and I will look around the village, just in case. With firm belief that a party of 3,456 couldn't be defeated by mere orcs, Hansea didn't hesitate to split the party. Or maybe she fully trusted my report of finding orc traces only on the mountains. Grace didn't object much, her cheeks tinted slightly pink as she let Hansea lead her. It seemed fitting to match their pace, so I stepped closer to Grace. Viewers would prefer watching NPCs flirting with each other rather than a beatdown of malnourished orcs. Not a bad idea. Not bad, right? When it's time to show off, do it with a bang. Without a moment's hesitation, I reached out and gently wrapped one arm around Grace's waist and the other across her shoulders. She gave a startled flutter as I lifted her, but to me, she felt lighter than a feather. I hoisted her up, and naturally, we fell into a princess carry position. Her outstretched arm shyly wrapped around my neck before bashfully tucking in, resting in front of my chest. You are. I'm Roland, a senior adventurer and kind of a guide for the party. It's been a while, but let's focus on finishing the search first. I feel like a barbarian abducting a maiden in front of her father. Ignoring the surprised look on the old man's rugged face, I strode forward. I have enough self-control to avoid wreaking havoc in this delicate village. As I effortlessly leap over huts and fences, Grace's delighted screams echo in my ears. Kaya. Careful. You could bite your tongue. Then run more smoothly. As I accelerated, I notice a hint of anxiety, her neatly folded hands grip my neck like a safety handle. As a result, I can feel her chest, previously out of reach, slightly trembling beneath her leather armor. I never realized it could jiggle even when compressed like this. And I'm not the only one enjoying this. Our ranger seems to have some large magic pouches. They're on a date, and they even brought a camera. Hansea really knows how to put on a show. As soon as she discovered the multi-camera feature, she'd been capturing golden shots, lol. The semi-transparent camera drone hovering in front of me faithfully tracked my movements. The problem was that from this angle, as the camera looked down at my face, Grace's bosom took center stage. The chat begins to fill with comments like, wow, as viewers realize there's a reason this game is rated 18+. She really is a streaming monster. There's a reason she's a popular streamer with a large fanbase even before this VR game. Illustrations, here. The screams of Grace, nestled in my arms, gradually change into delightful cheers. A 3 Gacha character was not some defenseless countryside girl. She wouldn't be trembling in fear just because we are moving fast. Carrying Grace while being followed by the camera drone, I dashed towards the beast den where the emaciated orcs had taken residence. Since the only dangerous things around the village were these guys, I thought it would be best to deal with them first. If I eliminate the orcs, any potential danger would vanish. With that in mind, I continued sprinting toward the den. Roland. Are we going by the traces we saw earlier? I came across the orcs earlier. Really? Yes, but I didn't see the child. Kicking up dust, we raced through the mountains, my loud footsteps echoing. In less than 10 minutes, we had reached the beast's den. The 4 emaciated orcs, clutching old and rusted weapons, were on high alert, alerted by our noisy approach. Are those wandering orcs? You see why I said they were weak. There were no muscular, well-built warriors. What was there were only starving, frail bodies. The fact that a monster's arm was thinner than that of a local farmer spoke volumes. The camera circled around the orcs, capturing their ragged appearance. Thin arms, lifeless eyes, filthy skin, rusted and worthless weapons, and battered, tattered leather armor. It would be more fitting to call them homeless orcs rather than wandering ones. Even orcs are dieting these days. With those arms, they probably couldn't even break Han Sea's shield. They must be lighter than even Han Sea. Chat deleted by the mod. Despite their feeble squawks, nothing would stop what was coming to them. Unlike the monsters inside the tower, these orcs left behind corpses. Kicking or smashing them would result in a mess of innards and filth, so they had to be killed from a distance. Still clutching Grace, I kicked a suitable stone like a football. The stone shattered into fragments, scattering like shotgun pellets with a resounding bang. The orc's skin proved no match for the hundreds of stone fragments flying faster than arrows. Wow! Grace frowned at the sight of the corpses, something she hadn't seen in a while since venturing into the tower. The camera quickly toward the natural scenery. Then suddenly, the camera that had been following them came to an abrupt stop, slowly melting away. They had seen enough and shifted the stream back to the village. Unaware of the camera this whole time, Grace furrowed her brow and surveyed her surroundings intently. Nestled in my arms, she looked rather adorable. Maybe sensing this, she leaped down and began searching carefully. I can't find anything. There aren't even any wild animals around, let alone a child. Those guys must have scared everything away when they caught the rabbit. A rabbit? I found traces of a campfire and a half-eaten rabbit. Grace hopped around swiftly, diligently checking every possible hiding spot for a child. Despite her keen searching skills, she found no traces of the girl. The child must be hiding somewhere within the village. A young child playing hide and seek wouldn't be scaling a 10-meter high cliff, nor would she dare to cross treacherous valleys that even herb collectors hesitated to traverse. Although their search focused on areas accessible to a child, they found nothing. As expected, she's not here either. Did you find any other traces? No, none. It seems those orcs were the only ones. They must have been stealthily approaching the village, unable to attack the herb collectors, and instead were targeting women and children. No matter how thoroughly they searched, all they discovered were signs of the orcs' approach to the village. It seemed unlikely that a missing girl could elude a 6-tank and a 3 novice ranger's diligent search. With my assistance, Grace, who had circled the area twice, finally seemed to relax. Although she hadn't been found, at least she wasn't in immediate danger. It felt like she had just fallen asleep somewhere, that's the feeling I got. Let's go back. Searching more won't help. Yeah. Come here. She instinctively spread her arms wide and jumped back into my embrace. Settling comfortably, as if she had been in my arms the entire time, she nestled herself like she would in a car seat. There was no reason to refuse, so I gently held her and made my way back to the village. Ah, Roland, Grace. We found the missing child. Really? Where was she? It seemed she wanted to win at hide and seek, so she went back to the village on her own and hid. She fell asleep in a pile of straw in the village storage. As we returned to the village before sunset, Han Sea greeted us with a bright smile. Just as we had thought, the child had returned to the village. Grace let out a sigh of relief upon hearing the good news from Han Sea. Who would be happy to discover the corpse of a teenage girl in the mountains after returning to their hometown after a long time? Was this how the quest was meant to end? Just as I was wondering. Grace? You little. An unexpected variable appeared. Ray translations. I thought this was a combat quest, but it turned out to be a favorability quest. Sending just the two of them might have been Han Sea's big picture plan. This is such a sh*t game. Chat deleted by the mod. Isn't this kind of trap too much? The chat quickly fills with expletives which were swiftly deleted by a chat mod. Despite this, Han Sea wasn't trying to stop the viewers or change the atmosphere. Wow, seriously, I almost got screwed. What kind of quest is this? She too was caught off guard. The traces left by the wandering orcs had been a trap. The missing girl could be found in the village warehouse. However, the missing girl herself also turned out to be part of the trap. The important part of the quest was the appearance of Grace's parents once the quest was completed. The real content of this quest was the mother crying and catching her daughter who ran away from home to become an adventurer, and the father trying to convince her to return to the village. So if I hadn't tried to get close to Grace, she might have given up on being an adventurer and gone back home. What would we have done if Roland wasn't here? Various indicators are shown in the NPC's stat window, but there's no specific mention of favorability. This game is about climbing a tower, not wooing NPCs or doing inappropriate activities. Han Sea was friendly with her NPCs because she liked their personalities, and the dynamics in their adventure party sparked her instincts. There was a country girl who became an adventurer to find the man she fell in love with at first sight. A kind-hearted nun concealing her status as a saint candidate. A young girl disguising her noble identity and masquerading as a mercenary. And Roland, a charming blonde man, gradually becoming entangled with these female characters. Who will detect surprise attacks from moss wolves and find the passage to the next floor if we don't have a scout? Really? Before being a streamer, Han Sea was a gamer and, at the same time, an otaku. There was plenty to see in the party besides Grace, who openly showed affection. Irene seemed to be gradually opening up, perhaps drawn to Roland's kind nature. Didn't that kind Irene glare at him on the way here? As for Caden, the cross-dressing woman, it was a common trope. Han Sea was curious to see how she would react if she pushed them into the same tent. Who would have thought that her plan to intertwine the party members in various ways, using streaming content as a pretense, and satisfying her desires would turn out to be a godsend? Going to increase the party members' favorability before reaching the 15th floor. Treat Roland well, if the 6 runs away, it's game over. Damn, if Roland gets bored and quits, lol. Even if it is a realistic game, isn't it too much? If you don't build up relationships with the team, recruited party members could potentially leave. It seemed obvious in retrospect, but no one expected it to be a test disguised as a quest. The chat and forum were filled with chaotic opinions, but luckily, Grace remained steadfast. Roland's efforts managed to console the mother, who was crying while holding her runaway daughter. Being a sick senior adventurer and someone who had previously saved the village, Roland's promise of protection successfully persuaded Grace's mother. Once the mother was convinced, the father nodded in agreement. As a former ranger himself, he recognized the value of the leather armor and vowed that Grace was wearing luxuries that were unimaginable in their rural village. That was a close call. Should I take advantage of this and push Grace forward? Should I change the genre of Heroes Chronicle? Title it Roland the Princess Maker? Naturally, once the issue was resolved, it became content for streaming. Although it was nerve-wracking, once the event concluded successfully, the remaining task was to make the stream exciting for viewers and rack in the donations. Using the more popular Roland as a subject would surely attract a flood of chat messages and even donations filled with desire. Focus on Irene before starting Roland Princess Maker. Shouldn't you go make offerings at the temple? Going to work on affection levels right away after watching this. I'm going to be watching intensely. Chat deleted by the mod. However, the anxiety that sent shivers down her spine hadn't completely vanished yet. I got confused here at first, so I'll explain just in case. The reference to Irene glaring at Roland on the way to the village is just meant to indicate that she is becoming more comfortable with Roland since she is usually more reserved. It happened as they were camping for the night, before Han Sea exposed her peeping tendencies. Princess Maker is a life simulation game where the player takes on the role of a parent of a young girl. You have to manage the girl's life as she grows up, such as her education to jobs to relationships to skills, etc. May 5th. Enjoy the choppy. This storyline is insane. I initially thought I was tasked with hunting orcs, but then the plot twisted to include finding a lost girl. On finding the girl, Grace's parents made a sudden appearance, tearfully begging her to return to the village. Of course, Grace, who has never been shy about her affection for me, wouldn't leave now. Seiya only relaxed after we successfully convinced Grace's parents. If a gacha character vanished as a quest reward, players would set the game company's headquarters aflame. Be careful in the city. I'm glad that you'll be with a nun. Seriously, when are you going to stop treating me like a child? To their parents, children are forever children. Nun, please look after our daughter. I'll pray for the blessings of the goddess to be with you. Grace blushes at being treated like a child in front of her companions, but regardless, she responds with a broad smile. In the end, everything went well. The orcs lurking around the village were starving and posed no actual threat. The mischievous child who was hiding in the village while playing hide-and-seek in the mountains was yanked away by their parents and scolded until their cheeks turned red. With Grace's village now safe and her parents appeased. Help Seiya, the streamer, clear the character quest 1/1 clear. Reward, Internet entry ticket and VPN system. I received a rather sweet reward. With this reward, the carriage ride back won't be boring. But since the drone is currently filming my face directly, I can't just ignore it and surf the internet. I can't have my eyes randomly moving back and forth while pointing at thin air. I have no desire to look like a crazy lunatic. Having killed the orcs, the coachman, eager to leave while it was safe, starts the carriage. Grace's parents continue to wave their goodbyes, as the carriage takes off. The quest reward is great. As everyone predicted, it's an awakening stone. Looks like the quest tests how close you are with your party and you obtain an additional star as a reward. Still, the sudden event at the end was damn hilarious. Today's stream was worthwhile. Damn, I gotta show people this. Inside the confined carriage, I feign interest in the scenery while checking the chat. It was chaos. Naturally, it wasn't confined to just the chat. Those posting in real time wouldn't miss spreading the probability of a companion disappearing during a character quest. Shutting off the chat and looking through the forum, I saw that posts with attached screenshots of the quest had already begun to populate the platform. The pictures stirred up a commotion, even in the typically more composed forum. So, should we start seducing our party members? Even the guys? Lots of things to do before going to the 15th floor. A good time to be gay. While browsing the forum, I saw Seiya quietly nestling into Irene's arms within the small carriage. Looks like Grace's possible departure scared her a little. Oblivious to Seiya's motives, Irene merely held her close with a radiant smile. Sister Irene, are you going to continue climbing the tower? Absolutely, it's my duty to spread the will of the goddess. Hehe, were you concerned? Seiya was such a terrible liar that even Irene, who had only recently gotten close to her, could easily read her thoughts. The chat blew up as Irene tried to console her, gently running her fingers through Seiya's hair. Rainbow flags were spammed everywhere. Both the chat and forum were in turmoil, and while it was funny to watch, I had to shut them both down. What I need to check out the most right now was the internet. I made sure that the camera drone was honed in on Irene and Seiya across from me, then redirected my gaze outside. What manifested before me was an internet window, a sight that felt both familiar and foreign simultaneously. A stark white screen, an elongated search box in the center, and a recognizable logo glaring above it. I never thought I'd be so thrilled to see that logo. It was the logo of the global search engine G, which I used often in my past life. Apart from the virtual reality game itself, it seemed that nearly everything else was strikingly similar to my former world. On a whim, I tried to log in using an account from my past life, but my ID did not exist. Indeed, this is a different world. Heart pounding, I crossed my arms and played with my fingers beneath my armpit. It felt weird to be able to use my fingers like a mouse, rather than directly touching the hologram. Regardless of how focused Seiya was on Irene, if I kept swishing my fingers right in front of her, she would take notice. So, discreetly, I searched up the Heroes Chronicle wiki. Although it was an anonymous forum infested with trolls, it also hosted a variety of genuine viewpoints, surprisingly skilled individuals, and a wealth of informative posts. Heroes Chronicle Wiki. Real Deal, Heroes 78 plus 102. Cute Newbies 34 plus 84. Damn, you were supposed to block with a steel plate 109 plus 332. Essential Red Light District Rules for Newbies 521 plus 739. Are you guys increasing favorability as you go along? 482 plus 598. As proof, the moment you enter the top posts, the titles alone are spicy. If this were Han Sea's channel, there would have been enough posts to warrant deletion and potential suspensions. There are plenty of eye-catching posts. While fumbling beneath my armpit, I almost clicked on the post about the red light district, but ultimately, I opted for the story concerning favorability below it. I clicked on it, suspecting it might be about Han Sea's stream. Are you guys increasing favorability as you go along? Grace's parents.jpg. Grace on the carriage.gif. They're not really your party member until you clear the character quest. Stop talking nonsense. No one's forcing you to climb the tower. You wouldn't have to worry about this if you went to be a mercenary. Don't you have party members even as a mercenary? Damn, I never thought I'd be licking an NPC's foot in my life. If it's an NPC from Han Sea's stream, I'd even pay to lick it. We only got on a carriage less than an hour ago, yet hundreds of likes and comments had already been posted. The news of a party member potentially disappearing is shocking. If a 5-party member vanishes, wouldn't the user end up like me, running a macro until they somehow die and get transferred to another world? Given the site guarantees anonymity, the discussions were incredibly graphic. Most posts regarding Han Sea featured images of Grace and Irene. Despite being encased in leather armor, there were posts like the one about Grace's side breast jiggling slightly, or the gif of Irene's figure visible through her nun's dress when the wind blew. As the subject was not Han Sea but her NPCs, all sorts of overtly sexual comments were published. It's really nasty. These posts were of no value to me. I scrolled through the posts with a twitching finger, then clicked on another post. Upon entering a post about newbies, I saw the loot of the full moon wolf. There were all kinds of stories, like someone's rise from newbie to veteran status, a person tumbled and failed trying Kim Suk-hyun's trick of blocking a horned wolf with a steel plate. A variety of individuals were sharing their stories. Ray translations. As I lost track of time reading the posts, the carriage we were in stopped. We've reached our destination, adventurers. Ah, thank you, sir. After closing the window and getting off the carriage, Grace said goodbye to the coachman and then quietly approached me. The other 2 women look over at us with interest. I wonder if they had planned something while I was browsing the internet. As I silently watched Grace, she gulped before finally opening her mouth. We're returning to the city via carriage tomorrow, correct? Yes, it's a bit late to go back now. Want to go around together? I've wanted to visit since I was a kid, but I never had an opportunity to visit. I moved to the adventurer's city right away. I glanced at Han Sea. She was energetically nodding, while Irene, by her side, rolled her eyes. Han Sea's thoughts were pretty clear, but I couldn't fully read Irene. As I quietly looked at her, Irene, who appeared to have finally decided on something with her hands tightly clasped, added to her suggestion. We're planning to visit the temple. We can split up from you 2. That's okay, right Caden? Ah, yes. I can accompany these 2. With Irene's face flushing and her words stuttering, others would have thought she was making a once-in-a-lifetime confession. Caden, however, easily and readily accepted Irene's suggestion. I had no reason to reject their plan, so I nodded. Grace, radiating joy, clung to my side. Is there a particular place you'd like to visit? Let's begin with the marketplace. I've always been interested in the large markets. As she naturally linked her arm with mine, I allowed my body to relax, and the camera drone discreetly trailed behind us. It seems the viewers' responses aren't too bad. I'm not really sure about the VPN. The author writes VPN directly, but the way it's used so far is purely as an anonymous mode in the next few chaps, so think of it like that for now until the novel goes into more detail. Also, the website has been updated. There is now the Trials section in the NAV bar. We'll be trialing novels to see if we enjoy them / are popular before picking them up. I'm thinking we trial a bunch and pick up the ones we like most, something along those lines. We have one at the moment, but we haven't posted it yet, so the page will be empty. Discord is also done, has a novel pickup request channel. If you guys have any novel recommendations we can trial, but I'll post the invite tomorrow, going to give it a little test run first. January 5th. Enjoy the choppy. Despite Grace's high hopes, Count Colmar's territory was disappointing. It had lost most of its mages, alchemists, and blacksmiths to the city of mages, a 3-day journey away. And if you want to make a living, you head to the city of adventurers. It's like sending people to Seoul and horses to Jeju. Nevertheless, Grace was pleased, smiling constantly. She snacked as we meandered through the market, our arms entwined. It was bizarre to see chicken skewers and spiral potatoes for sale in a medieval European-style market, but so it was. The hovering camera was a little annoying, but overall, wasn't this a successful date? Her smile never left as we enjoyed street food and bought inexpensive bracelets. By the way, where are we meeting up? We didn't set a meeting point. How about the temple? I wasn't concerned, even though we hadn't picked a place to meet. Ray translations. As our brief market date ended and the sun began to set, I heard a voice behind me. The camera drone allowed her to track us, and she could pretend to stumble upon us coincidentally. Ah, there they are. Roland. Grace. Sure enough, the rest of the party emerged from the end of the street as we were leaving the market. They had just come from the temple and planned to find us on the market street. So, we all gathered and went to an inn recommended by the coachman. It wasn't extravagant, but it was touted as the cleanest and priciest inn in town. It catered to ordinary people, despite the rural coachman calling it expensive. We settled down in the bustling hall, gave the remainder of our coins to a working kid as a tip, and ordered food. There's a carriage leaving for the city of adventurers from the temple tomorrow morning. We can catch that. Perfect timing. We dug into the hot sausages and began to chat. Of course, when the camera wasn't focused on me, I was discreetly checking the chat. Looks like my date with Grace was secondary. Hansea was trying to win over Irene. Not of the romantic kind, of course, but according to the chat, you can prevent party members from leaving by simply making them like you more. Things like enjoying a beer after work or working hard together to earn a retirement fund. The consensus was that a good relationship without friction was enough. Stop spamming baseless theories. Isn't it enough to just get along? What do you mean by getting along? I'd be popular by now if I was the kind that could get along with everyone. While munching on a sausage and glancing at the chat, I watch Irene and Hansea. They seem closer than before. I guess I'm low priority since I was the one that approached her in the first place. I recruited a mage and plan to continue climbing the tower, so I'm not going anywhere. And Grace simply needs to stay by my side. So it's her relationship with Irene that needs to be strengthened. Irene is kind and seems to enjoy looking after people. She's the type that won't leave once attached. People are so transparent. Who else could better embody the phrase, wearing one's heart on their sleeve? Even so, it's not like Hansea's intentions are malicious. Combined with her appearance, it's charming if anything. If she was unlikable, she wouldn't have found success in streaming. After our meal, we booked 5 single rooms. It was in consideration of the cross-dressing Caden. Irene seems to think it was a little extravagant, but Hansea, who needs to log out, and Caden, who had her own personal circumstances, agreed without fuss. Grace seemed to have no problems either. After spending a day at the inn and another on the carriage journey back to the city, I thought our daily tower exploration routine would continue, but... Why are you still here? You got an issue, punk? Unexpectedly, a group of familiar but seldom seen faces have gathered. Ray translations. Having lived in the adventurous city for a decade, I naturally had numerous acquaintances. People like Ellis from the guild, Rebecca from the mercenaries, and others I'd met while ascending the tower, completing requests, and accumulating wealth. Though it might be stating the obvious, most of those I knew were high up in the tower. They're likely hunting monsters on the 30th or 40th floors or at the front lines, which was the 43rd floor. So, while I knew many people, there were few I could meet up with at any given moment. Or so it should have been. Suddenly, Rebecca, her fiery red hair flowing like a lion's mane, charges at me and gives me a hearty slap on the back. My party's eyes widen, especially Caden, who was once part of Rebecca's mercenary crew, shrinking back. You haven't changed a bit. You didn't think I'd want to see a marvel like the gate? I don't really know what you would do. It's nice to slap someone after such a long time. Rebecca, grinning, points over my shoulder. All the adventurers around are fixated on a singular table. The table that drew everyone's attention is surrounded by vaguely familiar faces, difficult to fully recognize. This means my acquaintances now bear stars. Old man, you look lively. Did you eat something good alone? Isn't it because you picked something up in the tower that your wrinkles have smoothed out? The ones seated at the table and laughing are a bearded old man with a blend of white and gray hair, and an old mage with full white hair. Both the gray-haired elder and the white-haired mage exude an aura that can only be classified as senior elegance. I didn't know any elderly gentlemen as suave as these two. The chat was buzzing as their stars glowed radiantly. You all came down even with asses as heavy as yours. Why are you looking for me? Shouldn't you be heading to the magic tower? My butt might be big and heavy. It's damn firm though. Oh, you lewd hag. With Rebecca joining in the conversation, the eyes of the watching adventurers twinkle, like fans meeting a celebrity. As more individuals began to congregate around the table, their awe became increasingly visible. Adventurers Guild Master 5, Cunning Old Man, Graham. Mercenary Group Leader 5, Mercenary Queen, Rebecca. Researcher who ascended to the 43rd floor 5, Truth Seeker, Antenor. High-ranking member of the Intelligence Guild 5, Silent Whisper, John Smith. The remaining people had at least 4, so when around 10 of them sat down, the combined radiance of their stars was dazzling. Watching them with Han Seya, a woman casually lounging in her chair waves her hand toward me. Roland? What are you doing over there? What am I doing? Just watching. Seems like everyone I know has decided to show up today. Seems so. The commotion must have drawn everyone down. A beauty with drooping eyes, reminding one of a puppy. I couldn't recall such a strikingly beautiful woman, but I immediately recognized her due to her unique equipment. A long spear, longer than a person when held upright, there was only one individual I knew who wielded such a weapon. Lily Deb, a young lady born into minor nobility who fled with but a single spear to avoid a politically arranged marriage. Is the person next to you part of your group? You finally recruited a mage. Planning to go all the way? Yes. I intend to take her to the front lines on the 43rd floor. By the time you get there, it'll probably be the 45th floor. Aside from her beauty, we had previously been quite friendly up in the tower. While we talked, I felt a gentle pressure encircling my arm. Grace, who had stealthily moved closer, leaned against me naturally. What? In the meantime, a conversation started between the two women. Are you also a member of Roland's party? Yes. I met Roland in the tower and asked to join his party, and he kindly accepted. Well, having a scout in the tower is essential. Yes, I am essential. Essential to Roland. Both of them were wearing bright smiles, but I sensed the atmosphere around us turning frosty. Despite being so close to Grace that I could feel her warmth through my arm, a chill swept over me. I'm hardly the protagonist from an old-school romantic comedy, but even I can't ignore such an obvious display of affection. The problem was the people gathered in this place. From the head of the Adventurers Guild to esteemed members of the Magic Tower, various people had gathered, watching me as if I were the lead in their favorite drama. This fellow's been showing off his face since descending from the tower. He tried to charm our girls as well, and now he's wooing someone from another party. No wonder his information sells for such a high price. Really? It's surprising to hear that from someone in the Information Guild. Servants from noble houses keep asking about this and that. Seems there's no shortage of lonely ladies in the evenings. As Smith grinned and poked fun, aged women who looked like they'd never seen combat glanced at me and chuckled. When they became gacha characters, they lost their wrinkles. Did they also lose their dignity and their decency? Naturally, it wasn't just these old men chortling at my expense. Whether they found my quiet appearance sandwiched between the two women amusing or something else, the chat erupted at the sight. How is this a realistic game? It's purely fantasy. Does he have a lover per star? Seems the genre's changed to a morning drama. Rebecca, seated at the table, let out hearty laughter. Hey! I'll reserve a room for you three, so you can go enjoy yourselves. Or, I know a cozy inn with plush beds, should all four of us head there? No, we can't delay the meeting about the gate any further. Their expressions turned sullen. The two beauties were no match for an insane one. I never imagined the day when Rebecca's wild nature would be a blessing. It's been a long time since I've seen these familiar faces, or rather, faces that seem to have gone through some form of transformation. Just as I underwent a sudden transformation to a handsome gacha character when I entered this world, it felt absurdly normal to see others becoming cooler, more beautiful, and younger. When she was faced with an excess of 5 characters, Han Seiya could only stare in awe, shaking slightly. She was harshly criticized by the chat. No, you all saw it too. After seeing such crazy stat windows, it's only natural to get a little greedy. So, you're confessing that you're greedy. If you're this greedy, lol. Way too greedy. Chat deleted by the mod. Those who are greedy find success. It's the same for all of you, right? When you're gaming and you find a great item, don't you feel that itch to make a gamble, believing the timing is just right? Aren't you guys the ones who indulge then stop, only to break and end up spending even more? Despite actively engaging with her viewers, she was still fully aware of her surroundings. We were traversing the tower as per usual. It's amazing how she doesn't miss a counterattack, even when a moss wolf stages a surprise ambush. At this pace, she could make her way up even without my assistance. The party, now complemented by Caden, was evolving into a formidable force, effortlessly cleaving through any emerging monsters. Today, we seem to be crossing paths with a lot of moss wolves, but not many helmeted deers. Most of the requests we've received specifically ask for the magic stones of helmeted deer. Mages know which is which even though they look the same on the outside. The classification is determined by the amount of magic contained within. In response to Grace's question, Han Seiya, who casually noted that they were neatly organized in her inventory, starts sneaking peeks at me. Puzzled, I return her glance, only to have her swiftly avert her gaze when our eyes meet. What's going on? It's not something she can keep secret, considering the viewers constantly watching her. Her suspicious behavior, or more accurately, her resemblance to a guilty puppy, prompted me to speak up. What's the matter? No, nothing. You claim it's nothing, yet you react like that. She frantically waved her hands, saying it was nothing, so I decided to let it slide. It could be a personal matter, it would be odd to pry. If it is about the stream, I'll learn about it soon enough. Be it through chat, the forum, or the wider internet, I'll eventually come to know. Despite being distracted, she unleashed magic missiles at a speed rivaling Grace's arrows whenever a monster appeared. Is this the reaction speed of a gamer? Even as my mind wandered elsewhere, a helmeted deer, writhing in my arms, transformed into a magic stone with a sad cry. Ah, found it. Already? We're on a roll today. Should we explore the next floor a bit before heading back, or should we gather more magic stones? Going back would be better since the next floor isn't much different. I think so too. I make sure my words don't come across as orders and instead come in the form of advice. Irene usually doesn't express her opinion, so it's usually up to the other three. Han Seiya and Grace talk, and the reserved Caden occasionally chimed in, collectively determining the course for our party. With the recording done on the lantern, Grace turned around without hesitation. The piece of stone in the lantern spins around and points in a different direction. It looks like a broken compass with 2 paths, one leading up and one leading down. We should go this way. Really? Hannah, your magic is amazing. Just like when we looked for the full moon wolf. It's very useful, isn't it? Usually, one would roughly deduce their direction, distance themselves from the ascending passage, and aimlessly search for the descending passage with the aid of the lantern. However, gamers with the minimap feature activated are exempt from such hassles. Han Se-ah, with a staff-raising gesture, indicated the direction we should head towards, and Grace, placing absolute trust in her words, moved forward. Like this, the belief that Han Se-ah is a genius mage completely takes root. With Grace leading, we briskly navigated the forest trail, the magic stone in the spinning lantern pointed in a singular direction. It was in the direction confirmed by Han Se-ah via the minimap. But, is something wrong? Huh? What do you mean? Grace subtly drew closer to Han Se-ah, who was pretending to use her staff to consult the minimap and chart our route. Is Han Se-ah's poor acting skill noticeable not just to me, but to Grace and Irene, and even Caden, who joined us only recently? No, nothing's wrong. You can't tell even me. There's nothing, because there's nothing. Naturally, even under Grace's relentless probing, Han Se-ah had nothing to say. After all, her concerns were due to the game system. There's a reason why she started streaming even though she's just exploring the forest without any event or quest. Seriously, this is driving me nuts. There's no rush to use the awakening stone, so I have a lot of time to think. But the more time I have, the harder it is. With so many options, it's harder to choose. Every option seems somewhat good. If we lose Grace, the stream will die. Why not focus on her exploration ability and bring her along everywhere? Having zero combat skills sucks. The source of her anxiety was the reward she had obtained after completing Grace's character quest a few days back. It was termed an awakening stone, though it bore no resemblance to a physical stone. It seemed more like a system tool used to select a skill and advance a character. The problem was that when Grace advances from 3 to 4, she had to pick one skill as part of the process. Unlike me, a 6 character with a passive skill and plenty of possible skills to augment the party, lower star characters have locked skills that unlock as they earn more stars. Do different characters unlock skills under different conditions? It feels like a typical RPG. Han Se-ah's concern is because of the role Grace played within our party. She functioned as an experienced scout and guide and also supported allies with her arrows, making her a sub-dealer. Assuming numerous roles could imply two things for a gamer. If developed properly, a versatile character. If not, then useless. Looking at the viewers, who were practically forming a fan club since she was eye-catching, I can imagine what would happen if Grace was dropped from the party due to a poorly selected skill. If you're unsure about selecting a 4/5 archer/rogue, then focus on exploration. Don't we require a damage dealer too? You mentioned concentrating on crowd control. Even if Roland is strong, long range is important. Looking at the chat now, I'm bound to get flamed regardless of what I choose. What should I do? We've been on this topic for 3 days now. Round and round in circles. Maybe I should just choose. How about a jack of all trades concentrating on traps? You're the one who keeps saying the same thing, lol. When have you ever taken our opinions into account? Even Roland's skill was chosen poorly. Chat deleted by the mod. As the number of monster encounters reduced, Han Se-ah resumed talking to her viewers. Even though I couldn't directly view the chat, it was convenient as real-time screenshots were being uploaded to the forum and the internet wiki. Who would emerge victorious in a battle between the Blue Pirate King and the Hokage of the Ninja Village? People always love imagining who versus who scenarios. Whether it's in games, comics, novels, and across both Eastern and Western cultures, humans inherently rank and compare. Consequently, a debate broke out over Grace's skill list. Looking through the screenshots, 3 skills were frequently discussed. Reviewing the list, it seemed that the skill to be gained this time would be a passive one. The first, and most commonly mentioned, is the exploration passive, Wild Intuition. A simple passive that maximizes Grace's senses without any added effects. A skill that allows Grace, as she does now, to hold a lantern and function as the party's scout but more effectively. The second is the passive, sharp arrowhead, which transforms her from a scout to an actual sub-damage dealer. If wild intuition amplifies the senses, sharp arrowhead is a passive that enhances her archery. It's like an enhanced basic attack, so there's a lot of discussion. The third and final one is the passive ranger-style trapping. As the skill name suggests, it's a passive that imparts knowledge about improvised traps, including not only installation but also removal-related knowledge. Considering that Grace serves as our reliable scout, discovering surprise attacks and the like, I think it's better to opt for an exploration-type passive. You know that if you try to do this and that without a solid foundation, nothing will work out. It seems that her choice is the exploration-type passive skill. As soon as she makes the selection, the viewers respond. Naturally, some maintained their original stance until the end. I saw the chat earlier, and I'm not confident to draw a new 4/5 scout. If we're going to go all the way with Grace, she must be the best scout that works even in the upper floors. With a serious expression, Hansea makes her declaration, punctuating her point by clenching her fist and swinging it through the air with exaggerated motions. What's happening? Is there a bug or something? Grace? What's wrong with you? No. I just feel a bit strange. Grace, who is gently stroking her forearm back and forth while emitting a cute sound, appears to be experiencing the aftereffects of a newly added skill. This chapter is 18+, therefore, the full chapter is posted on my Ko-fi. If you are 18+, read/post/604 Forest Ranger Grace 18B0B2M4AK5. Grace, letting out a peculiar moan, silently strides through the forest. What was that sound just now? It's not wild, but, I'd like to say it outright, but I'd get banned. Did someone clip it? 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 Is the stream for adults only? This is when we all go too far. Be careful what you type in the chat. Unsurprisingly, the viewers couldn't stay quiet after Grace made that sound. The chat room buzzed like a disturbed beehive, filled with repeating GIFs and sound clips. Grace, a little embarrassed, quietly makes her way through the forest, lantern in hand. Hansea is busy dealing with overexcited viewers, while Irene and Caden, as always, stay quiet. The forest returns to its usual calm. Grace's upgrade from 3 to 4 status, her new passive skill, and the shift in her title from Novice Ranger to Forest Stalker are all just part of the system. In reality, not much has changed within the group. They split off to their respective lodgings as always. Roland? Or so I thought. What's up, Grace? No, I just thought maybe you'd like to have dinner together tonight. Grace, whom I assumed was heading to her room, quietly comes back and approaches me. She seems a bit shy, probably still thinking about Lily Deb from this morning, and she's inviting me to dinner. I see no reason to decline, so I nod. She stands next to me, a radiant smile on her face. My original plan was to have a drink and browse the internet in my room, but a dinner invitation from a pretty girl is hard to turn down. Looking at the quiet chat, it seems Hansea has returned to the inn and ended the stream. We enter the increasingly busy street, with Grace gently holding my arm and leading the way. She must have a place in mind. I enjoy the softness of her arm and let her guide me. Are we eating here? The drink I had last time was really good. Grace answers nonchalantly, but her voice was shaking. The place she led us to without hesitation is the inn where I'd previously arranged accommodation for Hansea and herself, the lucky scoundrel, the place where she drunkenly jumped at me. Yeah. It was pretty good. Grace, whose senses were sharpened due to her passive skill, seemed unfazed the following day. It might have been because she was getting used to the heightened senses, or she was too worn out from a night full of intense sensations. She seemed to have adjusted quicker than I expected. Of course, her shy moan in the forest has already made their rounds on the internet. Well, it's not like Grace can surf the web like me, so it doesn't matter. Heroes Chronicle Wiki. Is this VR porn? 48+65. I know how to use the skill, try it, 199 plus 243. Sensitive senses. W35 plus 335. Here's a tip 396 plus 564. Unlike the forum which is watched by a moderator, the Heroes Chronicle wiki had been taken over by anonymous delinquents, transforming it into something like a VR adult gallery. Here's a tip. List of inspector skills.jpg. List of scout skills.jpg. List of rogue skills.jpg. List of mage skills.jpg. Upon seeing what happened to Grace, I realized. When it says senses become sharper, it means a boost to all senses. I roughly filtered through early active skills. Use this when you want to master TE or have S**X. Mad. Creative, but mad. Can I use it in the red light district? If you use these recklessly on a prostitute, guard guys will come and bash you on the head. This rascal must have tried it himself, lol. A man truly devoted to self-pleasure, you deserve an award. They're truly remarkable guys. In certain ways. Anyway, our forest exploration progressed seamlessly with Grace's upgraded skills. We continued gathering magic stones and materials and discovered the passage with ease, bringing us to the end of the 20th floor. There's a moss wolf lurking up ahead. There also seems to be a goblin pack if we go around. What's the plan? Since our current task calls for magic stones from medium-sized monsters, let's hunt the moss wolf and sidestep the goblins. They become a bit of a hassle when they start to scatter. Then, let's go for the wolf. Lead the way. Grace's exploration ability as a 4 forest stalker, an upgrade from a 3 novice ranger, has seen dramatic improvement. Where earlier she could detect an ambushing moss wolf or pinpoint a noisy cluster of small monsters, now she can sense their presence from a considerable distance to the point where she can plan an ambush on the moss wolf. A moss wolf was lying in wait in the shadowy forest, but with Grace, who had already located it, the hunt became smoother than usual. Roland, you lead the way, and I'll ready the magic. Should things go awry, I'll need you to support me immediately. Caden, please keep watch behind Irene. Sure. Understood. Grace's expanded detection range is taken advantage of by Hansea, who positions herself behind me, while the rest of our team approaches from the rear of the moss wolf. Being aware of the exact location of a lurking moss wolf allows us to use this strategy. Caden is with Irene, preparing for unexpected situations, but there was nothing in the forest that could pose a threat to us. Creak. As I linger around the location pointed out by Grace, an arrow zips through the air. Just as the lurking moss wolf was about to spring on me, the arrow lodges accurately into its slightly open mouth as it was about to take a breath. Regardless of its excellent stealth skills, it's not a creature that can ignore an arrow lodged in its throat. The moss wolf immediately coughs up blood, howling in agony as it writhes on the ground. Almost as if to end its misery, a magic missile promptly strikes its chest. It really was there. I couldn't spot it with my own eyes. Grace, you have really good intuition. Well, it's not about seeing with the eyes. Irene, witnessing the scene, exclaims in awe, clutching her hands. Her role is to protect Grace and Hansea during close combat. In this instance, she doesn't even need to do anything, so naturally, she ends up as a spectator. As we traverse the forest, we continue to hunt moss wolves. After hours of hiking in the forest with heavy gear on, sweat begins to bead on our foreheads. Despite demanding conditions that would usually invite complaints, our team members proceed without any grumbling. Our party, evolved from novices to intermediates, finally stand before the gateway to the 20th floor. Ha, we've finally found it. This is the passage to the 20th floor. Roland, you knew about this, didn't you? The team, who have grown quite close, gaze up at the towering passage, their voices filled with awe. The magic stone spinning in the lantern, the faces of the team members smeared with sweat and dust, and Hansea, who is giving me a sharp glare amidst them. The transition from the 19th to the 20th floor is rather tricky in terms of location. The two passages are very far apart, half hidden in the rugged terrain of the forest. I knew about it. We'll start exploring the 20th floor tomorrow. We might have to spend a day in the tower. Han Seo glares at me again, visibly irritated by my sly smirk. Unlike the straightforward plains, the forest, riddled with countless obstacles, slows down our pace. As a result, the duration it takes to travel from the 1st to the 10th floor and from the 10th to the 19th floor differs more than one might expect. Even with a lantern, the distance is vexing. While the others seem indifferent, Han Seo stares at me, her cheeks puffed in annoyance. Originally, we should have prepped for camping in the tower as soon as we passed the 15th floor. But now that we've already found the passage, we should prepare for camping from the 20th floor. We should rest thoroughly today and discuss it together tomorrow. If we plan on camping, it won't be feasible to continue with the current routine of leaving every morning and returning every evening. So everyone should come up with a suggestion. Is that like homework? Yes, it's homework. Let's head back. I dismiss Han Seo's pout with a chuckle and address the party. If our aim was to barely make ends meet as casual laborers in the tower's lower levels, we would have ended our journey here. However, our party is earnestly aiming to climb the tower. Han Seo, being a player and a streamer, naturally, must continue. The saint candidate, tasked with spreading the goddess's will, has to advance as well. I will accompany Han Seo on the quest, leaving just Grace and Caden. If I continue, Grace is likely to follow, but Caden, I'm unsure. I don't understand why she cross-dresses, nor if she intends to scale the tower. Her character quest should show up as we go on. The good news is that Caden, an offensive vanguard, isn't indispensable. If Irene leaves the party, we need to find a new priest, even if it means camping outside the temple. But if we lose a swordsman, we can climb higher and recruit a new one. Ugh, I need a shower. Because we've traveled so much today, it'll be late evening by the time we leave the tower. Nonetheless, the party members remain spirited, perhaps due to the sense of achievement after a hard day. If we had aimlessly wandered in the forest and returned without accomplishing anything, the mood might have been rather gloomy. However, everyone is upbeat, as we've finally discovered the passage. Just like how the 10th floor acts as a threshold between beginners and intermediate adventurers, the 20th floor holds a symbolic significance. It serves as a stepping stone for those intermediates who have the potential to climb even higher. It's kind of a filter, in a sense. Despite being smeared with sweat and dirt, we all walk with stars in our eyes. Ray translations. As we return to the 10th floor and step outside the tower, envious glances get thrown our way. They must be jealous, witnessing attractive people clad in expensive gear, beaming as if they've struck gold. The revenue from selling magic stones, it's incomparable to when I was a mercenary. That's why everyone wants to become adventurers. Why else would Rebecca, that crazy woman, enter the tower? Crazy. After separating the magic stones required by the client, we sell the leftover collected items and magic stones at the guild counter, and a pouch of silver coins is handed over. The hefty feel of it makes Caden murmur in wonder. Stash the money carefully. As we climb to the higher floors, we'll have to upgrade our equipment again, and beyond that point, the price of equipment equals the cost of an estate. An estate, really? Is it that expensive? She's startled at my words. It seems fitting for a nun to not know about the value of an estate. I don't know exactly how estates are structured in the real world, but I have a rough idea in this one. Through looking into various things to prepare my own mansion equipped with magical tools, I've managed to gather a rough understanding. In this fantasy world, an estate refers to a territory you can buy with money. It involves trading land for farming, farm laborers, a mansion for the landowner to stay in, and a temple to look after the territory, all bundled together. An equipment piece being worth an entire estate. I'm not referring to a golden wheat field accompanied by a luxurious mansion. I'm talking about a small estate where you can grow something like grapes. But that's still a substantial amount, isn't it? The price of enchanted armor equals the total value of a farm, a luxurious mansion, and farm laborers combined. Once you transition from intermediate to senior level, the cost of equipment soars exponentially. Given that the armor is crafted from magical ore and occasionally from dragon skin handled by top-tier alchemists, it's no surprise it bears a price tag equivalent to a noble's luxury goods. To fully equip oneself with such gear, including a helmet, breastplate, greaves, boots, and a weapon. Roland, is your armor and weapon that expensive? Even more than that. Actually, this armor is the default skin I've had since transforming into a game character. I didn't pay a penny for it, but if we calculate its worth, it could be even more expensive. It doesn't boast any special abilities, yet it offers durability that hasn't sustained even a scratch so far. While contemplating the resilience of equipment that is unmarked even against the attacks of giants and wyverns, Caden slips over to my side. Roland, I have a favor to ask. Not Hansea, but me. Caden seems like she's about to bring up something serious. Is she about to reveal her cross-dressing, or explain why she's known as the Sword Princess? We find a quiet spot to talk as we stroll down the street. It's a high-end tavern, far beyond the scope of an average inn. They have a private room, shielded with sound-blocking magic. The outrageous cost of 1 gold coin for maintaining privacy is a little extravagant. It's a place we visit occasionally, as the quality of the food and drink is just as good. This place. It didn't seem like something we should discuss out in the streets. Don't worry and come in. 2 hefty guards stand at the entrance, acting as bouncers. Upon opening the vintage wooden door, we're greeted by well-dressed staff, bowing as if they serve in a noble's home. Caden hesitates, clearly thrown off. Shouldn't she be familiar with such luxury? She steps in, hesitant. She remains silent as we're led to a private room, probably collecting her thoughts. After ordering our usual dishes and drinks, we settle down in the room, waiting in silence. First, thanks for hearing me out. It's only natural, Rebecca did introduce us. What do you need? She sits up straight, hands clenched on her knees, much like a new recruit on her first day at the barracks. What is it that's making her so uneasy? While she's struggling for words, our food and drinks arrive. It's tough to ask a favor from someone you're not really close with, especially when your relationship is purely professional. I would like to ask for a favor. A favor? From me? After long deliberation, Caden finally breaks her silence. Her story, however, doesn't touch on her cross-dressing or her title of Sword Princess. As she goes on, I start to understand her hesitation. My relationship with Caden is somewhat similar to a mentor-student dynamic. Our party consists of newcomers who showed their potential by hunting the full moon wolf. To this, Rebecca added Caden, a person with no proven credentials. Caden got an easy way in, learned from us, and now is even asking for a favor. If a brand new blacksmith's apprentice who entered through the back door also asked their master, "Please make me a sword, I'll pay for it," it wouldn't go well. Though it wouldn't matter as much if we knew each other for longer. But we're not close. Caden's usual behavior is to avoid me to keep her cross-dressing a secret. We've never connected through typical male bonding activities like sharing a drink. Caden isn't the typical mercenary either. We might have bonded quicker if she were, but she's not your average Josha cross-dressing maiden. I come from a fallen noble family. I brought some weapons with me, but due to personal issues, the magic applied to these weapons are broken. Do you need me to collect materials? Your equipment must be pretty fancy if you need a senior adventurer for this. As I am now, it's too fancy a piece of equipment. Caden downs her drink as if to swallow her own words. Always the lady, she daintily lifts her glass, blushing slightly as she speaks. It seems a tad embarrassing that she's now bending the rules she usually strictly adheres to. It's even more embarrassing when money becomes part of the conversation. Senior adventurers don't come cheap. You'd know if you've done your homework. Yes, I know. Her choice to use the word favor suggests she can't pay up front. Whether she's a fallen noble's daughter or a high-ranking noble hiding her identity, it's got to be humiliating to admit a lack of funds. Her weapons need repair, but that involves pricey materials. These are luxuries that an intermediate adventurer wouldn't dare dream of affording. That's why I'm asking for your help now. I want your help, offering myself, as the adventurer, as collateral. So, you, Caden, are the collateral. Seeing her gentle nod, I briefly lose myself to a less than noble thought. A cross-dressed maiden, caught in a weak spot, I feel like a wicked noble dealing in slavery. I shake my head to clear both the slight buzz and the unseemly thoughts. What Caden is proposing isn't to become some object, but to dedicate herself to our party as an adventurer. She's not planning to return to Rebecca's group after learning the ropes. She's promising to stick with us, it's a pledge. Perhaps because she's of noble blood, her thinking is a bit aristocratic. This isn't the mindset of a mercenary or an adventurer, but of a knight serving a master. Neither a mercenary nor an adventurer. Yes, I am the collateral. Is my sword not worth it? She is confident in her abilities, yet her attitude is a paradox, proud yet embarrassed due to her financial situation. She sits tall, eyes bright, but her breath is uneven, and there's a flush to her skin. She's like a green recruit on the receiving end of a veteran's joke, only she's a lady, so it's not quite the same. My mind stirs with mischief once the lustful thoughts dissipate. It is worth something. I'd consider it a fair trade to get someone like you in exchange for a few materials. Thank you. Why are you thanking me? You must have had a hard time talking about this. Let's take it easy for the rest of the day. At my suggestion to unwind, Caden tries to rise from her seat. I gesture to remain seated with a wave of my hand, and then ring the tableside bell. It's time for a little prank I've been itching to play on a cross-dressing lady. As a mercenary, as an adventurer, you should learn how to rest properly. Huh. What greets Caden as she attempts to leave are women, dressed in delicate dresses like those at social gatherings, gliding through the door. They're a far cry from the courtesans of the backstreets. Two of them gently guide Caden back to her seat, while two more join me. The sight of Caden, suddenly hemmed in by two beautiful women, is something to behold. Perfect. After a decade in a world without the internet, my appetite for this kind of entertainment has only grown. It's the reason I was able to strike up a friendship with someone like Rebecca. Roland? That gentle soul over there is a promising adventurer who has climbed to the intermediate rank. He's quite the gentleman, with connections that stretch to a senior adventurer and the leader of a prominent mercenary group. Oh my. I assumed he was a noble or a tower mage, what with his fair skin. Caden's cross-dressing is impeccable. The issue is that her beauty is part of that flawlessness. Her stunning looks, the product of being a Gacha character, aren't hidden by her cross-dressing. She is undeniably an attractive youth, and the ladies naturally gravitate toward her, eyes sparkling. These women are pros in the entertainment industry, with ties to the Information Guild. They quickly catch on realizing this is half entertainment, half prank. They're not here to please a wealthy noble this time, but to tease a gentle, handsome young man. What's not to like? This kind of thing. Look at that skin. If things continue this way, he's going to break more than a few hearts in the red light district. This place doesn't adhere to modern moral standards. This is a medieval fantasy world where children under 10 farm for their meals, and women with no money naturally resort to unsavory jobs. I don't feel guilty about calling entertainers to a high-end tavern. After all, the Caden in front of me is a man, a fallen noble who's experienced the gritty life of a lowly mercenary. Today, the alcohol tastes particularly good, perhaps because I'm in high spirits. Unlike the two women who are cooing and clinging to Caden, the pair beside me quietly follow my lead, savoring their drinks. They tenderly stroke my arm and carefully peel a small side serving of fruit. It's clear they know who I am. Did that gentleman ask you to take care of me? Hee hee. The only things that come out of our mouths are laughter and flattery. Appreciate the honesty. The silent woman responds. Her words hold no depth, but their very lack of substance speaks volumes. Only recently, that gentleman, John Smith, had willingly unveiled his identity to the Adventurers Guild. The suspicious man, using an obviously false name. What did they say in the chat? 5. Silent whisper, John Smith. 3. Grace and 6. Roland were linked. 4. Caden and 5. John Smith are also linked. The issue is that the scale of a love-stricken country girl and a fallen noblewoman claiming to be a princess differ vastly. I don't know when it will happen, but Caden's character arc seems to be unfolding on a grand scale. Ray translations. What? You're leaving? Saying it like that makes it sound like I'm getting kicked out. I just have to go alone somewhere for a private request. The day after watching Caden frantically squirm out from under the lady's skirts, I brought up the subject and Hansea's eyes became as wide as saucers. It's nothing serious, I just have to go get something far away. At our party's skill level, we could effortlessly reach the 20th floor, but I'd recommend you get comfortable camping up to the 19th floor for safety. Recall the homework I assigned? You should practice spending nights inside the tower. Roland? You are coming back, right? I can't help but laugh at her. Get on your knees, now. Roland coin has been delisted, it's a 10 crash. The sight of your face going pale is too funny. Ah, this is fun. There were various reasons why I decided to leave the party. Sure, a big part of it was wanting to pull a prank, but that wasn't the whole story. First off, there was Hansea's stream. Most of the other streamers I've seen fill their streams with highs and lows. But Hansea? She's been climbing the tower without a single defeat. Now, where's the fun in a game where you use a cheat and win every time? Even in traditional Korean games, infinite money and invincibility cheats quickly lose their charm. Playing a game like that isn't fun, and watching someone else do it is even more so. Don't worry. Even with Roland gone, we still have a 5 protective shield and 2 4-party members. We can hold off the attacks while Caden deals with the rest. That's why Roland suggested we make camp on the 19th floor. It's crashing. It's crashing. First they take our money and now they take our stars. Should focus on Roland's favorability first, not Irene's. If the 6 is already jumping ship, why wouldn't the 5? The second reason is a little more self-serving. I came across a rant online last night. The author was frustrated with a 5 who was so demanding that it felt like they were playing office politics. The viewers see me as a legendary 6 who's only here out of boredom. A wandering, fun-seeking character. If I revolve my life completely around Hansea and practically give her everything, it would seem very strange. I can do this because of the internet. I can watch Hansea's stream online. Since I can access her stream through the internet, the chat access feature I got as a reward before is redundant. It's like those game companies that sell a game without photo mode, only to add it later as paid DLC. These really have no shame. Suddenly, memories of the heroine's chronicle from my past life flare up, and I can feel my blood start to boil. But there are other reasons too, like advancing Caden's character arc and discovering which noble family she's from. Still, the biggest reason is my desire to tease. Roland's loyal fan has just donated 10,000 won. I knew it from the moment you started speaking casually to Roland. But, wasn't it Roland who said we could? Irene and Caden still speak formally, right? And, how about Grace? What are you talking about after matching them together? Are you trying to compete with Grace? Seriously, do you even have a conscience? She's got both personality and a great body, it's a no-brainer. The internet window lets me see donations and missions, unlike the chat access feature. This makes the lengthy carriage ride more bearable. Seeing her jumping around with each donation, I can see why viewers enjoy teasing her. Hansea, while being brutally attacked by the chat, is busily running around the market. Caden steps in as a temporary teacher, helping with the camping assignment I gave. She likely knows more about camping than even Grace, being a former mercenary. While roasting Hansea, they also get lessons from Caden through donations. Though there do seem to be a few gamers who have experienced camping. Gamers come from all sorts of backgrounds. Caden, is this enough? Ah, yes. We're not staying for more than a day, so it's enough. I'm watching the world through Hansea's camera drone. The view is slightly above head height. Sleeping bags, tents, ropes, tools, and provisions are all being gathered. Thankfully, Hansea's inventory allows them to carry a large tent without issue. Otherwise, they'd be lugging around backpacks like soldiers. Tent, sleeping bag, rope, knife, lantern, flint, we don't need that. What else are we missing, guys? Why do you need a lantern when you have light magic? Your viewers are like your notepad. If you don't bring bug spray, it will be hell. You said no to flint, so why keep the lantern? Are there many bugs in the forest? I haven't seen any. She keeps doing what she needs to, despite the viewers' endless complaints. As much as I hate to, it's time to turn off the stream. I've got my own work to do. Ray translations. A few hours later, I'm still surfing the web in a comfortable carriage. The magically enhanced carriage ride brings me to the northern part of the kingdom. This is a region of precipitous mountains, teeming with monsters, and perpetual snowfields in the north. If I were to compare it to Heroine's Chronicle, it reminds me of the daily dungeon for mining water attribute magic stones. Of course, I haven't memorized the background of all the dungeons, but I recall the monsters and the terrain being somewhat similar. Adventurer's badge, confirmed. I find myself at an adventurer's guild in the north. If the city's adventurers guild trades in magic stones and materials gathered from the tower, this northern guild thrives on goods from explorations of the untamed lands up north. It's wilder and considerably poorer. Unlike the tower, where monsters endlessly respawn and transform into magic stones, the monsters in the northern mountains form part of the ecosystem. Senior Adventurer Roland, is there a specific request you're interested in? In such a poor neighborhood, when a senior adventurer suddenly appears, all eyes gather. The envious eyes of the burly old men are a given, as are the jealous gazes of those who haven't quite understood the situation. They may not know who Roland is, being so far from the city of adventurers, but as members of the Adventurers Guild, they'll certainly know what it means to be a senior adventurer. After all, the badge of a senior adventurer is earned only after extreme hardship. I'm here in search of a certain material. It'd be great if I could take on related tasks as well. What material are you looking for? A striking woman with brown hair, a contrast to the icy northern winds, greets me with a warm smile. Even in the north, the receptionists are beautiful. I hand her a note detailing what I'm after. The note lists a series of tedious tasks, like obtaining specific ores found only in the snowy mountains or crystals from ice giants. The receptionist's face lights up as she reads the note. These are not mere requests. I'm not just skirting the edges of the mountain range, I'm delving deep into the mountains. Even if they only bring requests related to the materials on the note, it will be quite a lucrative venture. For the guild, which profits from commissions, it's like stumbling upon a jackpot. Could you let me know where you're staying? I can organize the requests and have them delivered. I haven't arranged accommodation yet. Can you recommend somewhere? In that case, I suggest the Goat Valley Inn. The food may be a bit simple, but the rooms are kept clean. Even a senior adventurer like yourself should find it comfortable. Upon exiting the guild, walk left, and you'll find a building marked with a large goat horn sign. Retrieving my note from the smiling receptionist, I step out of the guild. I don't intend to do this alone, I also plan to hire a few intermediate-level adventurers. Considering the roles from scout to porter, Han Sea's inventory comes to mind. I wish I too could have an inventory in addition to the chat feature and the forum. Ray translations. As I wander about, I find myself coveting Han Sea's inventory more and more. I hope one day I receive something similar as a reward. I search for the large goat horn sign as I walk around. I've got some foxes here. Their hides are all damaged. You didn't use beast hunting arrows, did you? Hey, do you really think I'd make such an amateur mistake? A merchant, hauling a cart, is hawking dried fruits from a barrel, garnering attention from passers-by, while a hunter negotiates a price for the beast hides he brought back from the mountains. There's a butcher's shop selling smoked ham and sausages, a massive deer leg hanging outside, and a large oven emitting a mouth-watering aroma. I enter an inn marked with an intricately carved goat horn. The guild's description of its cleanliness wasn't exaggerated. The hall is immaculately maintained, though its tables are empty. Welcome. Are you here for a meal or to stay? Just a stay, in the best room. I'm mildly surprised that the young waiter, who hurried over to greet me, doesn't boast about their food. Maybe due to some bad experiences in doing so. It seems the rumors about substandard food quality weren't unfounded. Going on adventures in the north is tougher than you'd expect. The rugged terrain is challenging enough, but when you factor in the freezing cold and constant snowfall, preparation becomes key. It would be different if it were just me, as I could handle these conditions easily. However, the mercenaries I've hired for material gathering aren't superhumans like me. It takes skill to find, collect, and even transport these materials without damaging them. It makes sense why the gear of top adventurers is so pricey. Hehe, I think I found it. Already? I told you, these mountains are my backyard. So, about that extra payment. It will be paid as promised. Simply put, money can solve everything. Sure, the materials we need are pricey and rare, but they're not impossible to find. Originally, I planned to just get by and finish the quests. Do we need to look for a flat area to set up our tents for the night? Does Grace's skill set cover that? It's not a monster path or a tower route, but just a level area. How are we supposed to find that? Just wander until we stumble upon one. A donation of 5,001 from 12 years homeless. Since the sun is always shining, just sleep under it. Thank you, 12 years homeless. I just realized, the tower never gets dark, so why on earth did the merchant sell me a lantern? We need a bonfire for cooking, but... Hansea got tricked again. Fooled by an NPC lol. They say keep your eyes open wide in the city. It's impressive that you're just realizing this now. Did she buy a lantern without knowing why? It's so much fun watching Hansea's stream and surfing the web. Racing around snow-covered mountains in search of a fist-sized rock versus lounging on a plush chair in a fancy inn, sipping wine and browsing the internet. Isn't it clear which option is better? That's why I've hired extra people using my spare change. If I accompany Hansea up the tower, I'll easily earn back the gold spent here. It looks like we've collected enough. Should we head back? Yes. The others should have gathered by now. I've made it to the dangerous midpoint of the mountain range, a bit too risky for intermediate adventurers. But in the easier areas, adventurers, attracted by the gold, are scurrying around with a sparkle in their eyes. A wealthy high-level adventurer buying time by spreading gold around. Nobody can resist the tempting sound of jingling gold coins. Ray translations. With money, I bought people and time. The precious time in the north, bought with my hard-earned gold coins. I was savoring that costly time, kicking back in a cozy inn, enjoying northern delicacies, ice-cold beer and fried chicken. The beer was so cold it numbed my teeth, and the fried chicken had the perfect balance of salt and spice. From selling spiral potatoes at a medieval market to serving Americanos and macarons at a cafe, fried chicken at an inn wouldn't be out of place in this game world. Would they find out right away if I made kimchi? After buying all the necessary items in a rush with lots of money, I didn't feel like leaving immediately. So I began exploring the nearby restaurants from the inn. The room was very pleasant and clean, but the innkeeper's cooking skills left much to be desired. Fried chicken, lamb chops, pork ribs, spicy pig's feet. These were the types of food you'd expect on a snowy northern continent in a fantasy world. Of course, they were well prepared for the money I'd spent, and my taste buds were satisfied, but it felt strange ordering and eating them. I couldn't believe I was tossing gold coins at a rugged, fur-clad hunter and asking him to cook pig's feet. How many days has it been? About 5 days. The request should take a while, but he should return in a week, right? It's good to learn magic while hunting on the 19th floor, but... Where did Roland go? Where did Roland go? Where did Roland go? But the scenery is really pretty, Korean camping sites just can't compete. Is this a gaming stream or homeless TV? Donation of 10,001 from, I used to party with a 6. Hey, Hansea, quit the chatter and go hunt some goblins. So harsh. Watching the stream, Hansea seems to be getting a bit anxious. But it looked like the worry of a streamer and a gamer, not a worry that I might never return to the party. This was her second time camping in the tower. She was getting the hang of pitching a tent and starting a bonfire, but as a streamer, doing the same thing over and over was awkward. The silver lining might be that the battles are more entertaining since I was gone. A helmeted deer is heading our way. It must be drawn in by the smell. Well, I'll handle it. Responding to Grace's whisper, Irene steps forward. A white barrier comes up to stop the helmeted deer's charge. Even though it's a violent charge that can snap thick branches like matchsticks, it can't leave a mark on the barrier of a 5 priestess. The piercing gaze of the deer, furiously battering against the barrier, shifts toward Caden. The beast, perceiving the saint candidate's barrier as a wall or sizable rock, seeks fresh prey. Its intricately twisted, sharp horns slice the air menacingly with every headshake. This is nothing. Naturally, a 4-sword princess wouldn't be cowed by mere deer antlers. As her smoothly maneuvering sword redirects the antlers, their weight forces the head to turn as well. The once arrogant deer's brief life ends. A magic missile strikes its chin like an uppercut, an arrow burrows into the inside of its foreleg, and simultaneously, a one-handed sword slashes through its neck. What remains after the quick skirmish is a magic stone, once a deer. Thanks for the support. This spot seems good, should we camp here? That sounds good. Han Se-ah, having stowed the magic stone into her inventory, produces a tent from it at Caden's suggestion. No matter how accustomed one might become to seeing a tent larger than a human materialize out of nowhere, it never ceases to be an intriguing sight. Even the party members on camera appear surprised, their mouths slightly agape. The sight of them clustering around Han Se-ah to receive tents and sleeping bags, like fledglings waiting for a meal, is quite entertaining. They call this the inventory. The inventory always seems like something out of a fantasy tale, huh? Did the magic stone drop? Did the magic stone drop? Did the magic stone drop? The NPCs always seem fascinated by the inventory. I'm also captivated by it, hoo. Soon enough, the viewers are once again, fawning over the beautiful faces on screen. Reading the chat, I take a gulp of my beer. It washes away the oily aftertaste of the chicken in my mouth. Hot chicken, cold beer, an online stream. Armed with a fantasy trinity that lets me stay indoors for a week, I watch Han Se-ah's stream. Since it's the 5th day now, I figure I'll allow her to roam for about 10 more days before returning. Considering the travel time, I should leave around the 7th day, leaving me 2 more days. In the meantime, I might as well browse for some movies. Do they not offer digital currency as quest completion rewards? When you sit, you want to lie down, that's human nature, and now that the internet window is open, I want to make a purchase. There are 2 stupid King's Sword ads that crawl out for 15 seconds each whenever I try to watch something. Additionally, the movies I want to watch, even an old one, costs a few thousand won. I'll turn off the stream for now since we're going to be homeless for a while. But by the time I turn the stream back on, Roland should be back, right? Roland donated 10,000 won. Ugh, it's so bothersome, should I just live in the north? Then, Mage Hannah's party will leave for the north. Anyway, there won't be much content aside from cooking and keeping watch. I'll shut down the stream, take a break, and progress a little before coming back. Do a sleep stream with Grace and Irene. Let's exclude Han Se-ah. We don't need Han Se-ah in Han Se-ah's stream. As Han Se-ah waves goodbye to the camera, the world momentarily reverts to a dull ash gray. Han Se-ah's stream displayed on the internet window has completely stopped, and the chat has quieted down. It looks like she's paused for a break. Accessing the internet has completely changed my life as Roland. No matter how immersive and well-designed the world was, it was not flawless. There were chickens and macarons, a functioning sewer system, and cleaning products, but no internet felt like an oasis devoid of water. Isn't it about time he came back? Is the north that far off, or does the request just take that long? It's been a week already. Donation of 10,000 won from the user, lost your 6-star and can't focus. You turned on the stream only because you're anxious. Hey! Wouldn't you be anxious if your 6 left home? Don't you have a sliver of empathy? Please consider the feelings of someone who's never owned a 6. Han Se-ah doesn't understand a gamer's heart, note to self. Imagine how it feels for us then. Chat deleted by mod. When Han Se-ah was off stream, I tuned into other streamers or watched a variety of videos on different platforms. Through this, I realized that while their world was uncannily similar to my previous one, it was also different. Movies, webtoons, comics, games, and celebrities bore remarkable resemblances. However, almost nothing was an exact replica. There was only the creator of HXH, known for drawing only once a month, and a rubber man who refrained from sticking wooden chopsticks up his nostrils. In one way or another, the world had transformed, for better or worse. Discovering these differences one by one, a week whisked by. Even now, as I boarded a carriage headed to the city of adventurers, I felt a twinge of regret. The carriage you requested is ready. It's a pity you're leaving so soon. I've splurged quite a bit, so I need to go earn some more. True, you did spend a lot. It's probably the first and last time an adventurer has employed so many adventurers in this area. I prepared to set off, packing the ore and crystals I had collected for Caden, and made my way to the Adventurers Guild. The warm and amiable receptionist, who had recommended the inn on my first day, awaited me there. Her soft eyes brimmed with a mix of regret and longing. Naturally, she would be disheartened to see a senior adventurer, who was known for his generosity with gold, leave in less than a week. She seemed eager to assist me with anything, even to enter my room each time I gave her a gold coin. I couldn't fall to women when I could finally enjoy chicken and beer while surfing the internet after 10 long years. I minimized my sleep to less than 2 hours, focused on videos recommended by the algorithm. Was it Caden who stole Roland away? My friend, your imagination is quite rich. Donation of 5,001 from Perfect Breeder. If you find out the details of Caden's request, 30,001. The details? Our princess isn't one to reveal personal information readily. But, I'll give it a shot. I'm curious since we've just been grinding all this time. I boarded the carriage, leaving the receptionist behind who waved as if bidding farewell to a beloved, and returning to the stream. I couldn't see what Hansea was doing without the stream, but she turned it back on. It's not recommended for a streamer to take a break for longer than a week. As if returning from a camping trip, Hansea was in the process of hastily packing up the tent. Even though watching her roll up the sleeping bag and shove it into her inventory wasn't particularly entertaining, her constant commentary kept viewers engaged. Also likely because it had been a while since her last stream. Once Grace and Irene appeared, the viewer count instantly doubled. Excuse me, Caden. What can I do for you? With Grace and Irene in the lead, and Caden and Hansea bringing up the rear, the group was divided into front and back formations. Those capable of using shields and protective magic were strategically placed. Meanwhile, Hansea discreetly spoke to Caden. It seemed she was attempting to satisfy her curiosity and complete the mission simultaneously. They seemed to have become closer over the course of the camping trip, their conversation flowing a little more naturally. Of course, when I say natural, I mean from Caden's perspective. Always blunt and somewhat antisocial due to her cross-dressing, Caden rarely spoke unless it was related to adventuring. We have never shared anything personal amidst our conversations before she made a request regarding the armor. Our discussions solely revolved around adventures, mercenaries and Rebecca. May I know about the request you asked Roland for? If it's not too intrusive. Well, it's nothing much. The two individuals strolled down the forest path. Although they appeared to be a handsome man and an attractive woman on the surface, one of them was a woman masquerading as a man, truly a testament to the wonders of magic. Grace and Irene seemed focused on a lively conversation about cooking up ahead, but likely due to the mission, the camera drone abruptly turned and focused on Caden and Hansea. I have a set of magic armor from my family, meant to pair with this sword. It's too much for me right now, and for some reason, it's damaged. Can Roland fix that? He's capable of retrieving the necessary materials to repair it. I need magical crystals and ores from the northern region. It's a place few dare to venture, save for senior adventurers. At the mention of magic armor, Hansea's eyes began to sparkle. A four-character equipped with their own gear, magical armor even, a prospect that would surely delight any gamer. The majority of discussions surrounding Heroes Chronicle on the internet were complaints about how the equipment prices were expensive and a long grind was required. Being able to repair not just regular equipment, but magical armor, would be a significant advantage. She's monopolizing the game again. Hand the account over to Roland at this rate. Fresh sashimi over here, folks. while some of us are in rags for armor. Please distribute 1 Roland per household. Was it Han Sea's sly smile that was stirring jealousy among viewers? The viewers, who had been dutifully attempting to spot any awkwardness in Kaiden's disguise, instantly erupted into chaos. Han Sea and Kim Suk-hyun were speeding towards the 20th floor, while other game experts were still trailing behind Kim Suk-hyun, barely above the 10th floor. In essence, most users had just reached the 10th floor or were still adjusting to the combat system. Watching Han Sea's stream, they opted for second-hand armor from the Adventurers Guild at a bargain price. While some were squaring off against goblins as a beginner, even wearing second-hand ragged armor, if a 6-broken character found on the street handed over a 4 characters magical armor, it was natural to feel envious. Ahem, I am working hard here yet they say that the sashimi is fresh. Sorry, even this is too much for me. I am sure you guys will shame me regardless, so let me be shameless. We have a golden Roland at our house. Don't you have a Roland at your house? Unable to reconcile with reality, the viewers reeled from Han Sea's stinging retort. Scouring the internet, no other 6 characters had emerged beside me, leaving them no choice but to react in such a manner. I think 2 more 6 characters are likely to appear. The brilliantly shining 6 event from before showcased 3 silhouetted figures. Typically, when a new character is introduced in Heroine's Chronicle, 1/5 and 1/4 character appear, that's how the game's update usually works. However, in the 6 event, whether it was to commemorate the debut of the first 6, or to exploit the gamers' wallets, 3 characters were slated for release simultaneously. Whether all 3 were male, or if only one of the 3, namely Roland, was male and I was simply unfortunate, was unclear. Back then, I was so shocked, instead of gathering information I impulsively vented my frustration using a macro program. Truth be told, I had no desire to come across posts boasting about drawing a female character while I was being mocked for drawing a male character. Wow, it's the first time the chat has crashed due to lag. I guess I'm on the receiving end of every insult known to man. And from all over the world at that. If I sift through this chat and focus solely on messages from international viewers, I wonder how many new insults I'll come across. East and West unite. Why are you hitting me when I'm standing still? I also want to adventure with a hunky blonde guy with a toned body. I want to share a tent with Roland. There are a lot of horny people here. The carriage departed the north and traversed onto the highway, accompanied by the rhythm of various hoofbeats. Han Sea commenced her verbal onslaught on the viewers. The viewers screamed like cattle being herded to the slaughterhouse at the sight of the once satisfying punching bag turning against them. Occasionally, some masochistic individuals would plead for more punishment, but the majority simply shed tears at their pitiful reality. This continued until Grace, who was at the forefront, stumbled upon a goblin village, interrupting Han Sea's attack on her viewers. Stepping off the carriage, I am welcomed by a familiar city. It's a long, 3-day carriage journey each way. But with internet access, time doesn't really matter. Traveling to Grace's village was slow due to the number of carriages, but heading north in a more expensive carriage alone, I managed to make the journey in just 3 days with no stops. If I hadn't hired adventurers with money, wouldn't it have taken about 3 weeks? It's a situation where the costs outweigh the benefits, but I'm not complaining. If it earns me the gratitude of a disguised noblewoman, then it's all worthwhile. Roland? You're back from the north, did you bring back anything interesting? Sadly, nothing to eat. That's a shame. Upon my return to the city in the late afternoon, I head to the Adventurers Guild. There, behind the counter, is Ellis, greeting me with her usual enthusiasm. Unfortunately, I didn't bring anything back for her. The journey takes 3 days, there's just no time for me to shop for desserts. Ellis doesn't seem too disappointed, she probably wasn't serious about it. She's not a gourmet looking for delicacies from every corner of the world, she's just a woman who has a soft spot for sweets. Where's the rest of my party? They sold a lot of magic stones yesterday, so I think they're taking a day off. That explains why Han Sea didn't stream today. Perhaps she's keeping busy on her own. Even without streaming, there's plenty to do in this game. From participating in events with fellow adventurers to practicing simple alchemy, exploring the city and mapping out areas, repairing equipment, and taking care of yourself. While these tasks don't necessarily make for interesting streaming content, they are essential for gamers. Come to think of it, Han Seiya did make a wolf lure during the full moon wolf quest last time. Seems she's picking up some alchemy skills. Did anything happen while I was away? Business as usual. People who descended from the tower went back up, there was a squabble with the mages over gate rights. Ah, and some of the adventurers who were up top have settled down on the 20th and 30th floors. On the 20th floor. Apparently, since a 10-story gate was found, mages who believe they can find a 20-story or 30-story gate led to them hiring the adventurers that came down. Anyone could think of that. Not just gamers. Regardless of being part of a game world, the NPCs aren't idiots incapable of thinking. The unknown tower that doesn't exist in religious scriptures is a mystery even the mages are trying to solve. But then, what if a gate suddenly appears that skips 10 floors? Would you just think, wow, convenient? Or would you believe there's more hidden waiting to be discovered? Obviously, curiosity would lead you to explore further. In this world, mages are like scientists in the sense that they seek to uncover the unknown. They come across as a mix of scientists and university professors when you look at their assistants. Was it wise to join the mages' tower? Picture of piled up research documents.jpg. Clip of assistants dozing off in front of a boiling potion.gif. It's like working in a lab. Wow, I feel PTSD coming on. From a basement-dwelling gamer in reality to a grad student in another world. I'd rather stay a basement-dwelling gamer, lol. The mage's tower needs to abolish slavery. Oh, it was your choice, dear customer. It seems that this sentiment isn't unique to my world, as there are quite a few posts expressing the same thing. The unfortunate victims who chose discipleship over tower climbing due to their interest in magic or alchemy. If teens who commit crimes are sent to juvenile detention, college students who mess up are sent to grad school. Some users on the Heroes Chronicle wiki appear to have been caught in a similar predicament. They only learn about the main scenario and tower climbing from Han Seiya's streams. They have to learn the city's settings and the fantasy continent's overall political situation through their own experiences. That involves countless hours brewing alchemy potions, staying up all night for magical experiments, and doing menial tasks for their masters. Of course, those guys will exhaust every resource to find something, even if it means clearing the entire 20th floor. Mages have a surprisingly persistent side. Surprisingly? As a receptionist at the Adventurers Guild, I shouldn't criticize them too harshly. After leaving the guild, I decided to enjoy my time off some more and dive back into the internet. With each of Han Seiya's logouts and logins, a leap forward in time occurs in the outside world, providing endless content for me to enjoy. Nothing beats the miracle of a new webtoon episode appearing while I munch on chicken legs and drink beer. The content that Han Seiya provides resonates more with me than Jesus' miracle of feeding 5,000. It's heart-wrenching watching Han Seiya camp. It's heart-wrenching to see her not sorting out the usable branches while picking up stones. She walks around cutting off branches that get in her way. It's disappointing that she doesn't even consider tidying up the camp and setting up traps. I gave some advice as the heart-wrenched man, and leave the guild behind. Since it's getting late, it would be a good idea to head to the market for some snacks and appetizers. Just as I have this thought, someone calls out to me. Roland? You're back already? Caden? I managed to get all the items you asked for. Upon seeing me, Caden, who was strolling alone down the street for some reason, opens her eyes wide. Knowing the value of the items she asked for, she was very surprised to see me so soon. Had it not been for the carriage I rented at the Mage Guild, I would have traveled at a more leisurely pace. It would have taken more than 3 days of travel. 5 days to get there, an estimated week to gather the materials, and another 5 days to return. Caden must have calculated she wouldn't see me again for at least 3 weeks. To be honest, the items she requested were quite difficult to find. To have gathered so many items in such a short time. The adventurers in the north are quite skilled. Is that so? They're excellent when it comes to getting items when money is provided. To be honest, I was also surprised by how quickly they managed to complete the task. I went to the dangerous areas myself, so I thought the rest would take longer to gather. Little did I know they would put in extra effort and gather everything so quickly. If it were anyone else, I might have refrained from boasting, but this time it's different as Kaden is a noblewoman in disguise. Also, the ladies from the Information Guild are watching. When I handed them gold coins, they managed to strip the entire mountain range bare in less than 2 days. Gold coins. I hired adventurers because the task was too much for me to handle alone. I have your items at the inn, I'll give them to you tomorrow. Upon hearing this, Kaden's expression subtly changed. She murmurs something at the mention of gold coins, which makes me think she's got the message. As a noblewoman, Kaden might be unaware, but as a mercenary and adventurer, she knows the worth of money. Mercenaries and adventurers stake their lives on coins. Inexperienced beginners often lose their lives trying to earn more. Such a scenario would undoubtedly be shocking to a noble lady who has disguised herself and ventured into the world. Even after becoming an intermediate-level adventurer, the money you earn is in silver coins. Yet, a man who barely knows her was willing to spend not just a few, but dozens of gold coins for her request. Thank you, truly. What's there to thank? It's just a favor for a teammate, after all. A teammate, you say? In a fantasy world where human rights and morality differ greatly from the modern world, the most valuable thing is gold coins. My words cause Kaden's expression to change peculiarly. She seems to believe that her unreasonable request led to an excessive expenditure. She doesn't yet understand the earning potential of a senior adventurer. Don't worry. I have a decent amount saved up. If it bothers you, climb higher, earn a lot of money, and then repay me. Yes. I will certainly repay you. The materials Kaden requested are incredibly pricey when converted into currency. Without me, the Han Sea party would have to pool their resources for several months to gather the necessary funds. These are valuable resources that can only be found and identified by veteran adventurers in dangerous areas, and are harvested in zones only dared to be entered by senior adventurers. Such pricey resources are gathered by high-priced manpower, then refined by expensive mages and alchemists. Not to mention, the labor cost surpasses the cost of the material. But on the other hand, senior adventurers are those who pay that high price to equip a full set of gear. Since the materials are expensive, the money senior adventurers make is also significant. By the way, did you encounter any trouble in the tower? No. Other than a bit of fatigue after our first night watch, there was nothing else. I suppose everyone isn't accustomed to fighting in a sleep-deprived state. No other issues. Is that so? Then, let's meet at the guild tomorrow. After listening to Kaden's report, I turn away. Even if I sow seeds of anxiety in Han Sea and create a sense of debt in Kaden's mind, these issues won't be resolved immediately. These things need to be addressed one step at a time. Han Sea's stream has begun. Han Sea _ return of the absent teacher, Roland. Walking along a familiar path, I push open the guild's wooden door. As I step in, a camera drone positioned at the entrance captures my entry. My teammates are already gathered around a table, their eyes drawn toward me. Their excited hand waves remind me of kids brimming with anticipation on a field trip day. Or maybe a child thrilled at hearing Santa call their name. Roland. Seeing Roland makes me so happy I could die. The owner of the stream is back. Thought he wouldn't come back. The stream isn't the same without him. I've been following the stream and anticipated some reaction, but Han Sea's enthusiasm was more than I thought it'd be. It takes even Grace by surprise. Likely, Grace's mind is already brewing some dramatic tale of love and rivalry. I respond to Han Sea's bright smile and wide-eyed surprise with a casual wave and settle down at the table. Good to see you all. Did you do your homework well? We camped at the tower for 1 night and 2 days, resting in between to recuperate. We've made it through all fights unscathed, successfully conquering up to the 19th floor. Han Sea's confident declaration gets approving nods from Grace and Irene. Their repeated camping seems to have bolstered their confidence as adventurers. Catching Kaden's eye, I notice she's nodding too. Although she joined last, Kaden has the most hands-on experience. I was curious about the party members from her perspective as the Sword Princess. Caden, how do you think the others did? Like I said yesterday, they had a bit of a tough time after the first night watch. But that's a small issue. If I had to mention anything, Irene can get a bit too tense when she's in the front lines. Irene looks taken aback but not upset. Defending allies with a protective shield when you've got a vanguard is one thing. Standing alone in front of a charging beast is quite another. It was scary, having to stand right in front of the monsters. But that didn't interfere with your shield casting. Irene blushes a bit at the attention, but Caden is quick to defend her. It looks like Grace and Hansea have not picked up any bad habits yet. As for their combat skills, I can't see anything that needs to be pointed out right now. Both Caden and I lack knowledge about archery and magic, so our evaluation is mostly on group combat tactics. On that front, they always perform above average. It's reassuring to see everyone adjusting. If we're all set for camping tonight, let's aim for the 20th floor. Sound good? Following a quick review of the camping homework I gave them, the conversation flows into various combat dynamics. We discussed the challenges of fighting in close quarters without a vanguard and the difference between a vanguard holding off a monster's charge versus blocking it alone with a protective shield. The conversation takes a weird turn, somehow transforming into a praise session for me, emphasizing the critical role of a defensive vanguard. Your bootlicking skills are incredible for a streamer. Chat has been deleted by the mod. Let's start praising Roland from now on. Our party leaves the guild, heading towards the city gate. Roland, did you travel to the north for Caden's armor? Yes, some materials required a senior adventurer, so I went there myself. During the walk, we talked mostly about my recent journey to the north. The party is only familiar with the city of adventurers, sparking curiosity about the kingdom's northern regions. Grace, a country girl from the eastern part of the kingdom, and Irene, born and raised in a city temple, are unfamiliar with the distant land. Hansea is just as clueless about the north. Despite numerous gamers leaving the city, few have successfully settled in the frigid, dangerous north. Unless you make a lot of money or venture beyond the city and become a mercenary or wanderer, homelessness is a likely fate due to lack of funds. In the north, being homeless means braving the cold and potentially freezing to death. Warmer climates were easier to survive in, that's a harsh truth in this game. While there aren't hunger or thirst bars like in survival games, enduring harsh conditions gradually deteriorates your health. It's a lesson many gamers learn the hard way, often personally. Anyway, there are a lot of crazy people. So, Caden's armor is. We've gathered the materials, now we need a blacksmith who can repair it. Caden, do you have anyone in mind? Yes, I was referred to a blacksmith by Rebecca. Our conversation carries on as we navigate the adventure-filled streets and cross the city gate. The mage responsible for teleportation is starting to recognize us, only glancing briefly at our adventurer badges. Stepping into the warm, sunlit plains, we ignore goblins and any monsters weaker than them. They're now beneath our notice. After all, why would a party on a quest to hunt orc hunters bother with weak goblins? Disregarding any beast that doesn't attack, we continue towards the passage. Occasionally, a horned wolf lurking on our path provides some loot and magic stones before vanishing. A viewer named Hansea donated 10,001. Can we see the armor? Show us the armor quickly. That magic armor, I'm curious, can I see it? Yes. After all, I'll be wearing it once it's repaired. I plan to have it repaired when we get back. Would you like to see it then? Our party maintains a peaceful conversation, indifferent to a horned wolf leaping from the bushes. Indeed, after slaying dozens of moss wolves, it'd be absurd to fear a horned one. Despite the horned wolf being a named monster on the 10th floor with superior physical attributes, it lacks the moss wolf stealth, enabled by moss-covered fur and shadowy hiding spots. No reason to be caught off guard unless you're adventuring without a proper scout, as some internet stories recount. As we travel the plains and approach the forest's entrance, Grace turns to me. So, Roland, how was the north? The cold beer was good. You traveled all the way just for a beer. I also ate a lot of meat. Grace, her eyes gleaming with curiosity about the north, strides over to me, followed by Irene. In a world without internet, it seems they're very curious of my experience over there. Perhaps, in a world where being a bard is a profession, this is a natural reaction. However, for the viewers observing through the camera drone, it triggers a different kind of response. Irene sticking so close is just too adorable. Forget the magic armor, tell us about the North. So many jealous guys here. I'll buy it right away if it's R19 from Roland's perspective. From the character quest, it's clear Grace has feelings for me. Hansea even made a blatant attempt to push us closer together. Irene, with her striking beauty, is also drawing close, though only her face is visible on screen. The idiom, holding a flower in each hand, seems rather fitting for the situation. Grace, who freely expresses her affection, and Irene, who's gradually getting closer. Given that many of the stream's viewers are male, it seems that their curiosity about my love life is outpacing interest in the mage Hannah's adventures. In my previous world, many people were deeply into shipping characters together, and the trend appears to be just as popular in this one. A gallant, handsome paladin in a fantastical setting, a charming ranger, and a beautiful priestess. The viewers flood the chat with their enthusiastic fantasies, steering the conversation in unexpected directions. A harem for Roland, huh? Irene hasn't even been on a date yet. It's fun to watch, I might encourage it at some point. But it's a bit scary to push for it before her character quest appears. Irene is Irene, so Irene donated 5,001. If Irene goes on a date with Roland in casual clothes, 10,001. Ah, thank you for the mission. The username is a bit odd, but the mission is interesting. Hansea is having fun, leading viewers in the direction she wants. There's a reason she's sometimes called the money collector on the internet. She's skillfully profiting from other people's love affairs. Walking down the forest trail with Grace and Irene, I shared stories of my journey to the north. I mostly talked about how fast I gathered resources as a senior adventurer and the thrill of tasting a crisp, cold beer. I had to sprinkle in some excitement as there wasn't much else to discuss. Handing gold coins to a blushing receptionist in the north was also part of a joyous night. But I couldn't really delve into my experience of surfing the web after a long time and getting lost in a new webtoon. Many adventurers in the north are skilled hunters. With its cold weather and rugged mountains, there's less farming than in the east and south. Lots of people sell top-quality fur for a living, so many adventurers used to be hunters. I see, there's a difference. Compared to beginner and intermediate adventurers here, those in the north are better. It's not a job for just anyone there. But this place, it's known for high-level adventurers. Is it because of the tower? Exactly. Climbing to the higher levels of the tower implies a daily struggle. It's not like me who takes it easy with requests. Spending years in such places naturally sharpens your skills. So, I could only talk about the differences between the north and here, particularly in regards to adventurers. Grace's eyes sparkled when I said northern hunters were famous. When I spoke about the tower, Irene was all questions. Their clear interests made the conversation flow easily. Grace isn't a real hunter, but she's curious about the northern hunters due to her learned skills. And Irene, a priest, is interested in the tower, where adventurers flock. Like Hansea, our team members wear their hearts on a sleeve. The only people I know that are like this are straightforward people like Rebecca, who relies on her instincts. Most others are cunning like the guild master, the old man at the magic tower, or that person from the information guild. That's why I enjoy training beginners. They're transparent. Their actions are cute. They do as told. Now I understand why RPG veterans value beginners more than gold. I get to experience firsthand why strange practices such as nurturing beginners have become a trend. I wouldn't mind spending all my gold on this team. If there are so many hunters in the north, wouldn't they need more vanguards? No, actually, they lack mages. The harsh conditions make many men fighters. But without much to study, there are fewer mages. Specifically, there are fewer mages up for adventure. I heard that in the north, there are brothers and sisters who convey the will of the goddess. Yes, that's correct. But because of the tough conditions, not many priests go on adventures. Temples help injured adventurers, but their numbers are small. Our conversation continued as we ventured through the forest. Thanks to Grace's upgraded scouting skills, we spotted a moss wolf's ambush and a helmeted deer's charge from far away. The chat naturally split our big team into a group of 3 and 2. Grace, holding the lantern, chats with me, while Irene, just a step behind, listens intently to my tales from the north. Further back, Hansea is talking with her viewers, observing our group of 3. Caden, like a bodyguard, stays at the very rear. Grace's keen senses make a surprise attack unlikely, yet Caden remains vigilant. Careful. Let's spin the lottery once, ah. In contrast to chatty Hansea. A swoosh echoes as a branch, fashioned into a club, swings around. A sharp stone attached at the end serves as a blade. This trap could cause a nasty wound to an intermediate-level adventurer. It wouldn't be deadly, but it would be a hindrance. The only ones to set such traps on the tower's 20th floor are, of course, orc hunters. Usually, they'd use beast fangs or rusty blades for traps when looting or hunting. Ironically, orc hunters litter the tower, using branches and stones from the forest to create their snares. What's this? Looks like an orc hunter trap. That's right. Caden, good reaction speed. And Hannah and Grace, you both know what you did wrong without me saying it, right? Either from their repeated camping on the 19th floor or the overconfidence from having a 6 in the front lines. If not for Caden, that sharp stone could have hit Hansea's face. The height was set for a strong man in armor. No matter how brutish an orc hunter may be, it wouldn't plan on smashing steel armor with a pointed stone. That's why most traps aim for the ankles, joints, neck, and eyes. I'm sorry, Hannah. I should have seen it. It's okay. I can block something like a branch with my shield. I guess I was too careless. Wow, I almost dropped my phone on my face. There are jump scares as well. Hansea's scream scared me more. Do weaker orcs also set traps? The branch, sliced by Caden's sword, flops to the ground. For a high-rated party consisting of a 6, a 5, and 2 4 members, it was a pitiful threat. A crude stone sharpened to a point, a rope twisted from thin forest vines, and a branch wound up like a catapult. Hansea's face reddens, embarrassed she almost fell for such a basic trap. It wasn't because of the viewers replaying the clip over and over while taunting her. It's the kind of expression seen on ambitious, prideful prodigies when they make mistakes due to overconfidence. Really, Grace? I don't mean to scold, but as the party leader, I need to ask. Honestly, this seems easier to spot than moss wolves. Did we miss it because we were deep in conversation? Or did we overlook it because it wasn't alive? It's the latter. It's just a branch in the forest, there's no special signs, so I didn't notice it. In the case of moss wolves, I can feel their presence, but this is just a tied-up branch. It's something we need to see directly with our eyes. So did you see me step on the trap, Caden, or did you sense the trap being activated? I reacted to the sound of the thread snapping. It wasn't like stepping on a branch in the forest, it was a distinctive crack. Hansea, rubbing her face with her hand, asks Grace and Caden. It seems her gamer's pride has suffered a blow. I learned a bit about Hansea's reputation from the internet while I was in the north. Before she entered the first virtual reality game, Heroes Chronicle, Hansea was a well-established female streamer. She boasted 300,000 followers on her live streams, and over 500,000 subscribers on the platform where she uploaded videos. Her gaming videos would rack up millions of views, and even off-topic videos like workouts or mukbangs surpassed 100,000 views, making her an incredibly popular streamer. It looks like there's an orc hunter nearby. We search for the traps, but it will significantly slow us down. Instead of reacting to them as we go, we need to thoroughly check the path with our eyes. Understood. We might need to tweak our strategy slightly. Looking at Hansea's past gaming videos, regardless of the genre, 2 traits were apparent. One was her competitive spirit. As both a gamer and athlete, she possessed a fighting spirit that hated losing. She would retaliate if hit by a skill in a game, and hearing gunfire on the street made her jump into the fight, a characteristic of a fighting dog. This gave viewers a charm that contradicted her elegant appearance. Roland. I have a request, or rather, a command as a leader. Take the lead in front of Grace, destroy anything in our way and make a path. Not just clearing small branches, but anything suspicious, smash it to create a walkable path for 1 or 2 people. And the second trait was her tendency to solve issues with brute force rather than tact. Han Tae-sik is back. Han Tae-sik is back. Are you crazy? Your eyes are spinning, aren't they? If there's a 6 in the party, you gotta use it lol. Always used her head as a weapon. Your hot-tempered nature hasn't changed. So, it's a straight charge. Not tracking the orc hunter. The chat lit up in Han Sea's twinkling eyes. The long-standing viewers who understood her character started chuckling, saying that old habits never change. Meanwhile, the newer viewers looking for strategic insights started to question in the chat if there might be a more tactical approach. In gaming, Han Sea always marches forward with unwavering determination, never concerning herself with the viewers' opinions. If there are traps, it implies that the orc hunter is nearby. Even if Grace can't detect the traps, she will still find the orc hunter. That makes sense. So, you too, press through the forest. Hunters pursue their prey. Rogues disable traps and locks. Grace's inability to detect the orc hunter's trap is not due to a weakness in her search abilities. It's an innate limitation imposed by the game's system. Like me, capable of handling mana but unable to use magic, owing to a fundamental rule of RPGs, Grace can't detect traps. With this in mind, Han Sea issued a decisive command. Heroes Chronicle Reddit***. Today was madness. When a lady holds a grudge. Now this is streaming, Try to kill a full moon wolf with a broken longsword. Why you can't find a 5. Han Sea is turning heads globally. It may sound a bit over the top, but her gameplay is popping up on foreign Reddit, so she's genuinely attracting gamers worldwide. Videos of experienced players taking down bosses wearing nothing but underwear have been spreading among gamers, in the East and the West. So, Han Sea's videos, particularly her climb up the tower with 6 Roland, are quietly gaining traction in various gaming communities. People are drawn to Han Sea, the NPCs are charming, and there's curiosity about the forest that starts from the 11th floor. Now this is streaming, Roland smashing trees with a hammer.gif. Orc hunter dodging falling trees.gif. Orc hunter finally squashed by debris.jpg. Man, if you pulled a 6, you should have been playing like this from the start, You were dragging your feet, scared you might not be girly enough, but you've finally got your head on straight, Why is this guy attacking the streamer? Do you not know that VPN is off? Someone take a screenshot. I've seen accidental logins, but this is the first time I've seen an accidental VPN shut off. I was also curious about the power of a 6. I followed Han Sea's instructions as party leader to the letter. I swung my hammer around like a grass cutter, making a path by knocking down dense forest trees. I'd made a path not only wide enough for a few people but even a car. By tearing through tree trunks and ripping out roots with sheer power. This isn't an issue. Just like the never-ending monster spawns, the ravaged forest will heal in time. If it didn't, adventurers would have reduced the paths between forest levels to a barren wasteland. If bunches of high-level adventurers like me picked up axes and started chopping, what could an orc hunter do to stop it? Keep going, Roland. Knock 'em all down. Are we sure this is okay? I mean, others might find it disruptive. Han Sea's plan wasn't bad strategy-wise. The simplest way to handle an orc hunter's traps was to have a tank charge through with armor and shield. The makeshift traps, cobbled together from scraps in the tower's harsh environment, couldn't get through steel armor. However, it's not fun to just simply push through. People have a penchant for Michael Bay-esque blockbusters, the kind where things blow up dramatically. Who doesn't appreciate a good explosion causing enemies to scatter in panic, so long as our hero remains unscathed? An orc hunter, dodging tumbling rocks and tripping over fallen trees, finally takes a hit from the debris I've launched with my hammer, and ends up sprawled on the ground. When trees start tumbling down in tens, there's only one outcome for those unfortunate enough to be caught in the chaos. Are the drops under the tree? I've never seen an orc hunter squashed like this, so I don't know. As entertaining as it is, I can't maintain this Hulk smash approach every time an orc hunter shows up. There are mages who are now studying the higher floors, and if I'm not careful, my rampage could also affect other adventurers. It could even turn into a case of negligent manslaughter. I'd rather not cross swords with mages immersed in their arcane studies, let alone other fellow adventurers. For now, let's have Grace and Roland take the lead and keep exploring. Grace and I spearhead the group, with Irene, Hansea, and Caden bringing up the rear. I shield Grace with my body, and Caden, with her swift reflexes, covers our backs. At the end of the day, it's a brute force strategy forging ahead through traps we can't detect. We accept some risk, and instead of slowing our pace, we barrel through potential traps. Viewers might be amused by our rather brutish strategy, but I'm quite content with it. If your body's worn out, your mind feels it too. There's no need to toil for a different approach when you can just bulldoze your way through. Since we're unlikely to find the passage to the 21st floor right off the bat, it might be a good idea to start looking for a place to camp when evening comes. Alright, we'll keep an eye out for any open spaces as we explore. With her excitement subsided, Hansea resumes the exploration. Following her, Grace and I move on from the decimated forest trail. Grace stays close, initiating a conversation in a hushed tone. I didn't expect to miss traps. I can detect monsters with such precision, so why can't I detect such crude tree branches? It's likely because your skills are honed for tracking prey. Conversely, rogues who are proficient at picking locks and disarming traps might struggle to find horned wolves or moss wolves. Hansea failed to react in time to the trap, taking a blow to her pride. Grace, too, seems to have taken a hit to her pride as a scout, shaken by her failure to detect such a primitive booby trap. Their frustration stems from the simplicity of the orc hunter's trap, a mere tree branch, bent and held in tension with a thin vine. Ironically, Grace had located the orc hunter, concealed under the skin of a moss wolf in a pit masked by fallen leaves. She could detect such well-camouflaged spots with her eyes shut, yet missed a conspicuously bent tree branch. The irony is somewhat amusing. Even though I can smash rocks with fists enhanced by mana, it's normal that I can't weave a magic missile with that same potent mana. If I could use rogue skills, why would they even have separate professions? That's why adventurers on the 20th floor favor rogues over scouts. Higher up, there are no traps to contend with, and that's when scouts rise to prominence. What's at the higher floors? After the forest comes cave terrain. Here, it's not about who laid traps, but the terrain itself is convoluted and disorienting. At this point, it matters less whether you're a rogue or a scout, and more about your ability to remember the path. On the 10th floor, during the full moon wolf expedition, scouts have the edge. On the 20th floor, in pursuit of the orc hunter, rogues are up one over them. From the 30th floor onward, it's less about class and more about skill level. I began discussing the 21st floor to cheer up Grace and subtly give information to the viewers. Following the plains is a forest. After the forest comes the caves. Curiosity piqued about the 21st floor we're soon to explore, the lively chatter from the group naturally dies down. They're keen to hear about the caves. A cave, there, huh? What is it? This is odd. Mid-conversation, Grace's expression suddenly alters. Much like when she was tracing the tracks of horned rabbits and foxes, she squats near a tree stump in the forest and begins to fiddle with her dagger that's around her waist. Seeing her like this, the rest of the group rushes forward, maintaining vigilance over their surroundings. Is it an orc hunter's trap? No, not a trap. I've come across a trace I've never seen before. As she scrapes off the soil clinging to a large tree's root with her dagger, a peculiar mark is revealed. It looks as though someone had crudely hacked away the bark and part of the root. Surely, an orc hunter's dagger wouldn't be sharp enough to sever such a thick root. Something, not an orc hunter, is in the forest. Could be another adventurer collecting something for a task. It might not be an orc hunter, but possibly the handiwork of another adventurer. That's Grace's assessment, though Hansea seems to hold a slightly different opinion. The 20th floor quest has begun. The viewers eagerly chat, eyes fixed on the 20th floor quest window with Hansea. Help streamer, Hansea, clear the main quest 0/1. At the same time, an all too familiar quest window shows up before me as well. Initially, I despised it for acting like a greedy game company, but now, I can't help but welcome it. Having internet access was just too incredible. I even use a VPN to make posts teasing Hansea on the forum. So, naturally, every quest brings a surge of excitement. Let's keep exploring for now. It might be something the mages are up to. Sure, got it. Upon hearing Hansea, Grace nods and leads the way. Although they're saying this, Hansea, the chat, and I all know it's the monster's doing. Is the 20th floor quest a war? Orc Kingdom doesn't sound too pleasant. The full moon wolf was a raid against a large monster. Just by the name, Orc Kingdom, it feels like a war's about to start. Orcs and 19+. That makes me nervous. Let's start practicing hitting the reset button. The storyline is the usual. Something suspicious is spotted by the party's scout. As Grace and Caden hold their breath at the suspicious signs, Hansea starts chatting with the viewers. 20th floor main quest, Orc Kingdom. Unlike with the full moon wolf, we can guess the plot just by the quest name. Hansea, the viewers, and I all start speculating, thinking along similar lines. There are orc hunters, so if a kingdom pops up, won't there be orc warriors and orc shamans and such? That reasonable guess gets confirmed right away. Over there. Looks like orcs. A lot of them. They're in a group. By the grunting pig faces. Roland, don't only orc hunters show up on the 20th floor of the tower? That's right. And they always act alone. Contrasting the stealthy orc hunters hiding in the shadows, these pig-faced creatures are louder than a tribe of goblins. As Grace approaches, a boisterous squealing sound fills her ears before she even sees them. Peeping out from the bushes and shrubs, looking at the noisy open area, I spot large green lumps. Orcs armed with rusty, broken axes and clubs. Orc warriors, so common outside that it's almost boring to see them. They are loud beings clad in tattered leather clothes, giving off a barbaric vibe. They might be common outside, but they don't show up inside the tower. Let's start hunting. They probably won't be much stronger than the orcs outside, right? From what I can see, there's no difference. I'll go first. They weren't shrouded in dark magic, nor were they larger. They didn't have different skin colors or red eyes. Externally, they looked just like the orcs outside. Even if it's for a quest, it's not like these guys would suddenly become as strong as ogres. Trusting in my armor and strength, I made my way towards them. I didn't try to hide, pushing and breaking branches as I moved. The loud orcs quickly took notice. Squeak dash. The moment my gaze met the ugly pig's head, a heavy axe was hurled at me. A hefty, swift strike, the kind a farmer boasts could take down a goblin. There was no finesse to it, but it was a powerful blow that dwarfed an ordinary human strength. Squeal. They're slightly tougher than the horned wolves, but not stronger than the orcs outside. A powerful axe strike that could chop a human like firewood. The cost was severe pain from my passive reflective damage. Still, it didn't die from the reflective damage, showing it was still a 20th floor monster. Instead, it dropped its axe and started convulsing on the ground, hands shaking. Is it stunned? Orc warrior, took a hit like a warrior. That reflective damage. LOL. That reminds me of my army days when I was bad with a pickaxe. It was pretty terrifying when it was swinging that axe around. At least it didn't die instantly, worth being called a warrior. While the viewers were laughing and chatting, the remaining orc warriors charged at me with a squeal. Unlike the stealthy and persistent orc hunters, they charged heedlessly, ignoring their fallen comrades. They were like moths drawn to a flame. They swung their weapons, hitting my shoulders, falling and howling afterward. If they had a shred of intelligence, they would have realized something was off. But they were orcs, after all. Clang, clang, clang dash. The axes and clubs kept hitting my shoulders and head. Their feeble attacks couldn't even scratch my mana-enhanced body and armor. The orcs rolled on the ground one after another, their reward for littering my shoulder with a few leaves. They're pretty much like regular orcs. Is it because of that magical enhancement? Yeah, I used mana to fortify the armor, creating a rebound effect. The horned wolves died because they hit their heads on it, and these guys seem to have survived because the point of contact was their hands. While casually explaining the passive skill to Grace, Caden slashes at the head of an orc writhing on the ground. A single-handed sword that moves nimbly, like a broom sweeping away leaves. As they fall disoriented, each flash of the blade results in the separation of an orc head. In their place, magic stones and loot appear. It seems the orc warriors drop loot, just like the orc hunters. There do seem to be many odd happenings in the tower lately. Han Se-ah, chuckling, changes the topic as Grace murmurs, looking at the necklace and bracelet on the ground. It's only to be expected that quests, like murder cases, would center around Han Se-ah, a gamer, as much as mysteries gather around a detective with the body of an elementary student but the soul of a high schooler. Not only on the 20th floor but also seems like on the 30th, 40th, and 50th, quests, character quests, and subquests would spring up. So, it's hardly surprising that Han Se-ah, the protagonist of these peculiar events, feels a touch awkward when Grace mutters something about it. But with this group of orcs showing up, we should report it to the guild and the magic tower, right? Given that we have the loot as proof, it would be easier to report. The party's focus shifts to the loot dropped by the orc warrior. Necklaces and bracelets adorned with beast bones in a pattern slightly different from those of the orc hunters. Han Se-ah, who carefully picks up the loot and stows it in her inventory, asks the group for their thoughts. The appearance of the orc warriors isn't a major threat. But it also doesn't feel right to ignore them and proceed to the 21st floor. What should we do? Everyone starts contemplating. She may have shared her thoughts for the sake of the quest, but as a leader, she was guiding the team impressively. As unexpected variables surfaced during exploration, it was apt for her, the party leader, to seek the opinions of her party members. Should they look into the unusual happenings on the 20th floor and report it to the Adventurers Guild and the Magic Tower? Or, given it's not much of a threat, should they ignore it and find the route to the 21st floor as initially intended? After a moment, the party starts to share their views one by one. Caden suggests they ignore them and find the passage to the 21st floor. Following her, Irene and Grace also voice their perspectives. I think we should prioritize finding the passage to the 21st floor. We can report it with just the loot anyway. If we investigate without any preparation, we might just end up wasting time. If orc warriors have surfaced, it's important to find why. We're not climbing the tower merely to reach the top quickly, we're here to unravel the unknown within the tower. I agree with Irene. It would be odd to ignore it when we're certain something's wrong. Caden, who values efficiency, Irene who emphasizes duty, and Grace, who speaks from a hunter's instinct. As the opinions stand divided, 2 against 1, a sly smile graces the corner of Han Se-ah's mouth. As much as I'd like to side with Caden and see Han Se-ah sulk, I am much more interested in what the quest offers as rewards. While the trio exchanges their views, I quietly drop a post on Han Se-ah's forum as Mr. Heartache. It makes my heart ache to watch Han Se-ah go about the quest like this. The fact that she doesn't consider using the magic tower as a mage is quite tragic. It's even more distressing to think that she can't think of finding a mage stationed on the 20th floor when there must be a safe zone at this level of the tower. I don't expect Han Se-ah to read this post immediately. I leave it, hoping that someone would notice Mr. Heartache's new post and bring it to her attention. Having quietly withdrawn, I finish sending my post while watching the party members discuss, then step forward like I had been paying attention this whole time. When opinions are split, it's up to the party leader to take the reins. What's your decision, Hannah? I'm with Grace and Irene. Caden's suggestion may be more efficient, but I find it wrong to not investigate when something is wrong for the sake of efficiency. Caden, who strictly adheres to the hierarchy, immediately concedes with a nod. Contrary to Caden's worry of finding too few clues, the forest was teeming with them. These guys lack caution. It seems they think there's no danger in this forest. The most powerful monster in the forest on the 20th floor is the orc hunter. Aside from them, we've battled goblins, kobolds, moss wolves, and helmeted deer so much that we're tired of it. All 4 of these monster types are prey for the orc hunter. The orcs have no natural enemies here. Of course, if they meet adventurers wandering the forest, they'll soon discover how mistaken that belief is. Weak dash. Gruck, gruck. Just take a few steps, and you can hear pig-like grunts echoing loudly in the forest before Grace even gets a chance to scout. Follow the noise, and you'll find orcs hunting helmeted deer or moss wolves. Of course, no matter how many times they hunt these beasts, regular monsters just leave mana stones and vanish. They catch a fat helmeted deer, cheer happily, and then when the body turns into a mana stone and disappears, they cheer even louder. When their excitement calms down, they start hunting for other prey. Their endpoint, endlessly repeating the hunt like Sisyphus * pushing his stone, is Han Sea's inventory. This feels easier than hunting an orc hunter. Right. There are lots of them, but they don't try to hide. Orc warriors, ranging from 3 to 5, move around in groups, but they aren't particularly powerful. They're stronger than average people, but they're nothing compared to adventurers navigating the 20th floor. No matter how many there are, they never exceed 5. Any human who's reached the 20th floor as an adventurer, working with a team, won't be defeated by these orcs. The frontline fighters holding the line and the backline fighters providing support fire, just the basic movements give us the upper hand. It's clear that they're easier to catch than the orc hunters, who just set traps and run away. There may be more of them, but it seems each orc is weaker. But it's a relief. What is? If the orcs had rushed into the city like those horned wolves, people would have been seriously injured. Horned wolves lie in wait and attack when people get close, but the orcs just wander around without a care. That's true. Grace and Han Sea, collecting orc loot as they go, chat. Indeed, if these carefree orcs had shown up in the city, it would have been a real headache. I'm not sure if it's the quest designer avoiding repetition or taking the player's convenience into account, but I'm grateful that the orcs haven't shown up in the city. With these thoughts, I follow the noise through the forest for a good while. Ray translations. Grace, who's leading us, suddenly stops and alerts the group. There's something odd up ahead. Odd, how? No, it's just, really loud. Much louder than I expected. After Grace's warning, I take a few more steps, and a rowdy noise hits my ears. The grunting of pigs, the sound of axes slicing into wood. Even the sound of trees falling and being dragged. In front of us, it's not a goblin or kobold camp, but a camp of orc warriors. What is this? Goodness. This is an uncommon sight. Even for Caden, who's been to the 20th floor as a porter. Though Irene, as a saint candidate, is startled at how many monsters gather out of view of the goddess. It's understandable to be surprised when dozens of orcs gather to form a tribe and build a fence. This isn't a pathetic makeshift hut like the ones goblins and kobolds make. The orc warriors use their unique strength to chop down nearby trees, creating rough tall fences. The sight of orc warriors doing scouting and logging, and orc hunters looking for prey, feels more like a barbarian army than a monster group. I need to check this out. Check what? You guys stay back and hide, we don't want to draw in all those orcs. Roland? The team naturally hesitates and starts to back away. Though we've tracked an orc hunter and dealt with groups of orc warriors, we're now facing a huge tribe. Fighting 5 orcs is very different from fighting 50. As the team quietly starts to retreat, I head in the other direction. Orc warriors have appeared, and an orc camp has formed, but something else has caught my eye. The large and grand house in the middle of the orc tribe that's still half finished. Who wouldn't want to know who's inside? Go back to the passage leading down to the 19th floor. Try to avoid fighting as much as possible. Hurry and attach the camera to Roland or I'll lose it. You don't have to split the cam, just filming Roland is enough. The first to react to my words are the viewers. Han Seiya nods a little and fixes a camera on me. Though she splits the cam view anyway. After making sure the team has quietly vanished beyond the bushes, I start to move slowly. There's no real need to prepare for this fight, but it feels like an athlete's pre-game ritual. I tense my relaxed muscles and infuse them with an additional layer of magic. As my heart beats faster, mana flows through my entire body. From this point forward, standing here, I am more like a monstrous bipedal tank than a human. As I lower my stance and shift my weight onto my legs, the forest floor indents deeply, cracking in places as if stricken by drought. Each step I take causes dust to rise from the soil, causing a stir in Han Seiya's stream, which I keep visible in a corner of my vision. Donation of 10,000 won from Han Seiya, the one who bested an orc's behind. What's Roland planning, any guesses? Thanks for the 10,000 won donation, but if you don't change that ridiculous nickname, you're banned for a week. He said something about needing to check something. Isn't he inspecting for the existence of other monsters besides the orc warriors? She sure bested them, with her magic missile. So, did Grace best the horned wolves too? Pays 10,000, then enjoys a ban. I have a condition where I can't use a normal nickname. As Grace's scouting and the noise from the orc warriors overlap, the party captured on the split cam safely head towards the passageway. The grunting sound from the orcs is so loud that it agitates even the helmeted deer and moss wolves. In this way, I proceed, step by step, keeping an eye on the live stream. The camera drone rises above the fence, filming me from the front. I avoid looking directly at it and advance with my shield raised. Moving swiftly, I reach the fence. It's a thick fence, constructed by felling an Arundri asterisk tree, chopping off its branches, and setting it upright. But what can an uprooted tree do to stop me when even a well-rooted tree can't? I push the fence aside as if swinging open a door with my shield. An ominous sound rings in my ears as the wooden pillars forming the fence topple over like bowling pins. The orc's roars, shrieking from beyond the dust cloud, reverberate around me. Is that really a human, or a bulldozer? Shouldn't he have a different title apart from paladin? Paladin, strength specialization. A paladin that relies on physical prowess rather than holy power. The erected fence tumbles backward. The trampled ones, the ones rolling about, the ones fleeing, and the ones charging towards me, the orcs display a variety of reactions. However, there's only one thing I'm prepared to offer the orcs. I charge ahead, my shield leading the way. Like a knight forged entirely of steel, I advance with a velocity surpassing that of a warhorse. New clouds of dust billow atop those that had been stirred when the wooden fence crumbled. In the chaos, an orc struck by my shield is sent airborne, its horrendous form escaping the drone camera's capture. This tactic isn't unusual outside the tower as well. Especially when I went on quests with Rebecca, we used this strategy frequently. I would barrel through, demolishing structures, and Rebecca would decapitate the stronger foes in the ensuing chaos, with the remaining opponents dealt with by the following mercenaries. Ugh ha! I let out a battle cry, imbuing it with all the mana my lungs can muster. The grumbling orcs drop their weapons, clutching their ears and crouching on the ground. If the wooden fence has collapsed and the warriors have been frightened into submission, something else should come out. If the orcs are a hint, what resides in the central building? Why isn't the orcs' underparts blurred? The game's 19+, but I really don't want to see an orcs thingy. Now, I really don't want to go to the 20th floor. This is fitting for a shaman. Did Roland charge in alone to check that? An orc shaman appears, a distinctive feature visible beneath his leather loincloth. His garb is impressive, a robe made from the hide of a moss wolf, a hood fashioned from deerskin and antlers. Given that the 20th floor moss wolves and deer drop no loot when slain, the shaman must have spawned wearing that outfit. The issue is the lack of anything worn beneath the robe, assembled from the skins of moss wolves and deer. It has the appearance of a robe casually tossed over a ragged leather loincloth. Even though they've applied dye to the skin, it can't disguise the repulsive appendage hanging freely. Naturally, the sight of the orcs' privates doesn't stop the charge of a 6 paladin surging with magical energy. Before the shaman, who emerges from the shack to appraise the situation, stands a steel shield capable of shattering a stone wall. Before it can even blink or scream, it is smacked into a green pulp with a forceful shield strike, rolling several times on the ground. Donation of 5,001 from Roland's mighty steel shield. If the orc shaman survives, I'll donate 10 million won. Do you think it would survive? I charged straight through the orc village enclosed in wooden stakes. Anything directly in my way, be it stakes, huts, trivial decorations, orc warriors, or orc shamans, is swept aside by my shield. A haze fills the air as uprooted trees scatter in all directions, and the orcs I hit are reduced to a green puddle of blood or a heap of meat, catapulting around before becoming mana stones. Of course, one run isn't enough. After smashing my way through the village and back into the forest, I tweak my course slightly by pushing off the ground, sending myself back in. I hear the orcs cry painfully once again. Why not let Roland carry you up to the 40th floor? What a show-off shaman, turning into a mana stone like that. Even in the middle of this, he's efficiently picking up items. When he went back in, I was wondering why, but it turns out it was for the loot, lol. My eyes are locked on the central hut in the village, the one the orc shaman came out of. As I dash back into the village, slower than my initial charge, I scan the ground through the dust for loot. A rather large magic stone and a necklace adorned with what appear to be feathers. The loot from the orc hunter is a beast's fang, from the orc warrior a small animal bone, and from the orc shaman perhaps this necklace of feathers. Carrying the loot, filled with shamanic significance, I run through the fence once more and bolt out. I can hear the mournful cries of the now homeless pigs behind me, but none of them gives chase. The fence is down, homes are flattened, and even the leader of the village, who should have been leading the charge, is gone. All due to one running and screaming man. They must be completely in disbelief. With no intention of leveling the entire forest, I gradually slow down and pull out a lantern from my pocket. It looks like the orc warriors were on patrol under the shaman's command. Given that the shaman was taken down in one hit, their health seems to be similar to the warriors or hunters. Right? Wouldn't the 30th floor boss also fall to that charge? It's too strong, I can't get a feel for it. As the dust settles, I spot the silhouettes of my comrades trekking along the forest path. The camera seems to have returned to them after I picked up the shaman's loot. As Han Seya murmurs softly, the viewers agree with her, siding with her for the first time in a while. The sight of orcs being launched into the sky by a shield is indeed a rare spectacle. Just like when I catapulted goblins like a fastball across the plains. The faces of our team, captured by Han Seya's camera, look quite at ease. They must have heard all the racket I made while demolishing the village. No doubt they believed I wouldn't be taken down by mere orcs. Roland, what happened? The forest was quite loud. I paid a visit to the central hut in the village. As I leisurely jogged towards the group near the lower floor passage, Grace, the first to notice me, throws a question my way. To satisfy her curiosity, I show her the loot I gathered from the orc shaman. I hand over a vibrant necklace adorned with an array of feathers. The party fiddle with the necklace, intrigued, before Han Seya stashes it in her inventory. It's a piece of loot I haven't seen before. What was in the hut? An orc shaman. Looks like a shaman is commanding the warriors. Han Seya feigns ignorance, asking as though her camera hadn't captured everything. I explained about the shaman, and described the scene inside the hut prior to my destruction of it. When I rammed into the orc shaman with my shield and smashed the hut's entrance, there were objects like a large pot and animal bones. Of course, by now, they're likely pulverized and mixed with the dirt. An orc shaman, a rare one, has appeared. Is it only in this place? It could be appearing all over the 20th floor. Roland, what are orc shamans like? Kaden, with her broad experience as a mercenary, seems to know about shamans. Unlike Grace, who seems completely clueless. Noting that Grace, Irene, and even Han Seya seem unfamiliar with orc shamans, I start explaining. First off, as Kaden mentioned, orc shamans are quite rare. Why? They need to be intelligent. Hunters require exceptional skills, and shamans need both skills and high intellect, as well as the ability to manipulate mana. Only the top 0.1% of the orcs, who normally are physically strong but lacking in intelligence, can undertake the role. For this reason, just as human mages are scarce, orc shamans are even rarer. Of course, if it's within the tower, there should be some sort of one shaman per village rule. Ah. Indeed, expecting intelligence from those orcs is a stretch. The team, having experienced firsthand how dim-witted and rowdy the patrolling orc warriors can be, let out a small sigh of awe. It's funny seeing 5 of them charge at me in a straight line, only to end up flat on the ground together. The intelligence of the ones we've encountered is so low they just rush headlong at me, to the extent that Caden, who's at the back, can safely observe without drawing her weapon. The level design was intended for average players, not someone who has somehow gone against the gacha system like Han Seiya. Because of that, the 20th floor's quest monsters seemed rather weak for our group. And of course, as shamans, they cast various spells. They can induce frenzy in orc warriors with dyes and drugs, or unleash curses with tainted totems. Irene's protective shield can block these. The grace of the goddess won't fall against the dirty tricks of monsters. And well, surprisingly, they are quite sturdy. It's not the weaker ones among the orc warriors that become shamans, it's the smart ones. When one pictures shamans and mages, the stereotype of frail nerds cooped up in a room springs to mind, be it in our world or a fantasy setting. In fact, if novice adventurers often fall victim to goblins, intermediate adventurers can frequently end up on the wrong side of an orc shaman's staff. Once they've dealt with the warriors and approached the shaman, complacency sets in. They think they've won, only to be blindsided by a heavy swing. Just as a baseball bat can be lethal, a muscular brute swinging a meter-long wooden club can be equally fatal. While it might not crack a skull in one blow, it can still inflict a concussion. And if you suffer a concussion in the midst of an orc tribe, well, the outcome is obvious. So, in summary, orc warriors nearby can suddenly grow stronger. Curses might be hurled our way, but Irene can block them with her shield. They possess the might of orc warriors, so don't lower your guard merely because they're shamans. Is that it? That's correct. Han Seiya sums up each point for our party and the viewers after hearing my explanation. Despite the shaman's tricks, it's still an orc. With a priest in our group, they're merely pigs who can't retaliate once countered. What concerns me slightly is the sheer number of these dim-witted creatures. There were dozens of orcs in a village led by a single shaman, but the shaman isn't the boss monster. Han Seiya mentioned the quest name was Orc Kingdom, but what if an orc king or lord, the actual boss monster, appears accompanied by an orc horde? Do we need to storm in and crush them like we did with the full moon wolf previously? If so, I'm not sure if it would be fun to watch. We've collected enough evidence for the report, so let's move out. Given the circumstances in the tower, I think we continue without breaking for camp. It will be tough, but I hope you can bear with it. Yes, given the situation. Yes, understood. We've pushed through from the 10th to the 20th floor, hunting orcs and surveying the terrain. Outside the tower, the sun must have set and Han Seiya's stream is drawing to a close. But the current situation doesn't permit us the luxury of setting up camp leisurely. 2 species of monsters that shouldn't be present in the tower have appeared, and they're not just wandering theories setting up fences and expanding their territory. Any adventurer's first step should be reporting this. Seeing Irene's vigorous nod, Han Seiya also gives her affirmation. So, we'll conclude today's stream here and resume tomorrow. I'd rather not run through the forest and ruin my condition with an overnight journey. Honestly, I doubt we'll encounter anything exciting while descending the tower. Are you leaving your teammates behind? Leaving your precious party? Selfishly enjoying a comfortable journey on her own. While Irene and the others are struggling, she's taking it easy. Tune in tomorrow, something could happen on the way down. Before she can even roll her eyes at the chat, the world turns a dull gray again. This fleeting moment of grayness dissipates in less than a second, but Han Seiya has already spent a full day outside the tower. As if to verify that a day has indeed passed outside, Han Seiya suddenly speaks to me. Roland, why don't we attempt to locate the safe zone on the 20th floor instead? You mentioned there's a base camp for dispatching supply carts to the front line. She appears to have browsed through a forum post during her break. Just like that, in the blink of an eye, Hansea spent a day outside the virtual game world, then hopped back in and started streaming. She'd even checked out the forum post I wrote while using a VPN. I saw that post too. I spent my day off reading those. Just use magic to contact them. After a night's march, should we drop down 10 floors, cross the gate, and report to the guild and magic tower? Or just head to the 20th floor's base camp and use magic to contact them? No matter how much I think about it, the latter option seems more rational. For sure, that could be faster. But if we call them and they give an investigation request, we might have to stick around in the tower longer than planned. Is everyone okay with that? I'm fine. If the goddess wills it. At my question, Caden gives a silent nod. Grace and Irene give us a glance, showing they're on board. Instead of a night march, a 2-night, 3-day trip might work better. Seeing everyone nod along with Hansea's idea, I grab another lantern hung to my belt. Alright, let's head to this floor's safe zone. Is that lantern a magic item that leads to the safe zone? Yes, it was made in the tower. It's like the lantern that finds the floor passages, but it's linked to the guardian stone in the safe zone. Given our situation, let's just go straight. If an orc shows up, I'll deal with it as quickly. Once I explain, I hand the lantern to Grace, our party's scout. The outer look is a bit different, but the magic stone chunk inside acts like a compass, just like the other lantern, so there's no need for further explanation. Grace, who'd been checking out her surroundings after taking the lantern, hangs the passage lantern to her waist and starts leading. After that, nothing gets in our way. We're making good progress, sure to please both local and international viewers. Next to Grace, I clear out traps with my body and keep moving forward. If orc warriors block our path, I rush forward and smash their heads. If a fist that can break rocks can't crush a simple orc skull, what can? The hunters scatter and the warriors turn into magic stones. And so, after a long trek following the lantern, we reach the safe zone. Ray translations. Wow, this in a tower. It's a magic tower project, so it turned out better than I thought. Meticulously built wooden walls, as if to argue that the orc tribes are made by children. Armed guards stand atop it, keeping watch in all directions, with watchtowers and surveillance magic tools set up at every turn. A key outpost of the magic tower, hidden from regular adventurers. The workers were diligently protected, transported to monster-free areas, then showered with magic and money to build a mini-fortress. Stop. This is a base of the magic tower. Adventurers aren't allowed. Stay outside the walls. I'm Senior Adventurer Roland. I've come to report a strange event in the tower. I need to speak with Antenor. As I headed towards the place where trees were cleared for a better view, a guard yelled out. I named a higher-up he might recognize, impressed by his quick, well-trained response. The name belonged to the 5 mage who stuck to the 43rd floor but descended to the 1st because of the full moon wolf gate. Senior Adventurer Roland and High Mage Antenor. These aren't names a guard can just shrug off. His voice softened a bit, his arrow now pointed downward. A solid professional who won't let outsiders into a major base without proof. The guard, after calling for backup, skillfully climbed down from the wooden fence and approached me. Realizing I'm not a mid-tier adventurer looking for a resting spot, the guard asked cautiously. Can I see your adventurer's badge and your evidence? Here, the badge and loot from new monsters. Give me a moment, please. The approaching guard didn't look at the adventurer's badge but at the warrior and shaman necklaces Hansea pulled from her inventory. The 2 necklaces, made of small animal bones and feathers, were filled with magic. Anyone who can use magic would instantly know these weren't ordinary trinkets. Fitting for a magic tower guard protecting a critical point on the 20th floor, he seemed to recognize this right away. Can I take the badge and loot to report? Sir Antenor is in his lab. I know he won't leave his lab even if it's on fire. Instead of knocking, just toss the loot inside. It'll be more effective. Ha ha ha, thank you for the advice. The guard let out an awkward laugh, perhaps unsure about throwing things at his boss. He ran back up the wooden walls, had a few quick words with his buddies, then quickly vanished behind past the walls. Then, the people waiting on the walls started bustling around, working some magic device. With a grumbling noise, a large log slowly moved aside. Is that the door? It's something made by mages. A gigantic stone door shrouded in an illusion spell that made it resemble a log. Impervious to regular attacks, opens gradually as if automated. It's more than capable of withstanding a charge from an orc hunter or a helmeted deer. Grace, awed by its magnitude, stares in astonishment. Given her fascination with the inventory, she seems quite taken by magic. Have you been here before, Caden? Yes, the last time I was with the mercenary group as a porter, this was our final stop. Unlike Irene, whose eyes are wide in amazement, and Grace, whose mouth is agape, Caden naturally trails me through the door. Hansea clings to her like a reporter conducting an interview. Only Caden and I maintain our composure. Why put log skins on a stone wall? This secret base is crazy, lol. Is this a mage's dream? They prefer the less practical route. An automatic door made of stone, lol. It was ridiculous enough to transport stones to the 20th floor forest of the tower and erect a fortress, then cloak it as a wall by layering magic on the stone door. The fact that the fortress entrance is an automated door that slides from side to side is equally ridiculous. But what can you do? All these are the outcome of the mage's experiments. The fortress ended up in this odd form because they created an automatic door to test a magic device. It's a peculiar fortress birthed by a group of mages experimenting on whatever fancied them. Perhaps the lucky thing is that the interior remains intact. With regular logging around the area for visibility, there was no shortage of wood. So, the inside of the stone wall was filled with huts. There's no risk, even with the entire building made of wood, since there are no orc hunters launching flaming arrows. Let me guide you inside. Should I lead you to Antenner's makeshift lab? That man will likely be a while, so I prefer you guide me to the Adventurers Guild liaison. Yes, understood. As we stepped through the open fortress gate, another guard followed. He nodded at the mention of the Adventurers Guild. Antenner will probably spend a good hour messing with my adventurer's badge and the orc loot he received earlier. The destination we headed for under his guidance was a hut where a mage sat in a rocking chair, focused on a book. What is it, Jackson? Senior Adventurer Roland has requested communication with the Adventurers Guild. Not the Magic Tower, but the Adventurers Guild. One of the guards has gone to explain the circumstances to Antenner in his lab. With respect, the guard outlined the situation, implying that the mage must hold a high rank, given his relaxed demeanor while enjoying honey in his seat. Having presented a senior adventurer's badge and the loot of an unfamiliar monster as evidence, and given my association with the distinguished mage Antenner. Mages typically find such matters a bit tedious. If an unknown event occurs, they prefer to hear the full narrative before taking any action. That's why I suggested simply tossing it into Antenner's lab. By now, the guard who took my adventurer's badge and the loot is likely detailing everything meticulously, from the moment our party appeared outside the wall, to Hansea removing the loot from her inventory and passing it over. And when he finishes his explanation, he will inspect the loot of the orc warrior and the orc shaman, and then come looking for me. I see. I'll connect with the Adventurers Guild immediately. Just like how the mage in front of me only lifted his hand towards the communication crystal after hearing the guard's full explanation. Antenner, the high mage of the tower, is known to the viewers as 5 Truth Seeker Antenner. This man, with his striking white beard, stands out in several ways. Sure, all mages are unique in their own way, but even compared to them he is different. His choice to lock himself away at the top floors of the tower for his research says it all. While he is a good man, his intense curiosity and obsession, borderline madness, can be quite scary. Usually, he seems like a kind grandfather, but when something catches his interest, he transforms into a different person. Roland. Tell me what you found. Just as the rich and guilds of the Free City don't bend to nobles or temples and speak their mind, the high mages of the Magic Tower have similar power to nobility. Yet, Antenner doesn't care about such dignities. His messy clothes make him look entirely different from when he was at the Adventurers Guild. There's no trace of the impressive high mage, just an old man who looks like he should be sitting on a park bench, rushing toward me. What did you bring this time? A new monster inside the tower? Why do they drop things like magic bracelets when they die? Shouldn't they leave a body part like a horned wolf and vanish? And the orc shaman, did it know how to build fences and huts? Ah, damn it. I'm not going anywhere, so let go. Han Seya backs away slowly, wary of his eager eyes. She remembers the hassle she faced the last time she rode with the mages. The viewers too start complaining about Antenor's non-stop talking, saying, such a 5 is a bit. The message is clear, even the excited viewers, who were busy making recruitment predictions while watching the talented people at the guild table before, are getting tired of Antenor. Get rid of the old man with the beard. Please move the camera away. Is there another 5 this annoying? What did he do to upset the chat so much? LOL. Thank God Han Seya chose to be a mage. Han Seya was quietly filming the safe zone behind me. But when our gazes locked, she shook her head. Gamer Han Seya senses something ominous. You can hear the explanation from our party leader and mage. I need to go and talk with the Adventurers Guild. Roland. Ah, it's the talented mage Hannah who discovered the full moon wolf, right? The other high mages seem to like you since you brought a fresh view on magic. I guess the rumors were right. How do you feel about finding an orc warrior and a shaman? Do you want to come into the tower and do some research? A mage should deal with a mage LOL. Keep the camera on Roland. Should I mute and take a break? When I get back from the gym, they should be done talking, right? A 5 that even a 6 can't stand, lolo. Han Seya's mouth drops open, and she stumbles back, feeling betrayed, but there's nothing she can do. Once the old man catches you, he doesn't let go until his curiosity is quenched. He doesn't stop until he has all the answers. Before, he'd stuck to Rebecca, claiming he had questions for the mercenaries. He was so persistent that when short-tempered Rebecca swung at him, he just cast a shield and kept following them regardless. He took down the monsters the mercenaries were dealing with, sped up their travel with his magic, and took care of their small chores as a high mage. Simply because he wanted someone to stay with him and explain some things. It was only after Rebecca handed off one of her team members to Antenor that she could escape. Has Antenor left? He's with the party leader, hurry up. As the senior adventurer and the party's guide, I had to regretfully offer up a sacrifice. The mage controlling the crystal ball, who seems to have personally experienced Antenor's obsession in this safe zone, suddenly brightens up. He has reached out to the Adventurers Guild via the crystal ball, but the Adventurers Guild isn't a modern army with a quick response unit. After connecting and waiting, the mage sees Han Seya getting dragged away by Antenor to his lab. Swallowing hard, he grabs the crystal ball and tries again. As a high mage, he is humble enough to listen to simple country folk, but the problem is that he takes it too far, trying to listen to every single detail. If he catches us here, the crystal ball mage would have to explain everything from what he had for breakfast to how he uses the crystal ball. Roland? Is there news from the safe zone? Yes, it's me, Ellis. We have a bit of a situation. What is it that makes you say that? The crystal ball flashes, and Ellis's voice replaces the communication officer's. She seems to have taken a seat next to the guild's crystal ball handler. As the conversation continues, the hut door opens, and Caden slips in quietly. As silent as an assassin, Caden quietly closes the door and retreats to a corner. Seeing this, the crystal ball mage carefully moves to lock the wooden latch on the door. A new monster has begun to emerge on the 20th floor. Orc shamans and orc warriors. The issue is that these orcs have started constructing fences and bases in the forest and are patrolling the area. They've established bases. To what scale? As large as a goblin group. Almost dozens have been spotted. Are you serious? Really? The mage alongside Ellis is taken aback by the news of such a large gathering, interrupting the conversation. Adventuring parties usually consist of 4 to 5 individuals. This is because dealing with a single mid-sized monster like a helmeted deer or an orc hunter, or at most around 10 small creatures like goblins or kobolds, 4 to 5 is most efficient. If the party consists of fewer than 4, they're disadvantaged in melee combat. But if there are more than 5, they may have idle hands when dealing with one mid-sized beast, and the profits would also be split further. Facing dozens of orcs, classified as mid-sized creatures, in a tribal group is a daunting prospect for such small adventuring parties. The moment they unintentionally cross paths, the roles of hunter and prey swiftly switch. I glance at Caden. Where are the others? Antenor invited them to his laboratory for tea, and they followed. And why are you here? I've had my share of tea when I was with the mercenary group last time. Had Caden encountered Antenor inside the tower when she was with Rebecca? After a slight nod in affirmation, I turn on Hansea's live stream. Not wanting to be the only one to go down, she did not send a camera drone here with me. 3 beautiful women were arranged side by side at a table in Antenor's lab, which looks like something out of a fairy tale. A large wooden table with steam rising from teacups, walls filled with books, documents, and experimental magical tools, and a kindly elderly mage with a white beard providing a warm smile. The stream observed through the camera emanates a cozy and soft ambience. Right, it appears you've already encountered orc hunters. Were you able to sense the magical differences between the hunters, warriors, and shamans? It's said that a shaman leads the warriors. Have you seen a hunter taking orders? Roland destroyed their fences. You didn't see them making the fences. Whether they used basic tools, erected them with ropes, or stabilized them using their bodies. Ah, don't fret. Even if you didn't, your contribution has been immensely helpful. Of course, as soon as the audio is included, the atmosphere turns so warm it feels like it could set your eardrum ablaze. The kind-hearted Irene answers the old man's questions gently like usual, but Hansea and Grace seem to have their expressions frozen in place. Despite the overwhelming tide of words, the tenacious camera skillfully alternates between the 3 beauties and the old man. Of course, every time he speaks, the camera focuses on him, so he occupies 80% of the screen time. Kindly switch off the camera, would you? Chat deleted by the mod. Did the mage come from LA in '94 by any chance? It's strange, I've muted it, but it still seems loud. Is this some kind of sound wave magic? Eat Out donated 10,001. Don't unleash your frustration on us just because Roland abandoned you. Galbajim Recipe donated 5,001. Please slice the short ribs into approximately 5 cm pieces and soak in cold water to drain the blood. Eat Out donated 10,001. We kindly ask you to turn the camera away, you are losing viewers. Even though the chat and donations batter Hansea like a furious storm, the persistent girl clenches her teeth and continues to film Antenor. Feeling a bit sorry for her, I've decided it was time to rescue our party leader. As I quietly get up and head towards the door, the mage looks at me like I was a cow being led to a slaughterhouse. I spoke to him as I unlock and step out of the hut. Where's the lab? You're really going there? Damn, it's not like he's a peasant disclosing the location of the Demon Lord's castle. Of course, I wasn't intending to go in. My plan was merely to toss this mage in instead and shift the focus of the conversation. Highlight his minor negligence, like failing to wait by the crystal ball and opting to read a book while sipping on some honey. Use him as a diversion. For a talkative old man, aren't the most compelling conversation topics these young ones nowadays and, back in my day? Unaware of his horrifying future, the mage shares with me the location of the lab. Every choice in life comes with a trade-off. Hey, you were lost in your book instead of watching the crystal ball. I'm not blaming you, but just curious about the book. Is it something you're reading for a new project, or just to relax? If it's a favorite of yours that you've read many times, could you share it? Well. Once I'd passed the crystal ball watching mage to Antenor, I managed to lead our team out of the lab. The group sped up, trying to escape from Antenor's relentless questions. I didn't expect it to lead to an in-depth discussion about the book they were reading. It's typical of the monster who enjoys listening as much as speaking. Hansea shot me a nasty look. The camera drone and Han Sea's lovely face watched me closely, but I just shrugged and turned away. I had to give up a mage to get our team out, a fair deal, I'd say. Phew, really. If he weren't a 6, I would have smacked him. Tower Research Lab Stone Statue Han Sea donates 10,000 won. Run and smack Roland in the back of the head for 100,000 won. But he's a precious member of our party who has always been reliable. I've received a lot from accommodation fees to guild connections, so I refuse. I'll gladly accept the 10,000 won though, Mr. Stone Statue. That's a professional streamer. Another money-collecting genius pops out like a carp. If it were morning, I'd have smacked him and reset immediately. Fr. Is a long tongue a trait of a mage? Ignoring the chatter, Han Sea navigated between the similar-looking cabins, chatting with her viewers. Grace and Irene, already worn out from the lab's questioning, silently followed. Ray translations. So we roamed, looking for our guest cabin or someone who could show us the way. Then a familiar face appeared. Hey, why are you here? Charlotte. What are you doing on the 20th floor? After the full moon wolf, I wanted to see if anything changed in the tower. The pink-haired noble lady, too ambitious Charlotte Cavendish, and her faithful maid who had rogue skills, the blue-haired one, maid Mari. With the arrival of the noble lady with her pink hair and her stern-faced, slender maid, the chat changed instantly. A stark contrast to just a few minutes ago, when the chat was full of expletives. A noblewoman and her maid certainly add a touch of fantasy. And so, the chat turns into a wild competition again. Although you're a senior adventurer, you can't treat this place like an inn. We have urgent news for the guild. We also need to inform the Magic Tower. Did you find something else after the full moon wolf event? Charlotte's eyes widen with curiosity. Given that the full moon wolf event wasn't long ago, finding another odd event seems strange. To the other NPCs, it's like we're detectives at a crime scene. The NPCs see Han Sea as a skilled, promising, and brilliant mage who somehow attracts trouble. When you put it that way, it sounds a bit funny. I would like to unpack first if there are guest accommodations. Oh, of course. I apologize, I've lost track of time in the tower. The sun is shining brightly, but outside it's about 3 to 4 a.m. Unlike Han Sea who paused the game and took a break, our group needs rest. Realizing we've been exploring the forest before coming here, Charlotte quickly covers her mouth with her hand. The quick-thinking maid is the first to act. Let me show you to a guest cabin. It's clean since the mages don't use it. They don't use it. Because of everyone stays in their labs. She was definitely about to say it was because of Antenor. The chat focused on her gently swinging pink hair and her every move, so they would have noticed her slip of the tongue. Half of the chat is filled with lustful comments, the other half with complaints about chatty mages. It's a mess. Regardless of the chaotic chat, Han Sea follows Charlotte quietly. She looks tired, despite her day off from the game. Oddly, Caden, who escaped earlier, seems more energetic than Han Sea who rested for a day. The cabin they show us looks the same as the others outside, but inside it's furnished with rugs, beds, and chairs. After showing us in, Charlotte takes a seat at the table. All the cabins have beds. Just pick a cabin you like and flip the sign on the door. That means someone is using it. Thank you, Charlotte. Ray translations. Now, why did you come here instead of staying in the safety of the tower? I'm curious. By this time, the worn-out Grace, Irene, and Caden excuse themselves and leave. We've reported our findings to Antenor and the guild, so our work here is done. Once we settled at the table, Han Sea also took a seat. She just logged in, so she didn't seem ready for bed yet. Charlotte, her eyes round full of curiosity, is listening attentively while savoring the warm black tea served by her maid, Mari. New monsters have begun appearing on the 20th floor, Charlotte. We've identified numerous orc warriors, along with orc shamans who seem to be in charge. Really? And when you say identified? It seems there could be a higher-ranking entity than the shamans. At my words, not just Charlotte's eyes glittered. Han Sea, who already knew about the Orc Kingdom through the quest, perked up and regarded me with curiosity. Mari standing behind Charlotte and Han Sea, and tens of thousands of viewers beyond the camera. It was becoming like some sort of interview or interrogation, which felt absurd. I moistened my lips with the warm black tea before me. It was mildly bitter, but the warmth and subtle sweetness were soothing. Maybe Mari's skill as a maid extends to brewing tea. Perhaps her abilities don't lie in picking locks or disarming traps, but in housekeeping and making tea. My nerves were unintentionally heightened, but after a few more sips of black tea, I began to explain. It's unusual for a mere shaman to command dozens of orc warriors. Orc shamans are respected for their unique intelligence, but they aren't typically capable of ruling and controlling others. Yes, indeed, it is peculiar to command dozens of orc warriors. Considering the orcs' lack of intellect, a suitable explanation comes to mind. Of course, I'm tailoring this to fit the Orc Kingdom quest that Han Sea discussed with viewers during the stream. To an orc warrior, an orc shaman is like a neighbor's child who attends a prestigious university. They acknowledge the shaman's intellect and skills, but it doesn't mean they have authority to command. If a university student from the neighborhood started giving orders, demanding labor and money, who would comply? A neighbor can't command just because they have superior education and intelligence. To an orc, a brutish creature, might and brute force hold more value than wisdom. It's implausible for a shaman to dominate dozens of orc warriors. Therefore, there must be a higher-ranking monster commanding the warriors. The one who bestowed authority upon the shaman. Of course, this could be needless worry, and we might continue to see orc tribes led by shamans. But adventurers always anticipate the worst-case scenarios. The emergence of a higher-ranking entity is a reasonable hypothesis. Charlotte and Han Sea nodded in agreement, finding my explanation logical. Even though the events unfolding within the tower could diverge from those outside, other monsters possess nearly the same behavioral patterns both within and outside. Even Grace, who came from a rural village, knows that the attributes of horned rabbits and foxes are the same inside the tower as outside. Undoubtedly, Charlotte, being a mage, would understand this. The Orc Kingdom and the captured female adventurer. That's all from me today. So, those worthless orcs are causing a fuss. I bet a chieftain-level orc will appear. Your peculiar tastes have piqued my interest. You've gone mad. That's something to watch after the stream. Sigh. As expected, the viewers listening to my explanation were busy expressing their own fantasies. Orcs and a female adventurer, they're getting more and more ridiculous. The chat carried on, shifting between chaos and calm. Once Charlotte's curiosity was sated, she left. Meanwhile, Grace, Irene, and Caden surrendered to slumber on the cabin beds. I lounged on my own bed, focused on surfing the web, while Han Sea talked with the chat in the adjacent cabin. Nothing much to do tonight, guess I'll just hit the sack. Are you not going to have girl talk? This isn't some dating sim, Heard everything already, so you just skip it. How about a sleep stream? Get on with it already, skip. Having said that, Han Sea reached out with an exaggerated motion to press the floating hologram UI of the game, showing the viewers. As she hit the rest button, she flopped onto the bed like a marionette with its strings cut, then promptly arranged herself into a proper sleeping posture. So that's how it works, huh? Simultaneously, the live stream stopped. The chat, which had been buzzing like a downpour in the monsoon season, froze as if a moderator had paused it. However, the typical black screen signaling the end of the stream didn't show up. The feed just stopped, as if someone yanked out the internet cable. Curious, I browsed other websites. It wasn't that the internet window, my reward from the system, was malfunctioning. After a night of video watching, I realized one peculiar detail: the clock in the lower right corner of the window was not moving. Time stopped in the game world when Han Sea exits, but it kept moving in the real world. When Han Sea saved her game, time resumed in the game world but stopped in reality. Upon confirming this simple rule, Han Sea, who had been resting while I explored the internet, abruptly opened her eyes. Time resumed in her live stream. She picked up her conversation with the viewers, wriggling as if enjoying the bed's comfort. It's morning now, and everyone should have rested well. What should our next move be? Will the guild and the magic tower organize something like a subjugation team? Considering the enemy's numbers, we might need to gather our own NPC army too. I bet those mage freaks will rush in with eyes full of excitement. Getting outside first should be fine, I think. Please push through the boring parts yourself. Seeing Han Seiya, who had been lying perfectly still on the bed as if she were an actress in a time-stopping movie, now casually chatting again felt odd. Since the other party members were likely to wake up soon, I decided it was time to get up. Ray translations. As expected of a place where mages gather, the tower cabin is surprisingly well equipped, complete with shower facilities, despite its humble exterior. After a quick rinse, the team grouped in front of my cabin, looking refreshed. So, what's next? Why don't we have breakfast here, then head out? We could push on for another day if we want to, but we don't need to wear ourselves out. If we were strapped for cash, we might push to collect as many magic stones as possible on the 20th floor while we're here. But we're not in that position. We're quite well off, so daily living expenses aren't a concern. We live comfortably, with no need to consider cheap inns to save on equipment repairs or camping in the tower. So everyone agrees with my proposal. No matter how eager they are to conquer the tower, nobody would argue against taking a break after 2 consecutive days inside. Especially Irene, who probably wants to spend time with the temple kids. Even if the Magic Tower and the Adventurers Guild are fast, they won't get everything sorted the day after receiving our report. If we rest today, new requests will be updated in the guild by tomorrow or the day after. Tasks like bringing back orc warriors or shamans' remains, or exploring orc tribes. So, you suggest we rest today and tackle the 20th floor's requests from tomorrow? That's the plan. With the situation as it is, the tower's mages will be on high alert, giving our team a chance to boost our reputation. Given the significance of the incident, the news will likely reach the nobility too. Grace nods in agreement, having seen firsthand the mage's reaction to Han Seiya after the full moon wolf incident. Of course, Caden, who joined us later, seems to have guessed how the nobility would respond. After our chat, we ventured outside the cabin, where the maid Mari awaited us, hands folded neatly. What can we do for you? The lady asked me to escort you to the dining hall. Maid Mari, a true professional in her maid duties and cooking, led the way. We followed her to another cabin, much larger than ours. Given the abundance of trees, everything here is a cabin, from the walls to the research labs, magic device storage rooms, and the dining hall. It's fitting for a safe zone crafted by mages. Ray translations. The dining hall was simple, just a large hearth surrounded by tables. Han Seiya, unfazed by the modest setting, retrieved a pot large enough for a person to crouch in from her inventory and placed it by the hearth. This unexpected appearance of a pot seemed to startle Maid Mari. Oh my, is this magic? Yes, it's an inventory magic that allows you to store items in a subspace. Mari's shocked expression seemed to thrill Grace more than Han Seiya. Oblivious to the amusement of the viewers, Grace began lavishing praise on Han Seiya, much like a proud father boasting about his daughter's achievements. But can a gamer feel proud because the game system gets praised? All this gamer does is press the I key to access the inventory. Such praise left Han Seiya laughing awkwardly, her lips twitching in embarrassment, and swiftly, she became the viewer's new target for teasing. Ah, so that's what an inventory is. Her awkward expression is too funny, lol. Our genius beauty mage Han Seiya knows how to use the inventory. Streamer Han Seiya is brilliant, using the inventory so skillfully. Han Seiya, a seasoned user of the inventory, indeed. Keen to escape the awkward praise, Han Seiya quickly rose from her seat. She left behind Grace's shower of compliments and accompanied Maid Mari to fetch water. Given the sparse cooking facilities, their meal preparation was limited to boiling and simmering. They ended up with a warm soup, courtesy of a magic tool for water. Given that it was breakfast and the party was mostly female, it seemed a softer dish was preferred. It wasn't a hearty stew filled with meat chunks but a thin soup that wafted a savory aroma. Are there no other mages in the dining hall? Just like the cabins, the dining hall was made large for expeditions going up, but most mages have their meals in the labs with a ration. Our lady does the same, so if she leaves before lunch, I think you should carry on without her. I see. Yes. She was examining the orc warrior's bracelet till dawn yesterday, so she may have just gone to bed. As Maid Mari spoke, Hansea scooped up the soup with warm bread from her inventory, an item courtesy of one kind baker, Johanna. The chat found amusement in how the usually stoic maid's expression changed, once while observing the inventory and once more about her lady's late night. The chat was once again abuzz with excitement. Turning away from the embarrassing spectacle in the chat, Hansea took a moment. The fervor of tens of thousands could be overwhelming. Gamers were alike, east or west. Even foreign viewers, who initially came for the walkthrough, started participating in the chat using translation tools. Ah, smells good. Any leftovers? Question mark. What, F***ck? Can't I share a bowl of soup? No, it's not that. As I was about to rise from my seat, having enjoyed the warm, hearty soup, a figure abruptly drops down at our table. Rebecca, vigorously shaking her bright red hair as if shaking off water, unexpectedly requests soup. What's going on here? Antenor is an unpredictable genius. It wouldn't be strange for him to be rummaging around on the 10th floor looking for traces of the full moon wolf instead of advancing to the 43rd. But Rebecca is a different story. Despite her beast-like manner and reckless instinct-driven actions, she is still Rebecca, the mercenary queen. The reason her title remains unchanged even after becoming an adventurer is simple: adventurers pursue the unknown, while mercenaries hunt for wealth. Why is she, a woman intent on earning her fortune by breaching the tower's top floor, loitering in the 20th floor safe zone? Why didn't you go up? I went up and came down, F***ck. Did you guys see it? What? Those pigs have multiplied. Her teeth are bared like an excited beast as she pounds on the table. Our party members exchange confused glances, confused by the fury of the senior adventurer who'd stormed in out of nowhere. Those sons of B***cheese overturned our kids' food carriage. Ah. From the 10th floor to the 20th, and from there through the 30th and 40th to the 43rd. Transporting food, a task even a senior adventurer must oversee. But, in keeping with a mercenary's love for efficiency, each level's adventurers are responsible for escorting the carriage. It's only natural that intermediate adventurers take care of the 20th floor. After meeting with their higher-level counterparts, they hand over the carriage at the 30th floor safe zone. It's not inconceivable for the food carriage to be raided by the horde of orcs now occupying the 20th floor. I went down to the first floor to order plenty of beer and food for the kids, and my own liquor and cigarettes. But when a day passed and the carriage didn't show up, I went down and what? These F***ck's, these bastards think they can F***ck with me. And it's a known fact that a starved beast grows ferocious. 1-5 rated, red-haired beast whose territory has been invaded, possessions stolen, and has been starved to the bone. It's about to be F***ked. Not me, but the orc. The orc tribes appearing on the 20th floor were causing more trouble than expected. Tens of orcs would certainly be a threat to intermediate-level adventure parties. However, an intermediate-level scout could usually detect the noisy orc tribes and avoid them. The problem was for those who couldn't avoid them. In particular, this was causing issues for the supply carriages traveling to the higher floors. Massive expeditions carve out paths through the forest, creating wide and level paths. Naturally, the ruckus caused by about 10 carriages barreling through the forest was bound to draw attention. The orcs were guaranteed to pick up on this commotion. The situation's bigger than I thought. I honestly didn't think a few extra orcs would cause such a fuss. The problem is their numbers. We need to consider efficiency when transporting supplies. Distributing food and water to the upper levels is a matter of cost. You can't spend 10 gold's worth of expenses while only supplying 1 gold's worth. This was the same reason Caden had worked as a porter up to the 20th floor. It wasn't necessary to hire high-level mercenaries to protect food from horned foxes and goblins. Nor was it necessary to call down a senior adventurer from above the 30th floor to fend off a helmeted deer. The guild employed adventurers by rank, novice adventurers up to the 10th floor, intermediate adventurers up to the 20th, and senior adventurers beyond the 30th. Hiring adventurers under the name of the guild was a sort of welfare benefit while also seeking efficient placement. But adding orc tribes into this equation created a significant problem. If we don't take this seriously, we might be in trouble. Trouble, because of the orcs. No, our wallets are in trouble. Everyone stared at me in surprise, looking confused by my odd comment. They're accustomed to adventures in the tower, but not yet to the life of an adventurer. Their reactions are still naive. Caden, who at least has mercenary experience, is the first to catch on. Come to think of it, Rebecca was furious and stayed on the 20th floor. Right. Considering her temper, she won't go up nicely, will she? Even if she has to overturn the entire 20th floor, she'll go find her liquor. Unlike Caden, who roughly understood what I was saying, Hansea still looks clueless, unable to grasp the situation. I simplified the story for her. Unlike the full moon wolf where we took everything, this time, it could be Rebecca that takes all the rewards. Sort of like a last-hit steal. Upon my explanation, her eyes widen in realization. She hadn't even considered the possibility of an NPC stealing the boss's last hit and the rewards in an RPG game. But this was a virtual reality game that claimed to be realistic. If the furious Rebecca, a 5-character, strikes the final blow on the orc boss, the benefits awarded by the Magic Tower and the guild would go to her mercenary group instead of the player, Hansea. This isn't like an MMORPG game where you're clicking away with a keyboard and mouse. There isn't a portal opening up and a new field appearing, nor does the path get blocked when you enter a boss fight. The full moon wolf could have been dealt with in a single blow by any other adventurer, not just me, right? Wait, seriously? So you're saying that we might end up losing the main quest reward to a 5-character? A 5? LOL, Roland's network backfiring. This is what happens when you have too many stars around, LOL. Yeah, start paying your gate fees for the 20th floor. Didn't see this speedrun coming. Can already see the rage quit if the final hit gets stolen. Rebecca, the thief of the 20th floor quest reward, donated 1,001. If Rebecca steals the quest reward, it's 30,001. Instead of showing sympathy for Hansea, shocked at the prospect of losing the quest reward to Rebecca, her viewers just start speculating about how powerful Rebecca must be, their excitement only growing. As you'd expect from a 5-character, Rebecca is strong. To put it in game terms, I'm a pure tank, and Rebecca is a close combat dealer, someone you might call a sword champion. I've seen her use her teeth when needed, even biting a monster's neck with her teeth. It's not a monster biting a person, but a person killing a monster by biting its neck. As if she's some kind of beast. She uses all sorts of weapons, but primarily her own body, so naturally, she kills monsters quicker than I do. Frankly, thanks to the reward from hunting the full moon wolf, our party is fairly well off. And the other adventurers and mercenaries know this fact too. If they want a taste of the money, they have to move diligently. There certainly are a lot of adventurers eyeing us. Ah, right. There are quite a few adventurers who want to join our party. Really? Absolutely. Our party is led by a senior adventurer, and we have the mage who resolved the full moon wolf incident. People see every morning that we don't even pay the gate usage fee. Today's Hansea seems to be in charge of being surprised. She listens to Grace's explanation, clearly amazed, forgetting her earlier worry. Objectively speaking, our party could be considered a premium offer. Just the fact that we use the gate for free already makes us the top party. A job where safety is assured, the workload is light, income is increasing, and networking is easy. A job where one can plan for their retirement, breaking away from the level of living day to day, is almost something indescribable, even by the term, dream job, for intermediate adventurers. Regardless. That's the plan. Today, we'll go down and prepare for a long-term stay in the tower. We'll ask the guild to use the 20th floor as our base, pack Hannah's inventory with ample food ingredients, and start a long-term exploration. A long-term exploration. That sounds good. It's an inevitable step if we aim to climb the upper levels of the tower. The party members nod in response to Caden's words. They've experienced the benefits of the full moon wolf incident firsthand, haven't they? From equipment imbued with magic to a free gate pass. No wonder there's no resistance to the idea of dealing with orcs. As a gamer, Han Se-ah, as a saint candidate, Irene, as a noble maiden in disguise, Caden. Looking at the party members, the one with the least reason is Grace, who hails from a rural village, but that part was resolved by the last character quest. I wonder if there'll be a huge orc or something. Perhaps an orc chieftain with superior combat skills, clad in armor, might appear, just like the difference between a soldier and a knight. Is there a case where a monster other than an orc controls the orcs? I recall a story in the temple records about wandering orcs controlling goblins. That's when wandering orcs can't handle the hunger anymore and form a group. I think the chance of that happening inside the tower is low. Ah, I see. Although Han Se-ah knows the quest is called Orc Kingdom, she does not know the identity of the boss monster, so she asks about it to the party members. Ray translations. After a well-rested night in a cabin full of magical appliances instead of a tent and filling their stomachs with delicious food, they couldn't be in better shape. Although there are more orcs, perhaps because they were no longer hiding their presence, they avoid the more annoying battles and head straight to the passage. It appears that the emergence of the orc tribe is confined to the 20th floor, as the 19th floor forest remains peaceful. So, passing through the forest, crossing the plains, and finally coming across traces of the gate, they soon come face to face with the outside air. The sun is the same, but it feels different. I agree. Han Se-ah resumes chatting with her viewers, with Grace stretching her slender arm and yawning in the background. If nothing happens on the way out of the tower, it's good, but the viewers might find it boring. The subject of the conversation was naturally the boss monster they would face on the 20th floor. Just as Grace, Irene, and Caden had been speculating and talking, Han Se-ah and the viewers also began to talk eagerly about the identity of the boss monster. Still, it's an orc kingdom, so wouldn't the king come out? An orc king, saying this makes it seem like the boss is too strong. But there's nothing much coming out even though it's a kingdom. There's a possibility that the quest name is a bait. Anyway, an orc will come out. Won't whatever come out be eaten by Rebecca? Is this a forced speedrun? It would be fun if the boss was taken down while gathering food for the day. Hey, are you guys secretly hoping I fail? There's no way the boss will be taken down in a day. If that were the case, it wouldn't be a matter of the players not getting rewards, but the game would just be too boring. I walked up to Han Se-ah, who was focused on the discussion, and lightly tapped her shoulder. She was so focused on the camera that she didn't notice me approaching. I chuckled at her surprised expression and continued talking, pretending not to know. What's the matter, why are you so surprised? Ahaha. It's nothing, I was just thinking about orcs. She spouted a peculiar, awkward lie, having been quite startled. Her chat instantly filled with laughter, and seeing her embarrassedly bite her lower lip was rather endearing. This made me want to tease her even more. Wouldn't the mischievous viewers in the chat feel the same way? I explained to her why I called her out. Let's go to the market together. It would be good to fill up your inventory with food. How much more can you carry if you use magic? Maybe, about 20 bundles of food. Good. That should last us comfortably for a month. A whole month? It seems the capacity is counted by slots, not weight. Seeing her eyes widen at the mention of a month, I somewhat reassured her, and we started walking towards the market together. Filling Han Se-ah's inventory with food wasn't a problem at all. Since there was no need to worry about money, we just had to purchase in bulk from a reputable store. Dried meat to be soaked in water, flour needed to boil stew, dried fruits to fill the calories, completely dried oats and barley. The combined quantity amounted to 20 bundles, surprising the merchant who was dealing with us. Good heavens, I wondered why such a large order was made, but such magic exists. Our party's mage is quite good. As the massive quantities disappear into thin air, the merchant opens his mouth wide in surprise. With Han Se-ah's inventory praise session starting again, the viewers unite to flood the chat. Last time, a humorous post was made using a synthesized image of Grace and Han Se-ah's shocked faces. I wonder if there will be one this time. Admiration wasn't any less in this parallel world. A picture of a white woman with wide eyes and both hands over her mouth was enough to understand the parallel world when combined with the 5 letters saying, Sugoi Japan. This is the magic of genius mage Hana. Grace _covering _her _mouth _with _both hands.jpg. Caden slapping her forehead in surprise.jpg. Han Seo putting things into thin air.gif. Hannah's magic is different, let me show you how different. 3. 2.1. Inventory OPN. Damn, such a good edit. You're wasting your talent. The gamer everyone around the world is envious of, even Japan and China feel threatened. For the race for first place, I agree, they definitely feel threatened. Some Japanese and Chinese fans are freaking out because they can't get to first place. Are you saying the subtitles from nationalistic idiotic TV have become reality? If you're there this good, I have a request. The edit was so good that it had become the top trending post. Revisiting it, I couldn't help but chuckle, quickly closing the forum. I had grinned to myself, but fortunately, both the camera and Han Seo were focused on the merchant and didn't notice. Water could be handled with magic, and pots and dishes were already in the inventory, so preparing for the expedition was done with just filling up on supplies. The merchant was chattering away with a smile on his face, saying that no one buys this much even when going on a long expedition. Adventurers do buy supplies, but it was natural that no one bought in bundles like us. The goods were guaranteed quality and expensive, so selling 20 bundles must have put the merchant in a good mood. Roland, what kind of person is Rebecca? She is as you see her. No, don't just say that. The way you react to her obviously makes me curious about what kind of person she is. Right. Grace had gone to maintain her bow and arrows, Irene went to the temple to see the children, and Caden mysteriously disappeared. Even so, Han Seo couldn't just do nothing and end the stream. Maybe that's why she asked me about Rebecca, fueled by her viewers' enthusiasm. It makes sense for them to be curious as I have met various 5 characters like guild masters, mages, and information guild members, but the one I've interacted with most is Rebecca. My connection with Rebecca began shortly after I shed my novice adventurer status, during my intermediate adventure days. Due to personal requests that started from being an intermediate adventurer, I joined a mercenary group, and it just so happened that the group I joined was Rebecca's, who was attempting to enter the tower. If I were to describe her in a single word, she's honest. Honest? Not wild. Talking around the issue, even people from Kyoto would cry. There's no chance of her joining, right? Wild, as in uncultured. Chat deleted by the mod. Well, isn't it fine because she's pretty? Han Seo expresses doubt at my description of Rebecca as an honest person. But throughout the time I've known Rebecca, I think no other term suits her better. Rebecca is honest. This doesn't mean she never lies or, like Han Seo, when she does lie, stumbles over her words and rolls her eyes, making it immediately obvious. She's honest because she speaks her mind freely and follows through with her words. Rebecca, first of all, does not hide what she thinks. And she puts into action most of what she says. Isn't that a good thing? If she mumbles, I will kill those sons of B*cheese, she goes and really kills them. In the past, before Rebecca received her star rating, when she was still a bit rough around the edges, she endured various insults just because a scruffy girl with a good figure happened to be the head of a mercenary group. Mercenaries often live more chaotically than adventurers and use insulting others as a way to display their strength. Among them, there were bound to be those who crossed the line. When Rebecca saw these types, she would grit her teeth and swear she would kill them. She would threaten to tear off their arms and shove them into their backside, or use their useless eyeballs. Well, something along those lines. And when a conflict arose during a request, she does exactly what she says she would. After that, those who picked fights disappeared. No one wants to pick a fight with a crazy woman who makes art pieces out of corpses. Only suicidal people. Hearing my explanation, Han Seo's face turns grave. Rebecca had sworn to kill the orcs that had plundered her food cart. So, Rebecca will genuinely turn the 20th floor upside down to find the orc chieftain, just like she said, to kill him. We need to start the search from tomorrow, we need to hurry. Right. Even if the opponent is a senior adventurer, we can't pass up this opportunity, right? As I speak, her motivation fires up. We return to our separate accommodations, but through the stream, I could see Hansea being teased yet gritting her teeth and declaring she would not let the final blow of the quest be taken from her. It's an excellent attitude, one that can take you to the top of the tower. Ray Translations. Welcome back, Roland. Another request completed? It's just as I said through the crystal ball, Ellis. Any requests from the guild? The next day, as we made our way to the guild to receive a new request, Ellis was waiting for us at the corner table that had practically become ours. As Caden, Irene, Grace, and Hansea joined, she handed out a single piece of paper. The first thing that caught the eye was a bright red wax seal imprinted with the emblem of the guild. As I tried to examine it, Ellis quickly lifted the paper and began her explanation. As mentioned, the guild is considering issuing a mission. A new orc village has sprung up and is disrupting the supply caravans headed upwards. Is it a serious enough problem for the guild to move immediately? Based on our observations, the first to appear are the orc shamans and orc warriors. Just like when goblins emerge en masse and build huts, the orcs also group together and establish fences. The issue arises when they spot adventurers or caravans before they finish setting up the fence, they immediately become plunderers and charge in. That would be a nuisance if they appear on the supply caravan route. If you're unlucky, you might end up facing a band of dozens of orc bandits attacking your rear or flank. That's why the guild and the magic tower have posted a request. It's quite surprising that the orc spawning location and behavior patterns are already known, as if there were already adventurers hired by mages. But it wouldn't be strange if the mages, who are obsessed with research, had placed something like a CCTV magic spell in the forest of the 20th floor. Well, just like how unmanned cameras are installed at the intersection where many wild animals pass by, mages would have installed something similar in open areas where orcs are likely to appear. The guild's request is to eliminate the orc shamans and trace the reasons for their appearance. The magic tower's quest is to gather as much as possible from the orc warriors and shamans. Sounds like something the guild and the magic tower would do. Isn't it always like that? The guild, trying to save money, only requested the extermination of orc shamans and will purchase their magic stones. On the other hand, the magic tower's request to gather as much research material as possible, even if it means scattering money on the street. In a way, they were well matched. In the end, the adventurers earn money from the magic tower and the guild recognizes their accomplishments, so they don't lose anything. After finishing her explanation, Ellis leaves our table and heads towards the guild board. A new request. Well, it must be about the orcs on the 20th floor. Are you talking about the orc hunters? What have you been up to that you're still talking about hunters? It wouldn't be bad for our parties to group up for this. Immediately, the murmuring adventurers rushed to the forum. By getting the explanation from Ellis, we don't have to fight into that crowd, which is a minor benefit we get from presenting her with a dessert. Leaving the bustling adventurers behind, we're about to exit the guild when someone naturally joins our group. What's the matter, Charlotte? I'd like to make a request to adventurer Hannah's party. Smiling sweetly, Charlotte and the ever-stoic maid Mari trailed behind us. It wasn't directed at me, but at Hansea. When I extend my hand towards them, maid Mari pulls out a hefty pouch from her bosom. Dressed in a maid outfit with a long skirt, adorned with a belt hung with various items, she was an oddity, a maid adventurer. When she extracted the money pouch, the viewers began to buzz. That pouch, name your price. Where did she just pull that pouch from? I think she pulled it out from between her chest. Is there room between her breasts? That maid outfit is definitely strange. That pouch came out from a very unexpected place. Are you planning to go to the 20th floor, Hannah? I'd like to join and observe. Strictly speaking, it would be a request for your escort. I'm just going to follow you around, after all. Charlotte Cavendish, a noble lady, a mage, and an adventurer, was ambitious. As an inconspicuous noble daughter, she wished to escape her future as a pawn in political marriage and find success as a mage. Therefore, she desired to live not as Lady Charlotte, but as Mage Charlotte. Hence, Han Sea's party must be irresistible to her. A junior mage whose talents are piques the interest of a senior adventurer. As a testament to this, not long after becoming an adventurer, she managed to track down and deal with a full moon wolf, and swiftly cleared the floors up to the 20th. On top of that, she was the first to report the anomalies on the 20th floor. I want to be known more as a mage than as an adventurer. You don't plan to submit a paper to the Magic Tower, do you, Hannah? Of course not. However, Han Sea placed more emphasis on her activities as an adventurer than as a mage, leaving the research topic related to the full moon wolf up for grabs. Wouldn't a player be like a magical pot sprouting a myriad of research opportunities? I'll pay you a bit more than the average request reward. I also intend to help the party as a mage. The menial tasks will be taken care of by my maid. In return, I'd like the rights to research the orc tribe. Go ahead, I have no intention of joining the Magic Tower. Oh my, your dedication to adventuring is stronger than I thought. Charlotte's eyes widened at Han Sea's declaration to never join the Magic Tower. It must seem strange to her, a mage of remarkable talent from humble origins would typically join the Magic Tower to climb the social ladder, rather than roam as an adventurer. From Han Sea's perspective as a player, she is determined to maintain her rank 1 position and dominate the game, but to Charlotte, it might seem like she's giving up the chance for social advancement for the sake of adventuring. And so, Charlotte, in charge of observation, and Mari, in charge of meals, joined the party. Although I said I'd help, it doesn't seem like it's needed. That's because there's a senior adventurer in the party. Of course, a 2 character wouldn't stand a chance sandwiched between 4, 5, and 6 characters. When the orc warriors attacking in a pack were easily dispatched, Charlotte's voice shook, as if she was genuinely taken aback. The scene where the orc warriors automatically fell to the ground upon touching a shield was quite different from what she had imagined our fights to be like. We pressed on through the sunlit forest path. Because of the commotion, there were no helmeted deer or moss wolves to be seen. From the safe zone to the opposite side of the path, we encountered groups of orc warriors 3 times before the forest ended and a clearing appeared. To be precise, a place forcibly turned into a clearing unfolded before our eyes. The trees, their trunks horribly broken, and orc-made accessories littered the ground. Could this also be an anomaly? Wow, what is all this? The bracelets on the ground were drops of the orc warriors. Recognizing this, Charlotte and Han Sea's eyes sparkled as they surveyed the surroundings. This gruesome scene was as if a giant monster had rampaged against the orc warriors. Of course, no new boss monsters or gigantic creatures had made an appearance. Familiar with the signs, Kaden swept her hand over a broken tree and shared her thoughts. No, it's not an anomaly. It seems Rebecca went this way. We should probably go in a different direction. Are you saying these are traces left by a person? Charlotte was startled by Kaden's words. Having never seen a senior adventurer in full fury, she found it hard to believe a person could leave such a trail. The ground looked as if it had been bombed, rocks that had shattered trees were scattered as if kicked into the air, beautiful fir trees were knocked over like dominoes. It was indeed hard to believe it was the work of a person. However, the rest of the party members nodded in agreement. After all, they'd seen me face off against a horned wolf in the city, smashing the ground as I leaped, and shattering the plains with a single strike against the full moon wolf. Well, seeing Roland. Rebecca has claimed this direction, and it seems like she's moving quickly, not even collecting the loot. How about we head towards the passageway of the 20th floor? So you're saying we should go in the opposite direction? Not a bad idea. With this thought, it felt like we were characters in a monster movie. We couldn't leave the coins rolling on the ground, so after hurriedly collecting the loot and magic stones, we turned around. With Rebecca in a fury and seemingly charging straight ahead, we decided to head in the opposite direction. Mari, like a typical rogue, started walking beside Grace, while Charlotte found her place next to Han Sea. We retraced our steps past the safe zone, heading south. Ahead, there are vines tied together artificially. Right, there's an orc hunter lurking beyond them too. Seems like they're watching us. Let's ignore the hunter and keep moving. Hold on, should we disarm them? Despite her being only a one-star rogue, Mari was efficient at sweeping up the loot amidst the dirt mounds and even spotting the orc hunter's trap. Of course, I could physically block a trap set by an orc hunter, but knowing about it beforehand and getting caught unaware are two different things. I stopped Mari, who was about to untie the rope, and strode forward. A sturdy branch flew towards my chest with a swoosh sound. They must have learned from the same trap school since the branch also had a stone attached to it. There was no way my armor, which can withstand a giant's kick, would get damaged by a mere stone. I continued walking, brushing off Mari's incredulous gaze. You took that with your body. It's easier for the vanguard to physically handle an orc hunter's trap. Her lady, Charlotte, who she serves, wasn't familiar with senior adventurers, so it's not surprising that a mere maid wouldn't know. It hurts when she looks at me like I'm some strange creature. In the face of the traps, the orc hunter, who had sensed Grace's presence, fled far beyond her detection range. The boisterous orc warriors charged at me, while the slightly smarter orc hunters disappeared quietly as soon as the trap was destroyed. There's definitely something odd going on. Right? It seems even the orc hunters were affected. Charlotte, who had been clinging to Irene's side, was gleaming at the sight. However, Hansea seemed to have forgotten the conversation we had earlier about the orc hunters. The one who reminded her was Caden, who was escorting the rear. Orc hunters are the kind who will hound anyone relentlessly, regardless of who they are, making their lives miserable. Ah, right. Even with the size of your group, they stalked around setting up traps. Didn't you listen to the teacher? She made the strategy herself on stream, yet she forgot about it. How high is your IQ, by the way? No wonder words like youth Alzheimer's and early onset dementia are created. My neighbor Kim was chased for 2 days. Seizing the opportunity, the viewers eagerly rushed to the chat. Most of the viewers teasing Hansea had also probably forgotten. While having such suspicions, Charlotte's mutterings echo as if explaining for the viewers. The orc shamans set up bases, the warriors roam around in groups, and the hunters hide as soon as they see a strong enemy. Do you think they flee to one of the bases? Or are they just hiding? Do you think there's a base where the orc hunters fled to? It might be worth investigating. Next time we spot an orc hunter, let's tail it. Charlotte may not have much talent as an adventurer, but she has a strong curiosity well suited for research. Hansea played along, appearing surprised at her words. Not only did her words seem plausible, but the quest window that popped up on stream updated as well. Uncover the mystery of the orc shamans and the tribes that have started to appear on the 20th floor. Investigate the peculiar behavior of the orc hunters. These sentences indicated the progression of our quest. As the two mages' opinions aligned, there's no need to find other reasons. Continuing down the forest path, they quickly dispatched a helmeted deer and kicked away a bunch of goblins. At that moment, an orc hunter appeared again. As soon as Gray spotted the orc hunter, Mari found a pitfall trap. Roland, do you see the tree with its roots entangled in the rock on the right? It seems to be lying behind the tree stump. Then I'll take the lead. Follow my trail. While it's not something that can be found straight away, if the location is pointed out so precisely, there's no chance of missing it. As Grace nodded, I jumped into the forest, and the sound of hurried footsteps followed. Jumping over the traps and pushing through the trees, the orc hunter bolted as if it hadn't expected me to charge straight at it, unable to conceal its surprise. The sound of branches snapping, hurriedly shoved aside tree trunks, fluttering leaves scattering, and even the sound of pebbles rolling down the slope. I pursued the orc hunter, keeping a safe distance, feeling as though I'd morphed into the murderer of a horror movie. I'm starting to feel for the monster. It's freaking scary to be chased like that. Running with a warhammer makes him feel like a real killer. It's quite impressive to see him run around the forest in armor. Afraid that getting too close would make the monster become desperate and attack, I kept my distance. As I was chasing the orc hunter, something from the forest came rushing out at an incredible speed. You pig-headed bastard. Rebecca? Stop. The orc hunter that I had been following was turned to mana stone. Damn it, how far did she travel through the forest to get here? This chapter is 19 plus, therefore, the full chapter is posted on my Ko-fi. If you are 19 plus, read/post/805 Mercenary Queen Rebecca T6T0N0CJG. Before the orc hunter could react, Rebecca burst out of the forest and cut off its head. The broad blade of her machete sliced the hunter's neck and even chopped the nearby trees into pieces. The camera following me captured this scene in detail. Despite her wild charge, she showed no signs of exhaustion. She was breathing heavily, her body drenched with sweat. It reminded me of when she used to run around covered in blood and dirt, before she became beautiful. This is definitely R19. I kind of want Rebecca to hit me and scold me, The chat is so slow due to people clipping this, please share. Can you hear the viewership increasing? I wish every day could be like this. Despite the interruption of the quest, the chat was filled with nothing but satisfaction. The flood of heart and flame emoticons in the chat was clearly due to Rebecca's disheveled appearance. Does the appearance buff also include a cleanliness buff? Rebecca's outfit. It's a good thing Han Sea's stream was rated 18 plus. She was wearing shorts, or underwear, it was hard to tell, that were so short they revealed her white thighs. A shirt that left her navel exposed and didn't properly cover her chest. The ripped sleeves and collar from her running into trees made her look like a 5 walking obscenity, albeit without a single scratch. Her scanty attire was what Rebecca found comfortable and wore as pajamas in the camp. What are you looking at, you bastard? Did you know we were following it? How would I know? Rebecca, who had thrown on a utility belt over her sleepwear and was sprinting in the forest, was soon followed by the confused members of my party. We had been chasing a suspicious monster in the forest, only for a half-naked beauty to suddenly appear and behead it. To understand what was going on, one would have to have been watching from the beginning to the end through the camera, like Han Sea. Despite her revealing clothing, she didn't seem bothered as she sheathed her machete into her belt. Hey, Caden, and is it Hannah? I'm borrowing your tank. Caden should be able to handle the orcs without any trouble. What are you borrowing? TL, that's it. All loot from here. No extra backstory or anything missed. Rebecca had burst from the forest, snatched someone for her amusement, and then vanished back into the woods. Her antics were straight out of a ghost story. Using Han Sea's stream, I joined them near the safe zone. I was met with an odd silence. S*X on stream donated 1001. Our party member got kidnapped and had a tough time, but let's reset and follow. Why would you choose to pay for a ban? No matter how much you guys ask, I'll never show it. You've okay with Grace, but not Rebecca. Wanto zia sweet data no takidnapen dasalt hensi. If we can't watch kidnappings and assault, how are we supposed to live? This chat is crazy. You already messed up the quest progression, why not reset to the morning? A man was abruptly dragged off by a woman he knew. This absurd situation left only Han Sea and the viewers able to speak. Even the usually talkative Charlotte was quietly scanning her surroundings. Without a word, she searched the forest to the point where an orc hunter's trap would be a welcome sight. There's one, up ahead. Right, behind that rock, an orc hunter wearing moss wolf skin is watching us. The only one maintaining a poker face, Maid Mari, discovered a pitfall trap. At the same time, Grace, just like the last time, spotted an orc hunter. Finding the trap and spotting the orc hunter who was likely hiding behind it, the two seemed to make quite a good team. Intending to openly intimidate the orc, Grace gestured towards the rock where it was hiding. She headed in the direction she had indicated and effortlessly leapt over the pit. A cruel trap intended to sprain an ankle and inject plant poison into the wound. Naturally, if you knew its location and avoided stepping on it, it was not as threatening as even a swinging tree branch. Seeing me, clad in armor, strongly advancing, the orc hunter began to hastily retreat. At least it's not a quest that fails because one orc hunter died. The quest isn't about following a specific orc hunter, but tracking any orc hunter. If you keep spamming reset, I'm banning the word. Justice is dead. Why can't we see the forced abduction by the beast woman? Is this a game or an adult film? It's quiet in the game these days, Maintaining a steady pace, I enjoyed the stream while trailing the orc hunter. My party naturally followed Grace's lead, as if Rebecca's intrusion had never occurred. Charlotte and Mari also seemed to be keeping pace quite well, no longer seeming like novice adventurers. Compared to the composed party, the orc hunter was frantic, making a great commotion in its attempt to escape. It did not even bother to conceal its tracks, instead running noisily and without any attempt at subtlety. However, this time, there was no Rebecca to decapitate the orc hunter. Thanks to the orc's naturally robust body, it continued to run, undeterred by obstacles such as branches or vines. But, this orc hunter, is really, really fast. Out of breath just from talking lol. Shut up and run. Is it hard even with the stat correction? Even with corrections, she's a mage, so it must be tough. On the stream, Hansea was nearly out of breath, and Charlotte, also a mage, was starting to pale. Kaik. Quack, quack. The orc hunter, having run so hard, almost stumbled into the orc settlement. It appeared to have been established some time ago as the wooden walls were already completed. The orc hunter, rolling on the ground, glanced back at us and laughed triumphantly. Of course, the sight of a single orc posturing and relying on a wooden wall was far from intimidating. Nevertheless, while waiting for the rest of my party to catch up, I casually checked the stream. Uncover the mystery of the orc shamans and the tribes that have started to appear on the 20th floor. Investigate the suspicious movements of the orc hunters. There is a base where the orc hunters relay information. Find the shaman here. The quest window updated again as soon as we discovered the orc tribe. Hansea, who nearly tripped over a tree root and was supported by Caden, also belatedly noticed and began rushing over. As expected. So, the orc hunters are also under the command of a shaman. Did the orc hunters appear together, or did the orc shaman send a signal to the surrounding monsters? I really want to see. One by one, the party members began to arrive in front of the bustling settlement, disturbed by the intrusion of the orc hunter. Grace was the first to poke her head through the bushes, followed by the other party members, one by one, checking out the wooden wall. Compared to the hole-ridden fence we had seen earlier, this was a solid wooden wall. The orc hunter, having slipped through the slightly open gate, glared at us. Warriors clambered over top it to look at us, and beyond, a clamor ensued as they prepared for battle. The enemy has come right up to the wall, and even though the hunter has been chased in, the warriors remain composed. Something is clearly different. Indeed. There seems to be a very clear command structure. No, seeing them not rushing in even when excited, there might be something more than a commander. Caden, who had experience with orcs, was the first to notice the anomaly and shared her observations with the group. All the orcs we had encountered so far had behaved like single-celled organisms, charging at me, their immediate target, as soon as eye contact was made. The orcs atop the wall seemed more like disciplined soldiers rather than the unruly savages we'd encountered before, observing us calmly and without visible agitation. To make a comparison in gaming terms, there appeared to be 3 tiers. If we take the ordinary orc as the baseline, the weaker monsters would be the wandering orcs, and the enhanced monsters are these unnamed beings before us. There are more of them than I thought. I'll go in first and handle them. Will you be alright on your own? As long as they don't scatter in all directions. Given their disciplined, military-like morale, it was unlikely they'd flee out of sheer terror. With this in mind, I left my party hidden in the forest and moved towards the fortification. I had no intention of going on a destructive rampage this time around. If everything was destroyed, Charlotte, who had joined our party in search of research material, and even paid for the privilege, would have nothing to research. I, too, had something I wished to test. Hansea had given me a skill quite nonchalantly, Shield Master. A tank-specific skill that counterattacks any attack blocked with a shield. I had yet to use it. Naturally, since there had been few monsters capable of launching ranged attacks. Grr, grr. Kaik dash. As I boldly approached, the orcs were clearly startled. A wooden gate rapidly descended to block the entrance between the walls, and hunters adorned in moss wolf skins took their positions above, aiming their bows at me. If they shoot, it'll be good for me. I raised my shield, licked my lips, and murmured softly. Hansea would always loudly chant, magic missile, or spark, when she cast magic. Maybe I also needed to do the same for my skills. Do other NPCs also yell out their skill names? Or was it just Hansea and I who had to say it out loud due to the system? Oh, his shield is glowing. That must be the Shield Master skill I chose for Roland before. He hasn't used it until now. I guess the orc hunters are the first to attack from a distance. Honestly, seeing a 6 retaliate to a goblin stone thrower with this skill would be kind of funny. But the full moon wolf shoots a breath attack. The wolf boss doesn't follow a specific pattern, you know that, right? His body is flashing, is that an aura? Bold move, shooting at a heavily armored warrior whose entire body is glowing. But the glowing does make him an obvious target. If I were in their place, I would shoot too. With my shield raised and advancing, I caught a glimpse of Hansea's live stream at the corner of my vision. When I began actively using my mana and skills, my armor and shield shone brightly, impossible to conceal. Naturally, it drew the attention of the camera drone, which began filming. With my glowing shield held high and arrows streaking towards me, a brief exchange took place between Hansea and her viewers. An arrow, cutting through the wind, vanished in a flash, turning into a radiant burst of light just before striking the shield. The orc hunters atop the wooden fortifications tumbled to the ground, turning into mana stones. It happened too quickly for the viewers watching through the live stream to fully understand. It returns magic. The skill Hansea had chosen was a counter to all forms of attacks. It seemed to involve more than just a simple reflection of the incoming projectiles. Hansea and her viewers might not have noticed, but my enhanced vision saw it clearly. The arrows that disintegrated upon contact with the magical barrier layered over my shield, were replaced by magical bullets that retraced back the trajectory of those arrows. I'm not sure how to explain this, so I might just gloss over it. When Grace gained her passive skill, her body briefly became sensitive before adapting, right? She wasn't aware she'd gained a skill, she just felt like her abilities improved. If I say that this skill is just a variation of my many shield techniques, Hansea, as a player and a mage, won't be able to refute it. Somehow, it feels like the only thing increasing are the lies. With a bit of a self-deprecating thought, I crushed the gate and charged into the orc base. The orc warriors, paralyzed, fall to the ground and vanish, turning into mana stone. This is likely due to the berserk spell the orc shaman cast on them. Typically, orc warriors would only become heavily injured and dizzy after being hit by my passive. But when they go berserk, their attack power increases while their defense and health decrease, which led to fatal damage from the passive. Orc hunters who fire arrows and berserk orc warriors who attack from close, all die from the passive reflected damage. It's a frightening sight, seeing dozens of their kind fall as I move towards the village center. Kayak. The orc shaman, shrieking like a scared child who's seen a ghost, thrashes on the ground. Seeing tears streak down its ugly face, I almost feel a twinge of pity for it. This one is larger, and its skin is a different color. It's kind of sad to see it like this. Remember that movie we watched? The one the movie reviewer talked about, where everything around the hero starts to die. This reminds me of that. Just one skill changes the genre. He kills everything now without even having to run. I can't help but laugh every time I watch the stream. The color is definitely darker, the patterns are different, and it seems heftier below as well. Can't these orcs wear some pants? Seriously. Feigning interest, I carefully pick up the writhing orc shaman and hold it up to the camera. This one is distinctly different in terms of color, size, and tattoos. If normal orc skin is dark green, this one is darker with a hint of brown. Come in. All clear. What more can I, a non-mage, make out from further observation? All that comes to mind, thanks to a viewer's chat message, is the filthy leather loincloth. So, I yell loudly, inviting the rest of the group who are waiting outside the wall. I had already broken the door, so they easily enter the orc space. Meanwhile, Mari the maid begins to gather the orc loot rolling on the ground. The rest of the group, without hesitation, head towards me, curious about the orc shaman I'm holding. After all, where else would they see a live monster? The orc shaman, now the center of everyone's attention, is too weak to resist. Just hold on to it for a moment, Roland. Its tattoos look a bit different, and I want to document them. Sure, why not? While Charlotte shows interest in the captured orc shaman, the rest of the group starts to explore the now empty orc base. A village made up of shacks built from abundant lumber, like the safety zone. Naturally, there were no piles of meat or hide inside the shacks. Even if you hunt in the 20th floor forest all day, the beasts would leave behind magic stones instead of meat and hide when they die. The occasional sight of an adventurer's blood-stained gear only served to darken the faces of our party. Just as there are adventurers who fall to goblins, there are those who succumb to orcs. The sight of blood-stained armor and cracked helmets all too clearly reveal what became of their wearers. Roland, it seems like there's someone inside. Inside? While rummaging through the shacks, Grace suddenly pricks up her ears. Hearing this, Mari quickly approached, pulled out a rope from her pocket, and began to bind the orc shaman securely. Either due to its higher intelligence avoiding pointless resistance, or it's simply drained of energy, the creature remains eerily still. Like artists sketching a nude model, Charlotte and Mari began to draw the orc shaman's tattoos. Leaving them and Caden, who had volunteered to guard, behind, we followed Grace. Just like how Charlotte's mumblings led the quest progression earlier. Investigate the suspicious movements of the orc hunters. There is a base where the orc hunters relay information. Find the shaman here. A unique tribe ruled by an orc shaman. Someone is imprisoned within. Imprisoned? Was someone kidnapped by orcs? Roland got kidnapped, now orcs are kidnapping too. Is today's theme about kidnapping? Someone captured by orcs. Could it be? The quest seems to have some creepy elements. Wouldn't the creepy ones be the viewers spamming the chat? Grace detected something, and Hansea confirmed it through the quest window. We followed her towards the largest shack. The shaman's shack looked exactly like you'd expect a shaman's dwelling to be. Dried herbs and branches hung on the walls, a few magic stones lay scattered around, and a large pot hung over the remains of a fire pit in a spacious area. However, the prisoner was nowhere to be seen. As we looked around, a very faint sound reached our ears. "WH. Who's there?" Below. A feeble voice comes from under their feet, accompanied by a dull thud. It's a listless sound, as if something is lightly striking a door or a window bar. At my murmur, the party began to thoroughly search the floor of the shack. It's just an orc-constructed shack, so we quickly found an entrance leading underground. Whether the orcs tried to hide it well or didn't bother at all, pushing aside a shelf of herbs revealed the entrance to a burrow. Roland, do orcs typically dig burrows like this? They also made walls, and they seem to be more dexterous than the ones outside the tower. I'll use a light spell since it's dark. They had built walls and shacks without proper tools. It wouldn't be strange if they managed to dig a slightly slanted burrow that could accommodate the large-bodied orcs. Hansea conjures a ball of light on her staff to act as a torch, and we walk into the burrow. The tunnel is rough but sturdy, not shaking or crumbling even as we enter. It doesn't seem to extend outside the village, as the end of the tunnel comes into sight after a short walk. We were greeted by a sight that looked like a simple prison, with wooden bars blocking the dead-end path. The contraption was so basic that even a rural farmer or a neighborhood kid, not to mention an adventurer, could easily escape from it. Is she, an adventurer? The woman beyond the wooden bars looked in serious condition. However, it wasn't due to violence or violations by the orcs. Good heavens. Hannah, could you take out a bowl from your inventory and create some water? Her eyes were haggard, with dark circles underneath, and her lips were cracked like a parched field. Her frail and skinny frame clearly showed how long she had been starving in this burrow. Inside the tower, where hunted beasts yield no meat, where would the orcs get meals for their prisoners? If they had anything to eat, it would have been the previous owners of the blood-soaked equipment found outside. I didn't know exactly what happened, but I could make an educated guess. The adventurers became a meal for the orcs while this woman was left imprisoned in the cave. Even if the smarter orcs had provided food, she couldn't eat human flesh. So she had been held captive, continuing to starve. Who is this woman to be imprisoned like this? It's even stranger that the orcs imprisoned a woman without touching her in the first place. Indeed, there are no signs of violence. She just seems weak from not eating. Orcs are monsters, instinctual in nature. This can be observed in the orc warrior's behavior. If they see an enemy, they charge. If they're hungry, they eat, and if they're sleepy, they sleep. They're as primitive as beasts can be. Is it possible for such violent creatures to have a woman, taken alive, untouched, and locked up in a prison? How many contradictions can be found in a single sentence? Especially when they devoured the other adventurers. The woman, dressed in thin clothes because all her equipment had been stripped off, looked emaciated, but her beauty still shone through, making it even more puzzling. The orcs just imprisoned a scantily clad beauty without laying a finger on her. Let's get her out of here for now. Irene, it won't be a problem if I carry her, right? Yes. I've infused her with a bit of divine energy, so it should be fine for you to carry her. With Irene's affirmation, I gently lifted the woman in my arms and exited the burrow. Ray translations. The shaman was kept under Charlotte's watch, while Mari collected all the spoils from the warriors and hunters, storing them in the inventory. Having also rescued the unidentified captive woman, there's nothing left to check, right? As I step out of the burrow with the woman in my arms, Charlotte, surprised, quickly runs over to us. Of course, the woman captured by the orcs would be more intriguing than the orc shaman. As a result, Caden naturally took care of the orc shaman who was tied up with ropes. The shaman's condition seems to be worsening as it was barely breathing, looking as if it might die at any moment. We've checked everything we need to, and the walls and shacks won't disappear, so let's leave a mark and return to the safe zone. That sounds good. After all, it's most important that this lady regains her senses. Although, I am curious about how a female knight of the kingdom ended up in the tower. A knight? The one who responded quickest to my suggestion of returning to the safe zone was Irene. But the ensuing words of Charlotte caused a wave of confusion to ripple through us who had entered the den. A knight, not an adventurer. How did she know that? Do you know her? No, it's just an inference based on the standard issue knight armor of the kingdom mixed among the adventurer's equipment. A female knight of the kingdom? Why did the orcs imprison her? Perhaps it was because we had just defeated a large group of orcs, or maybe it was because we were hauling an unconscious orc shaman like a prize, but we didn't run into any more orcs on our way back to the safe zone. We did meet a few adventurers who curiously watched us as we dragged along the unconscious beauty and the orc, but fortunately, there were no disputes, possibly because most of our party were women and Irene was dressed in nun's robes. I'll leave the traces. I picked it up from being a mercenary. Thanks, Caden. After I slung the orc over my shoulder, and the woman, who seemed to be a knight, was carried by Maid Mari, we reached the safe zone, leaving a trail beneath the trees. The guards gave us puzzled looks as we dragged the unusually colored orc shaman and began to treat the unconscious woman. It was indeed an unusual sight for those who weren't part of our party. Irene was a 5 Saint candidate, but as she had said herself, she wasn't very good at healing spells. Her talents lay in creating a strong protective shield, above-average purification, subpar healing, and no ability at all for enhancement. Inevitably, healing the unconscious woman will take some time. Her clothes are dirty. We should clean her up. We should step outside, Caden. Oh, right. At times like this, there was nothing a mere male vanguard like me or Caden, who was disguised as a man, could do. We sat down to rest in chairs while the rest of the party busily attended to their tasks. Should we say there was nothing for us to do as vanguards, or rather as men? Unlike Charlotte, who had whisked away the shaman to the lab, Mari stayed with us. She was planning to remove the woman's dirt-covered clothes and wipe her body with a wet towel. She cast a quick glance at Caden and me, who were both male. I'll make some light soup. Hannah, can you lend a hand? Of course. We should have something ready for when she wakes up. Grace and Hannah gathered pots, bowls, and flour from their inventory and headed to the kitchen. At the same time, a flood of chat messages started coming in. Don't just stand there, help the maid clean up too. Whether you're boiling soup or simmering bones, don't forget the camera. You crazies who are obsessed with women. No, just crazies. Honestly, it's a little disgusting. Seems like the number of people risking harassment lawsuits are growing. This is an 18+ virtual reality game, and the stream is also rated for adults, but still, Hansea had no intention of showing a woman's naked body. Most of the viewers were aware of this and were only half joking in their criticisms. Most of them, that is. Wow, the bans are flying by the hundreds, and it's not even mosquito season. For those who might not know, I'm not managing the chat alone, okay? You didn't think there wouldn't be a chat moderation system, did you? The chat moderation bots are now way more advanced. So, go ahead and chat away. Hansea's words weren't for nothing. Messages in the chat were being blocked at an amazing speed, a pace that far exceeded human ability. Everything was being moderated. Time passed and the woman who had been unconscious finally woke up. No matter how weak Irene's healing ability was, the woman had no injuries other than hunger, so she woke up faster than expected. Ahem, where am I? You're in the safe zone on the 20th floor. You were captured by orcs, but an adventuring party rescued you. Can you tell us who you are and how did you end up captured by orcs? Charlotte, before asking questions, let's help her regain her strength. Here's some soup, cooled down. Try sipping it slowly. Irene, with a gentle smile, handed a bowl of soup to the woman who was barely conscious on the bed. The soup had been diluted to accommodate someone who had gone days without food. It was like feeding an infant. Irene's kind act briefly, very briefly, stopped the bustling chat. But, naturally, it wouldn't completely stop. As the chat filled with inappropriate comments, a flustered Hansea stepped back and began to reprimand the viewers. Thank you. What happened to the others? You're the only one who survived. I see. The woman, having regained some energy after sipping the lukewarm soup, looked somewhat stronger. Curiously, upon hearing they were all gone, she appeared more resigned than upset. Everyone waited for her to explain, watching her intently. Perhaps feeling no need to hide anything, she set down the empty soup bowl, cleared her throat, and began to introduce herself. I'm Josephine, from the kingdom's 2nd Night Division. I was on a mission investigating the orcs' strange activities with hired adventurers. Maybe she wasn't upset because she didn't know them personally. And so, Knight Josephine's story began. According to her explanation, a mob of orcs had suddenly appeared near the royal palace. Like the full moon wolf incident, the orcs inside the tower had somehow teleported outside. However, the impact of this incident was on an entirely different level. A monster appears in a lordless free city, harming the citizens. A monster appears near the royal palace, threatening the nobles and royalty. Naturally, the latter had fewer casualties since there were royal knights and noble guards. But in a world with a social hierarchy, the harm to citizens and the harm to royalty were on completely different scales. Because of this, I hired adventurers for the investigation and confirmed that some orc shamans were gathering wandering orcs to establish a base in a Burna forest. And then, the rest is as you see it, but I never entered the tower. You're saying you rescued me from within it? Everyone's faces turned stiff at the words of the knight, who smiled awkwardly. Of course, except for Hansea, who knew little of this world's circumstances. This was a more horrifying story than simply being kidnapped outside and then being taken into the tower. Most of it was fine, but the words "a Burna forest" resonated ominously in my ears. Are the orcs freely coming and going in the tower like the full moon wolf? If they're knowingly using it, it seems the orcs are smarter than the full moon wolves and horned wolves. But why is everyone reacting like that? Miss Josephine, did you say the Aberna forest? Yes. The forest is why we started an investigation so quickly in the first place. Hansea, lacking knowledge about this world, looks confused. Grace softly attaches herself to Hansea's side and begins to whisper an explanation. Even Grace, a hunter from a rural village, had heard of Aberna forest. Aberna forest is a private hunting ground for the royal family, blessed by the goddess herself. If it were merely a horned wolf popping out, it wouldn't have mattered. The problem is that the orcs are clearly intelligent, with shamans forming strategies. That the orcs have settled in the royal family's forest, killing adventurers and specifically kidnapping a knight. Are the orcs targeting the royal family? Unbelievable. It means they can clearly differentiate human classes. Orcs who can differentiate between commoners and nobles have invaded as far as the royal palace, hiding in the royal family's forest. Caden's dismayed mutterings finally made Han Seiya realize the gravity of the situation. Ray translations. The female knight, having regained her strength, went back to the orc base with the guards from the safety zone, collected her equipment, and left the tower. As much as I wanted to hold on to her and ask more questions, the barrier of social status wasn't something that could be easily dismissed. Could I hold back a female knight, who was carrying out a mission under royal orders, just because we adventurers were curious? After the female knight, who promised to reward us later, left, I spoke half-jokingly to Han Seiya. "Hey, party leader, we're in big trouble." "What is it?" "We'll have to compete not only with the furious Rebecca but also with the royal family and knights of the kingdom." The main quest was progressing strangely, to the point where I wondered if others would also be subjected to this kind of time attack quest. Although Rebecca's intervention could be chalked up to coincidence, the involvement of the knights was probably for everyone. If Knight Josephine reports back to the knights, they would undoubtedly issue a subjugation order. After all, mere orcs dared to defile a forest of the royal family, blessed by the goddess herself. There was no reason not to draw their swords. Is the quest reward divided into two parts? Like a normal clear and additional rewards? It was the same with the full moon wolf and now this orc incident. If the player successfully completes the time attack on their own, there are additional rewards. Such as free gate usage, receiving equipment in exchange for monster loot, or gaining skill points. On the other hand, if the player fails the time attack, external forces intervene, like adventurers and mages hunting down the full moon wolf or the knights subjugating the orcs. Convenience facilities for users, like gates on every 10th floor, are always open, but it seems that opportunities for free usage, equipment, and additional skill point acquisition are only available to those who succeed in the time attack. From the outset, the game heavily emphasizes conquering the top of the tower in the shortest possible time. Well, what can we do? We can only hope that Charlotte will discover something useful. So, in the end, it all comes down to luck, huh? Orcs and a female knight appeared, but in a weird way. The royal assassins, orcs, lol. Isn't this whole orc and a princess thing a little glitch? An orc, a doomed princess, and a lady knight. The plot is thickening. Viewers were excitedly speculating about the existence of a beautiful princess based solely on the two words, royal family. As far as I know, there should only be princes in the kingdom. There might be noble ladies, but no princess. The orcs didn't touch the knight, and they seem to be seriously targeting the royal family. The chat is on fire due to this bizarre situation. They say this is a luck-based game, the rewards diminish if you don't rush, but to rush, your party needs to be composed of high-star characters. Is this the essence of K-gaming? The fiery debate about why the orcs didn't assault the knight is getting as intense as an expert panel discussion. Even Han Seiya is overwhelmed by this madness and hands over the chat management to a bot, stepping back a bit. The Knight Division. I really heard an unexpected story. Right. Orcs from the tower hiding in the forest blessed by the royal family. Honestly, if someone else told me, I'd think it was the ramblings of a drunk. I hope this gets resolved quickly. While the viewers are angry at the orcs, our group is puzzled by a burn of forest. Especially Irene. Being a nun, her zeal is visibly burning in her eyes. As a nun, she couldn't sit idly by while the orcs desecrate a forest blessed by the goddess. Orcs appearing in the famous blessed forest of the kingdom. The good thing was that the situation had become a pressing matter for the Adventurers Guild. If the orcs had simply settled in the Aberna forest, it wouldn't be a significant issue. But if tower-born orcs took up residence there, it would become a politically bothersome affair. It might even give the kingdom an excuse to infringe upon the freedom of the Adventurers' City. The fortunate thing is that the orcs haven't acted yet. They just settled down, and they haven't rushed to the nobility or royalty. I don't know why they kidnapped the female knight, though. Do you think the shaman brought her and hit her for some wicked ritual? Well, considering the orcs didn't touch her, the only explanation I can think of is a sacrifice. This World of Heroes Chronicle, which is a fantasy based on Heroines Chronicle, had everything one might expect. In a geeky collection game, a dark but voluptuous female character inspired by witches or black mages was almost a mandatory element. Nuns in religious garments pretending to be innocent but sweating profusely over a potion pot, revealing their figures, or a mischievous young girl who turns out to be a genius of witchcraft were all familiar tropes. Wicked sorcery or black magic, perhaps. Either wouldn't be surprising. You think neither would be surprising? They picked a spot in a forest blessed by the goddess from the many vast forests in the kingdom. I'm not sure if it's because of the blessing itself, a black mage is insulting the goddess, or it's just their orc nature. I respond to Han Sea's question seriously, but I'm a bit puzzled myself. It seems that the quest will have to progress further to see what's really going on. If our foes were humans, we wouldn't have to think too much about it. Just a suspicious group targeting the royalty. But the fact that our foes are orcs undermines the common sense I've built up over 10 years. How can it be orcs? It's like reading the detective novel where the culprit behind a locked room murder is a kitten, 4 months old, owned by the victim, aided by a parrot accomplice, 2 years old, that sort of bizarre feeling. It feels absurd, as if logical reasoning has been completely thrown out the window. Well, the opponents are orcs after all. An orc defiling sacred ground and targeting royalty. That is indeed weird. Yet, those we saw appeared somewhat more intelligent, more soldier-like. Ultimately, they're still orcs, though. Our party walks and talks through the forest. We left Charlotte and Mari in the safe zone and moved towards the tower's outskirts. We had one reason, to evade Antenor. Charlotte had begun to study the captured variant shaman. If Antenor, who was back in his lab, learned about this, he'd rush in with a gleam in his eyes. And if we got caught up in that, we might have to recount our adventures from the beginning, over and over. Since our party had already suffered through this once, we unanimously agreed to leave the safety zone. We even requested Charlotte, who was studying the variant shaman, to monopolize the information. I hope Charlotte and Antenor can figure something out. We need to move faster than the knights. Otherwise, we could lose our reward. Ugh, why are there so many competitors? The life of an adventurer is always filled with competition. Still, isn't having the knights as a competitor a bit too much? The group steps descending from the 20th floor were light. We had brought food and prepared to stay in the tower once we reached the 20th floor, but we found a significant clue in just a day. The knights had emerged as rivals following Rebecca, but it was fine since we had gathered a lot of information. The return of the female knight named Josephine didn't mean the knights would move instantly. It's common knowledge that the higher-ups move slowly. They wouldn't rush into action based on information from a single knight. At least they would likely investigate further to validate the truth, or demand information from the Adventurers Guild. Considering these aspects, we still have a shot at winning. Ray translations. It's a well-known fact that people in high positions have heavy butts. However, there are times when those butts become light, like when their rice bowl is being taken away by those even higher in rank. An expedition party has already been formed. It seems they quickly brokered a deal with the supply unit of a mercenary group that was planning to head to the higher floors. It's Rebecca's mercenaries, you're familiar with them, right, Roland? Ah, so that's how it is. It just so happened to be Rebecca's mercenaries, who had lost their cherished goods in a swift raid. And the Adventurers Guild, desperate to resolve the situation before the royal family became involved. The timing matched perfectly, so it seems they hastily made a deal with the mercenaries, even if it meant suffering a financial loss. The nobles who supported them must have opened their wallets in a hurry too. They're the same prideful nobles who flocked to us after we hunted the full moon wolf. These nobles enjoyed the free city life where, with enough money, they could purchase honor through the adventurers. They couldn't just stand by and watch as the kingdom reached out to the Adventurers Guild. Do you plan to join this expedition too and snatch the head of the orc chief? Of course, Ellis. A gate came from catching the full moon wolf last time. I'm looking forward to seeing what the mages will come up with this time. I'm looking forward to seeing what the mages will come up with this time. In the early morning, before the rest of the group joined up, Ellis and I had a conversation that gave me a general idea of how everything was progressing. The receptionists of the guild indeed had remarkable information skills. Since adventurers are human, they tend to have favorite receptionists they see often. Repeatedly encountering a beautiful receptionist during explorations and rest periods creates a certain fondness, even if it's not outright infatuation. Adventurers are not secretive agents, so they tend to be loose-lipped in front of a beautiful woman. Lately, phrases like, "I've come down from the 30th floor," or, "I don't think I'll go higher than the 20th floor for a while," becomes casual chatter that flows through to Ellis. This expedition will have more participants than last time. Yeah. The nobles opened their wallets, hiring lots of mercenaries, and it seems other adventurers are getting greedy because what happened on the 10th floor. By the way, there's a request for your party. A request? Yes, a request. What kind of work are you doing in the tower that suddenly the Night Division sends a request? A request from the Knights, specifically targeting the adventurer group led by Hannah. Anyone could see it was related to Josephine, the female knight we had rescued yesterday. As the group began to gather, we leaned over the table and read the request together. With the grace of the goddess skip this part, in honor of the royal skip this too. The lengthy letter was almost half omitted when all the formalities were removed. After cutting out the unnecessary portions and reading the rest, the request they made was quite simple. Having hunted the full moon wolf, rescued the female knight, and captured the mutant shaman, they requested that our party serve as guides. As guides? Should we accept? No, it would be better not to. Fortunately, the request came to the guild in the name of the knights, not the royal family. The reward is quite generous, why not? My companions look at me in surprise at my instant refusal, wondering why I would turn down a request that offers gold just for guiding the way. Their innocent expressions make Ellis chuckle. She starts to explain on my behalf, tapping the long request form with her finger. See here, the phrase for the glory of the royal family. When it mentions the royal family, it means they have no intention of sharing the honor. By accepting gold as the guide, we're agreeing that they'll monopolize any honor earned during the quest. So that means. I suspect it's probably due to hunting the full moon wolf and creating the gate from its loot. The income from the gate leading into the tower. Isn't it a tempting proposition for the nobles of the capital? By accepting this request, players can get a large amount of gold, but they won't receive any additional rewards. We can't give up precious rewards like 20th floor gate passes, skill points, equipment upgrades, and other valuable things that money can't buy. In the end, the fact that the kingdom's Night Division has become a rival remains unchanged. Would you opt for gold in exchange for handing over the public achievement, or would you join the expedition, subjugate the orc boss to monopolize the rewards? It's obvious, isn't it? Even if it's hard, we have to do it. We aren't newbies. It's not like we've only been playing this game for a day or two. Would we back down because we're afraid here? Nah. Even if we lose the last hit, we can just remember the location and reset. Who would get scared of mere orcs? There's no reason to stop when we're ahead. Don't block the king's path. Those who missed out on the 10th floor rewards will probably want this. How far are you planning to snowball? For Han Se-ah, a gamer and streamer, this question wasn't even worth considering. That's just how RPG games work, right? If you mess up after being too greedy, you return to the save point. There's no reason not to take the challenge if you can go back to the start through a reset. Should I start taking this more seriously? Whether it's the viewers, the chat, the forums, or even the public opinion on the Heroes Chronicle forum, they all seem to want Han Se-ah to show her strength as the one in first place. More accurately, it felt like they wanted her to prove that she is indeed the owner of a 6. Han Se-ah also seemed intent on attempting the time attack, even if it meant resetting a few times, unable to forget the sweet reward from the 10th floor. Isn't that just the nature of gamers? There are basic rewards and additional rewards, and you can still clear the game even if you don't get the additional rewards. However, gamers often feel that additional rewards are like basic rewards, and if they can't get them, they feel like they've suffered a big loss. As adventurers, we cannot give up on the adventure. Grace is right. If they've appeared before us, it means that it's the goddess's will. Everyone in the party seems ready to reject the knight's request and fully committed to resolving the anomaly on the 20th floor for their own reasons. It's always better to have unanimous agreement instead of divided opinions within the party. Since this has happened, we should return to the safe zone on the 20th floor and stick close to Charlotte and Antenor. So, we can move as soon as any new information arrives and when Hansea's quest updates. We've reviewed the request, and we've declined the knight's proposal, so we should move quickly. Everyone should prepare for an extended stay in the tower this time. Didn't we just decline them? Isn't this a bit rushed? Well, it's because they're orcs. Even if they seem a bit smarter, they were only able to capture a single female knight. What do you mean? If they were really strong, would they have just captured a single knight? They would have swiftly kidnapped the nobles who were hunting in the forest and dragged them away. After all, orcs are weak and dumb. They be planning something, but an orc is still just an orc. If they're only capable of wiping out adventurers up to the 20th floor level and targeting a single female knight, they will be crushed as soon as the expedition force starts to move. They might not be as sturdy as me, but there would be elite knights moving in groups. Unlike adventurers who travel in groups of 4 to 5 for efficiency, knights who have received the king's orders wouldn't act that way. If the situation seems serious enough, around 54 knights could come swarming in to destroy the 20th floor. And the knight commander leading them could even be a 5. The saying that enough quantity makes quality obsolete isn't baseless. Ah. That makes sense. They can kidnap a female knight, but that's their limit. Exactly. Even if not the kingdom's knights, but gold-thirsty adventurers come together, they'll be quickly subjugated. So, we need to act first before the most rewarding parts are taken. And that's why Hansea needs to get to work. Watching Hansea's time attack makes my heart ache. It's disappointing that as a mage, she doesn't consider utilizing the magic tower. There are likely many mages as interested as Antenor, but it's even more disappointing that she only thinks about the guild and night expeditions, so sad/div. Now, these heart-aching comments have become a regular feature on the forum. They've become a form of celebrity among viewers visiting the forum, suggesting anything from missed rewards to different quest directions. The post I made this time also gained traction, became trending, and made its way to the chat. There's always someone who wants to show off, and plenty of people who talk about someone else's ideas as if they were their own. A donation of 5,001 from Roland Pix Collector Hansea. Just like Mr. Heartache said, let's gather a bunch of mages and start searching. What, Mr. Heartache posted again. Gather a bunch of mages? But didn't we grant research exclusivity to Charlotte? Are we supposed to just openly auction off the loot? This isn't some fish market, but, it could work, maybe. Isn't it doable if we can just endure Antenor's chatter? If you're going, turn off the stream, let us know when he's done talking. Didn't the guild organize the expedition this time? The magic tower isn't involved yet, right? Yeah, the magic tower hasn't stepped in yet. Hansea is like this too. The very fact that she streams to tens of thousands of people implies a bit of eccentricity. Didn't Hansea, who logged out last time, pitch Mr. Heartache's opinion to me as if it were her own? When Mr. Heartache posts something, the viewers read it and offer advice to Hansea as if it was their own idea. Then, Hansea, who heard the advice disguised as nagging from the viewers, gives it to me as if it was her own. My persistent posting in the forum seems to have borne fruit. Roland, I've been thinking about something. Please, feel free to share. Even as she speaks, Hansea's eyes are busily flickering. While she doesn't stutter this time, her eyes haven't changed. Her dark, clear eyes are working hard, possibly drawing inspiration from the chat's advice. The Adventurers Guild hired mercenaries, didn't they? So, before the magic tower gets involved, why don't we strike a deal with them to lessen our competition? Antenor is a high-ranking mage, right? How about we capture a shaman, and in return, we get support from Antenor and Charlotte for our search. As we walked towards the safe zone of the 20th floor, she spoke continuously without faltering, as if she had been organizing her thoughts during our journey. The members of our party, who had been listening to Han Sea's suggestion, nod their heads in agreement. In the case of the full moon wolf, both the magic tower and the guild collaborated because the city was in danger. But for the orcs of the 20th floor, there was no reason for them to team up. The guild hastily gathered mercenaries out of fear of collateral damage, and the mages have shown interest as individuals, but the magic tower did not intervene as an organization. Certainly, Antenor's reputation could draw in the mages of the magic tower. However, Hannah, there's one thing you missed. What did I overlook? The fact that you need to persuade Antenor. Oh, right. Seeing Han Sea's face change to a pale hue at my words, I couldn't help but chuckle. She'd had quite a hard time with the mages the last time she asked viewers questions through their donations, hadn't she? She had to dive into the debates of older mages for 2 to 3 hours, discussing complex magical theories. That drove the chat sentiment to an all-time low, and the viewers dropped like a receding tide. Donation of 10,001 from the user, you gotta be quick even if you lack skills. Turn off the stream when you're persuading Antenor, you know, right? Hey, aren't you guys really too cruel? By being so cold to the elderly, you're part of the reason why our society is struggling from a lack of compassion. There are several projects to protect the elderly, you shouldn't be like this. Really, you must be desperate not to die alone. Getting wrecked 1:1 by an old man. Try to monetize even the endless chatter. If you don't want to see it, pay. That's what you're saying. Nowadays, you have to pay to skip streams, it's like, the opposite of a subscription. Watching Han Sea's vehement protest against the viewers, I had to suppress my laughter with a cough. Well, both Caden and I ran away to avoid Antenor, so I can sympathize. Ah, I see. But shouldn't Roland, who is familiar with Antenor, do this? If it's a matter related to the magic tower, it should be addressed by a mage, party leader. If an outsider were to ask the magic tower to act, they would likely refuse out of pride. But if a promising rookie who hunted the full moon wolf suggests it, the senior mages who are fond of you may be persuaded. Han Sea looked disheartened as I drew the line. There's no reason for me to endure the ramblings of an old mage, when even dealing with the chatter of the beautiful Charlotte is a challenge. No matter how many stars he has, or how his old age wrinkles and scent have been replaced by the aura of an esteemed mage, in the end, he's a chatty old man. Roland's speed is just LOL. How dare a player pick a fight with a 6? Is it viewer Q&A time already? When you arrive at the 20th floor, leave the camera with Irene. The viewers tease Han Sea mercilessly at my uncompromising rejection. If they tease her like that, I don't think Han Sea will be turning off the stream for this. Charlotte seemed to have an insatiable thirst for knowledge, befitting a mage. Despite High Mage Antenor pleading at the entrance to Charlotte's laboratory, begging to observe the shaman together, she ignored him. She insisted it was her specimen, under the terms of our agreement. The moment we reached the safe zone, guards who recognized us hurriedly opened the gates, their faces filled with relief as if they'd seen a savior. In just a day, from the mages to the guards, their expressions had become quite pitiable. The door to the lab opened, and we were led in like cattle to a slaughterhouse. All the while, Han Sea continued to stream, resolutely bearing the resentment of her viewers. Good to see you, Hannah. I have so much to discuss. Oh, really? I brushed past Han Sea, who pleaded with tear-filled eyes until the very end. Dealing with Charlotte was much easier than dealing with Antenor. As far as chatter was concerned, she was about 0.2 Antenors. Plus, Charlotte was a beauty, which was always pleasant to the eyes. So, Roland. You have a proposal? Our leader went to the old man Antenor as well. The Knights Division asked us to guide them to the 20th floor. We said no, but they wouldn't have made this request to our party alone. The Knights Division. Is that all? The nobles of the capital seem to be intervening, so both the Adventurers Guild and the city's nobility have been hiring mercenaries in large numbers. The Magic Tower hasn't made a move yet, but if it's the Magic Tower, they'll show interest soon. Word will spread soon that I'm studying a variant of the Orc Shaman. Once Antenor made a scene in front of Charlotte's lab, rumors would spread like wildfire. Charlotte seemed aware of this, her lips pursed in mild irritation. While Antenor wouldn't directly overpower her with his position, he could be a nuisance. It would be ridiculous for word not to get out about a high mage knocking on her door, practically on his knees. The guards would certainly talk, and the mages in charge of the crystal ball would be hard-pressed to keep quiet. All right. It's slightly better to deal with just Antenor than having the entire magic tower swarm us. I suppose we have no other option. Charlotte reluctantly agreed just as a timely knock resounded. As Charlotte reluctantly nodded in agreement, there was a timely knock at the door. Entering was a visibly exhausted Han Se-ah and a beaming Antenor. I'm not sure what they discussed, but it seems a new quest notification has popped up. Ray translations. Once the conversation began, the quest started moving fast, like it was caught in a raging current. Dozens of members of the Rebecca mercenaries hired by the Adventurers Guild were scouring the 20th floor. Adventurers, hired by nobles who noticed the knight's intervention, also reached the 20th floor. Antenor's assistant mages started searching the forest as well. Poor guys, they've been tormented in the lab and now they're made to do manual labor. Orcs. Any shamans? Is there a shaman? Damn, they grabbed the shaman and ran. Let it go. It's just a normal shaman, its color is faint. It even felt like there were more people than orcs on the 20th floor. For every orc our party encountered during our exploration, we met 3 adventurers. We've already run into familiar faces numerous times in the forest. Still, the mass of people wasn't concerning. Our party had a player, after all. Why did the orc shaman keep a prisoner? Is it because of the suspicious altar in the forest? After the conversation with Antenor, the updated quest window directly instructed us to find the forest's altar. When Han Se-ah, feeling encouraged, told the party she detected strange magic, everyone believed and followed her without a second thought. They remembered her doing the same when hunting the full moon wolf, holding her staff high and tracing the magic. With the woods now filled with adventurers and mercenaries, she diligently led the way, frequently checking the quest window and minimap. Why did the orc shaman keep a prisoner? Is it because of the suspicious altar in the forest? In the depths of the forest, a major battle is happening near the suspicious altar. And there. As Han Se-ah, with her staff held high, moved forward, the quest window updated. At the same moment, Grace sensed something. There's a massive battle up ahead. The numbers seem unusually high. It looks like there are even more than the orc tribe we saw last time. Damn, the other adventurers must have found something. It hasn't even been a day. Seeing the quest window update, isn't it progressing even without you? Whoever finds it first wins, I guess. LOL, will the window update when someone tries to steal the last hit as well? Looks like we'll need to rely on luck to complete this damn game. Better mark the location for at least one reset. While we were swiftly heading toward the altar after reading the quest window, the other adventurers have already taken the lead. The viewers were stunned by their extraordinary speed. If even Han Se-ah fails the time attack, it would be impossible for the viewers. Of course, some were speculating that the early appearance of adventurers is a predetermined step in the storyline, just like a forced defeat. But the crucial point remains, others got there before we did. Gradually, the commotion drew closer, loud enough for me to hear. Pushing past Han Se-ah and Grace, I dashed forward. The long forest ended, revealing an abruptly open view, the darkening woods hinting at something unusual. Then, right before us, a pyramid. A pyramid? What's that? The altar is incredibly huge. A large stone structure resembling a Mayan pyramid more than an Egyptian one stood before us. I hadn't expected the altar to be like this. The Mayan pyramid suddenly rises from the dark forest, orcs pouring out from its peak. The party members, unprepared for the sight, were stunned by its colossal size and the great number of orcs, while Han Se-ah and I were simply astounded by the blatantly ripped-off design. Tattoo-covered orc warriors rushing down the stone steps of such a grand pyramid, who could have imagined? Hey! Can you help us out? We want nothing to do with the rewards, please. While we were taken aback by the sight of the pyramid, an adventurer party battling orcs on the open ground in front of the pyramid noticed us. 2 tanks, 1 spear user, and one archer quite a capable party considering there were only 4 of them, holding off a seemingly endless stream of orcs without a mage or a priest. Of course, they were only managing to hold their ground. They were slowly getting surrounded and it was looking more dangerous by the minute. This scene feels like something from a horror movie. Are those orcs or zombies? Damn, this quest is so chaotic lol. Is there a pharaoh orc inside? The viewers were typing in the chat, half in awe of the countless orc numbers. From a single orc tribe consisting of dozens, now, at this altar, the number seemed to have surged to hundreds, maybe even thousands. Still, it wasn't just a scheme by the game company to troll players, as one by one, other adventurers and mercenaries began rushing out of the forest surrounding the pyramid. With such a large gathering of orcs causing an uproar, even without scouts, anyone within several hundred meters would likely hear and come running. And among those drawn by the ruckus, there weren't just adventurers from the 20th floor. Ha ha ha. Orcs sprouting from such an unfamiliar structure. How fascinating. A 5 mage who had reached the 43rd floor even before receiving the star buffs. Antenor, a high mage of the magic tower, whose prowess in battle was unmatched, made his entrance. The moment I heard Antenor's voice echoing in the air, I got the feeling. Ah, this must be a kind of event cutscene. Guess players aren't expected to defeat all these orcs on their own. Excited by the anomaly on the 20th floor, Antenor gathered mana like a madman, and the darkness of the forest deepened even more. The looming clouds above the pyramid felt as if the wicked demon king himself was descending. Get down. Or hide behind the trees. What is that crazy old man doing? As the storm clouds, filled with darkness and lightning, enveloped the pyramid, the adventurers, driven by panic, began retreating from the altar. Many of them had descended to the 20th floor for the promise of rewards and commissions, but there were very few priests present to protect them. Fortunately, in our group, we had Hansea, who could use shield magic, and Irene, who specialized in protective shields. Without needing to communicate, both of them instinctively came together and began casting their protective skills. A vivid blue mana shield enveloped our party, and a brilliant white barrier formed from divine energy extended, even reaching far enough to cover the adventurer party that was fighting off the orcs at the front. The orcs were pushed back, tumbling over each other, due to the divine shield. Thank you. Lightning. Before Irene could respond to the grateful warrior's words, the world was suddenly bathed in a blinding white light. A massive bolt of lightning, rivaling the size of the pyramid, struck down, incinerating the orcs and melting the stone steps of the pyramid. It was followed by a deafening screech. As the thunderous roar shook the earth, something abruptly drummed against the protective shields. Debris was flying around like bullets, the aftermath of a lightning bolt that descended from the heavens. If that's magic, then what is my party using? Can we use that too if we level up? If that is a 5, then what the hell is 6 Roland? Can he survive that? No way Irene can be that strong, there must be a huge difference in abilities even within the same star grade. There was nothing left of the horde of orcs. They had completely melted away. The adventurers who fled at the sight of the dark clouds were sent tumbling through the forest like bowling pins due to the aftershock. Damn it, I'm going first. Roland. Then, I charged towards the sizzling pyramid. Because I saw something red dart in on all fours, amidst the flashing blaze. The full moon wolf on the 10th floor and the orc kingdom on the 20th floor have some things in common. Special creatures who've learned how to escape into the outside world. In response, the Adventurers Guild issues a subjugation request and numerous NPCs join in as competitors to the players. Then, a cutscene appears just before the encounter with the boss. In the case of the full moon wolf, it vanished into the darkness after a single howl. As for the Orc Kingdom, an overwhelming horde of orcs that the player can't handle floods out, and they get swept away by a high mage. And then, the only thing left is the boss battle. That woman, seriously? Antenor would be half-drained after using a such wide area spell. Since we're all here taking on the request as individual parties, his involvement isn't a problem. But Rebecca, who charged in on all fours like a wild animal, is a different story. She's a mercenary leader commanding hundreds of other mercenaries. That means she has several subordinates who are smart enough to use their heads. If Rebecca rips off the head of the orc boss, the Rebecca mercenaries, contracted with the guild, will surely rush in to demand payment for the subjugation. If they insist that since Rebecca dealt with it, everything else belongs to Rebecca's mercenaries, who could argue against it? So, I run. The surface under my feet, firm yet smooth, felt like I was stepping on a molten pyramid. I almost flew as I reached the top of the pyramid, instinctively checking Hansea's live stream on the way. He's reacting quickly this time. Never thought I'd see a pyramid exploration stream in my life. Saw a red flash just now, was that Rebecca? Seeing high-level magic makes me wet. Before me was a vivid, ominous red magic circle covering the peak, and an entrance so dark that one could hardly see a step ahead. The structure mimics that of an actual pyramid, with a dark entrance at the top that leads downwards. Taking a quick look behind, I can see the rest of my party who were quicker to snap out of it than the other adventurers, rushing toward the pyramid. I could see my party members quickly regaining their senses and sprinting toward the pyramid. Thanks to our protective shields, they weren't disturbed by the aftermath and were soon on my heels. The girls were quickly catching up. In no time, the camera drone, possibly having a teleportation function, attached itself behind me like a tail, and I jumped into the darkness. What, he reached the top in just 3 steps. We've just seen a lightning bomb, and we're surprised by the speed of a 6. Just return the camera, we can't see anything. Tell Roland to light a fire. Please turn on the lights. Donation of 1001 from Homeroom Teacher. Please turn the light on. What, are you guys children of darkness asterisk? In the pitch darkness, where even an inch ahead was obscure, a playful male voice echoed star. Thanks to him reminding us in such an absurd way that some things never change, even when the world does, I couldn't help but chuckle. It might have looked strange to suddenly stop running and laugh, but fortunately, the viewers interpreted it as me catching my breath after bumping into the corridor walls. The interior seems to have internal lighting powered by magic. But the lightning strike outside must have caused a problem. Just as an electronic device struck by lightning wouldn't be operational, the inside of the pyramid, which had been bombarded by high-level magic, resembled an apartment during a power outage. Because of this, I was occasionally colliding with the walls. I can't see anything in the dark, but from the sound of it, it seems like he's running into everything. Sounds like he's just barreling forward blind, right? Using his body over his brain. Man, that's efficient. LOL, why learn light magic? Just run. Roland, running with his eyes closed, is faster than Hansea running with the light on. Is the thumping sound from the front him charging through? Fortunately, my eyes were slowly adjusting to the darkness, so I could see a bit ahead. The structure was like a downward spiral, delving into the pyramid's underground. It was a simple spiral corridor leading downwards. As my eyes adjusted and I collided less with the walls, I started to pick up speed. Still, the path ahead remained silent. Rebecca had dashed forward, bounding like a wild animal. Perhaps she could navigate the darkness like a nocturnal creature. Among the skills for damage dealers, some relate to sight, such as Hawk's Eye or Beast's Vision. Did she have such skills? Maybe she had a skill or a trick that helped her navigate the darkness, especially since she was good at night battles. After a lengthy run, I arrived at a spacious cavern. In what seemed like a vast underground area beneath the pyramid, Rebecca, with her flaming red hair whipping like a wild beast's mane, was in full battle mode. The only light in the cavern came from a brazier placed atop a totem. Each time her bright red mane flashed like a spark in the shadows, several orcs turned into ash. Maybe it was to prevent farming using summoned monsters, there were no mana stones or monster loot. That crazy human. How dare she interfere with my grand plan? Grand plan or whatever, pay up for the drinks, you bastard. Facing off against Rebecca was an orc, perhaps a chieftain. This huge, menacing orc had adornments similar to an indigenous person's feathered headgear. Whether a shaman or a dark mage, every wave of his hand summoned mutated orcs. Like the captured orc shaman from the quest, these were tattooed and larger, more robust mutated orc warriors. Even if they were a bit larger and enhanced by the boss, they were still orcs. They had no chance against an angry 5 damage dealer like Rebecca. The last hit wasn't stolen. Luckily, Rebecca was venting her stress on the summoned warriors. Thanks to this, the boss, which looked like an orc chieftain, was frantically summoning these mob monsters while panting heavily. First, it was targeting the royal family, and now, it could also use human language. Perhaps realizing that the moment it stopped summoning, it had faced death, the orc chieftain was sweating profusely and doubling its summoning efforts, almost pitifully. If it wasn't for you lot, my grand plan would have come to fruition. The long-standing dream of our kind. I thought about rushing in and smashing the boss right away, but the jerk seemed so angry that he began to cry. What should I say? It was like the typical scene where a villain explains his entire plan to the hero. Rebecca seemed to have no intention of killing the boss, so she also waited for its words to continue. We could have taken over the blessed forest and brought down the despicable human kingdom. No, that was impossible. The orc chieftain became more talkative, as if it intuitively knew that it was its intelligence that was stalling its death. However, as proof of its orcish nature, its plan was rather simplistic. The Abernu forest, blessed by the goddess, is a forest that thrives without human intervention. Plants grow lushly, sweet fruits bear abundantly, and small animals thrive. Its grand plan, as it fervently described, was to use this forest as a base to solve basic food problems and, with an army of infinite mutant orcs, overthrow the kingdom. Of course, such a scheme is merely the delusion of a frog in a well, with experiences limited to the tower's interior. Really, it's a monster with pointless dreams. After all, that orc army was swept away by just one mage. My party who joined later murmured, upon hearing the orc's desperate proclamation. Sadly, this is a fantasy world where superhumans capable of scaling mountains and soaring through the skies exist. Even if he could summon an infinite number of mutant orcs, it would be meaningless. The only humans this orc had encountered were, unfortunately, of two kinds: the intermediate adventurers who reside on the 20th floor and the knights dispatched for investigation. Of course, the knights doing such troublesome work wouldn't be high-ranking individuals. They would have been low-ranking knights who had just started, assigned the task of exploring the forest for orc traces together with commoner adventurers. Both adventurers and knights were easily hunted by the mutant shamans, leading to this orc underestimating humans. This is the result of an arrogant orc leader who couldn't even imagine the existence of senior adventurers, high-ranking mages, and the kingdom's knights division. I think we've heard enough of this story. Shall we wrap things up? Rebecca, who was acting like she was about to go and kill the boss monster, was still energetically fighting the summoned monsters. Thanks to her, we had the chance to listen to the orc's plan, which sounded more like a desperate plea. It's also about time the other adventurers start bumbling inside as well. I tightened my hold on my shield and war hammer and stepped forward, only to have someone block my path. It was Rebecca, who was busily beating up the orcs. Huh. Hey, wait a sec. What are we waiting for, exactly? Look, that thing there seems unique. Let's split it in half and share it. You've completely lost your touch since you descended. I was taken aback, not understanding what she meant by splitting the boss, but Hansea quickly caught on. Moving to the forefront with her camera, she started talking with Rebecca. By splitting it in half, do you mean capturing that orc alive? Yep, that's it. You're sharper than Roland. Don't underestimate me, you humans. Ah, sh*t. Hey, Roland. You hold them off for a while. Rebecca, treating the orc boss like a pig to be slaughtered, begins explaining to Hansea in her unique casual tone. Like when we captured the orc shaman, unique individuals sell for much more if captured alive rather than just their drops. They could be handed over to the magic tower for experimentation, and if they could be taken outside the tower, they could be given to the kingdom, which in turn would increase the group's reputation and trust. Ah, what should we do? Will we fail the main quest if we capture it alive? But if we keep it alive for experimentation, we won't be able to create a gate. If there's no gate, I'm the one who gets screwed. Resets go back to the morning you hit the sleep button, it'll be several mornings by then. A problem with this practical suggestion was Hansea's quest. Having never considered such a bizarre option as capturing a boss monster, she began to get anxious. It's only natural that there's no information available as Hansaya is the leader in the world's first virtual reality game. Should they capture the boss for a larger reward and fame, or should they kill it to safely complete the quest? The viewers were divided, offering all sorts of suggestions. Hansaya was deep in thought when Rebecca, growing impatient, was about to comment. I made my decision. Safety comes first in times like these. What if after capturing it, we had to hand it over not to the magic tower but to the royal palace? We'd have to give up the gate on the 20th floor and walk up from the 10th to the 30th. You bastards. The orc chieftain, enraged by the continued disregard, was about to unleash what seemed like its ultimate skill. It started to swing its arms about, and a magic force, reminiscent of a small typhoon, began to coalesce and head our way. Shield Master. Of course, I whispered softly in a voice no one else could hear. That ominous magic was fully reflected back to its caster. The orc boss seemed more useful dead than alive. Though capturing it alive would grant a larger reward, the key factor here was the gateway to the 20th floor. The sooner the expedition to the higher floors of the tower is shortened, the easier it will be for adventurers to explore the tower. If the mages divert their attention from creating a gateway to conducting random experiments, if the kingdom were to take the orc that violated the royal forest as a hostage, if the temple were to purify the orc that tainted the blessed land. What if, due to their greed for greater rewards, the gate to the 20th floor is never created? Damn it, this bastard. Hey, I said I'm sorry. You son of a... It's for this reason I killed the orc boss. While Rebecca and Hansaya were in conversation, I reflected the enraged orc boss's wide-ranging magic attack right back at him. The malevolent energy swirling in the air met my shield and instantaneously rebounded, ripping its caster apart. Can I really reflect any projectile with this shield, even instant kill abilities? Regardless, the aftermath was the orc boss sprawled on the ground and a sulking Rebecca with pouting lips. She nudged her plump lips forward and started to lightly punch me, muttering complaints. She's adorable, but a boss would die if they took those hits. It's as if the sound file got corrupted, lol. Brutal. Aren't those just light taps? Why is the armor clanging like that? This takes me back to my school days. That must really hurt. Considering a punch from a 43rd floor adventurer can bring down a mutant orc in a single blow, it's no wonder every punch makes me wobble. My body sways left, right, forward, and backward with each of her punches. This was entirely my fault, so I quietly took the hits. There was no pain, but my head did feel a bit dizzy. Rebecca had been waiting for my party members to join before negotiating, but instead, the last hit ended up stolen. Any adventurer or mercenary would be furious in such a situation. If she's just giving light taps for that, then I'm really the one in the wrong. Has she become kinder since getting the appearance buff? To the onlookers, her light taps might seem cute, but to me, it felt like being on the receiving end of a mace. From Rebecca's point of view, it would feel like a guy she's known for a decade just backstabbed her for the reward. Saying it was an accidental counterattack probably wouldn't help. Such an excuse wouldn't cut it. While her punches appear gentle and cute, they can crush not just a human skull but even those of mutated orcs as easily as a ripe persimmon. Still, she seemed less upset than expected, her fists not targeting any weak spots. This bastard, I was waiting to share. You just gobbled it all up. I thought it could withstand a hit. You were just playing with your shield down there. Forgot how to even touch the enemy, huh? Quite impressive, aren't ya? Although it's somewhat ridiculous, Rebecca isn't mad because I stole the last hit and potentially the reward. She's mad because I killed the mutated orc boss in one hit. In other words, she's upset because she didn't get to relish the kill. The steady, echoing sounds of our footsteps, punctuated by the occasional clang clang clang, slightly startled the others. This tense atmosphere stayed as we made our way out from within the pyramid-shaped altar. Ugh, that chatterbox old man. I bet he'll blabber about everything later. Near the end of the dark hallway, at the entrance leading to the top of the pyramid, Rebecca, who seemed to have sensed something, slapped the shield one last time and hurried away. Despite being a close combat warrior, does she possess a scout's level of perception? We all just stood there, dumbfounded, watching her hurried retreat into the woods. Soon after, Antenor, floating mid-air, approached our group as we descended the pyramid. Isn't this like escaping a fox only to face a tiger? His face was pale, drained from extensive magic usage, but his eyes, wide and fervent, glowed with excitement. To put it kindly, he looked like an ardent scholar. Less kindly, like a madman with his eyes rolled back. I was about to go in after regaining my strength, but you guys are already out, what a pity. What was inside? Regaining strength, my foot. He was probably too focused on studying every nook and cranny of the pyramid's base to even consider entering. No mage in this world can resist the allure of the unknown. Of course, voicing these thoughts would only lead to him incessantly sharing all he knows. If it's to face Rebecca's wrath, I should lay flat and let it wash over me, but in the case of Antenor, I should share what I know as quickly as possible and bolt. Once a conversation starts and information begins to flow, the chatter could well extend over a day. Inside, there was an orc chieftain who could use peculiar spells. He seemed to know spatial magic since he could summon mutant orc warriors and shamans. Ha, an orc summoning orcs. What about the loot? Hannah. Can you pull out the items from the inventory? Lucky for us, the boss monster dropped quite a bit of loot. Unlike the full moon wolf buried in the dirt, these items lay sprawled on a flat stone floor. The subordinate monsters simply vanished into smoke, leaving nothing behind. The most striking piece among the orc chieftain's loot was the large, feathered headdress he had been wearing. There were also various other trinkets, a necklace so long it might hang down to one's belly, and a beaded bracelet that would wind from the wrist all the way up the arm. Antenor's eyes lit up at the sight of the loot and the mana stones popping out of the inventory. I could tell he was torn between discussing the spoils or the inventory first. Old man, you remember our deal, right? Of course. Creating a gate on the 20th floor sounds fun. Creating a gate is fun. Okay, but the gate comes first. So, I threw out the discussion of the gate like a piece of meat to distract the hungry beast. I really didn't want to sit through a lecture on how a stone pyramid came to be in the forest. Han Seah even handed me the loot and positioned herself behind me, as if she didn't want to be within Antenor's direct line of sight. Of course, Antenor didn't seem bothered by Han Seah's behavior. He was just keenly examining the loot in his hand. He had seen the inventory last time, but this was his first time looking at the loot of an orc chieftain. It was clearly his top priority. Seeing him like this made me anxious, compelling me to say one more thing. I hope you're not planning to delay the gate because you found something fascinating. Please make the gate first and then you can play around with these items. Huh, you worry too much. I can easily whip up a gate. That's the problem. If you start other experiments because it's easy, who knows how many weeks you'll be sidetracked. Suppressing my rising frustration, I gulped down my impatience. Even though we're close, I should remain patient for now. After all, Antenor isn't the type to neglect a request. The priority right now is to head to the guild. He's beginning to get restless, frequently shifting his gaze from the loot to Han Seah. Wow, 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 his mouth is starting to run. Is Han Seah enjoying this? Is she betraying her viewers? If we could go back in time, I would have given Han Seah a mission to change her class to a warrior. If you want to skip the mage talk, you have to pay up, haha. Everyone, just shut it for a moment. I'm super nervous right now. I wish I could just faint and be carried all the way to the base. No, I'd rather be dragged all the way than return to the lab. It seems I wasn't the only one who noticed her uneasy demeanor, as murmurs started to rise from behind. I mean, if even the great Rebecca stormed off in fear, that says it all. Everyone seems to feel similar to Han Seah. Caden had experienced it once with Rebecca's mercenaries, while the others had been caught up in it with Han Seah in the safe zone. Although I'm not the party's leader, as a senior adventurer guiding the group, I felt a responsibility to protect our party members, who had now become intermediate adventurers. It's not about protecting the group from monsters but about shielding them from the eccentric mage's mental attacks, befitting of a tank's role. By the way, if you go down beneath that altar, there's a tunnel that seemed wider than the altar itself. It looks like they've dug deep into the ground and done some extensive construction. Orcs did not just erect the altar, but also undertook excavation and civil engineering. Understood. We'll just have a quick look around and then proceed immediately with the gate creation. By a quick look, according to that old man, he means summoning all my apprentices and thoroughly inspecting the inside, which will roughly take a week. But it can't be helped. I do feel a tad guilty for Antenor's apprentices, but they weren't coerced into their positions. So, using Antenor's apprentices as our sacrificial lambs, we safely made our way to the 20th floor's passage. Antenor took the loot, though we kept the magic stone of the orc boss, and he'll likely divvy it up with Charlotte back at his lab later. Rebecca, having vented her frustration on my back and my thighs, would surely return to the 43rd floor. If we hand over this magic stone to the guild and report to the Knights Division, then the quest should be complete, right? Help streamer, clear the main quest 0/1. For every cause, there's an effect. When an incident occurs, there's a process to resolve and handle it. Wow, you took care of it in just a day. Isn't that too diligent? They were so noisy, we would have found them even without a scout. I heard from the adventurers that hundreds of orcs suddenly showed up, and a high mage took them out with lightning. It would be harder not to notice something of that scale. There's no way the aftermath would be simple. Especially given that the kingdom's knights were involved. Ellis, with a mountain of dizzying paperwork in her hands, sits down at the table. Despite it being a minor event, the ambush on the knights couldn't be overlooked. Since knights are a superhuman force representing the nation in this fantasy-styled kingdom with a strict class system, there would inevitably be backlash. Of course, the Adventurers Guild's high-ranking members and the nobles wanting to keep the freedom of the city are the ones handling the backlash. With the loot given to Antenor and the magic stone to the guild, our party's job is done. Given that the issue involved the kingdom's Knights Division, the guild master looked quite troubled. He's relieved it was resolved quickly. He said he would have had a headache if he had to intervene. He wanted me to express his gratitude. Just words. There's also a promise to watch your backs as long as you maintain your current track record. That's good. The Adventurers Guild's guild master is a retired top adventurer known as Cunning Old Man Graham. Despite his age, he hasn't lost his skills. But he disliked meddling in politics, shuddering at the mere thought of it. Judging by his appearance alone, with his sharp and sophisticated features, one might think he would be a high-ranking company official. And he especially detests getting involved in politics. Like me, he preferred using his body over his brain. We'll discuss compensation when everyone is here. Treating the leader well, I see. My role has always been to guide them as the senior adventurer. I follow what they say, unless they mess up a lot. I wonder what changed you so much. Before meeting Hansea, I lived a life of running small errands to maintain connections and drinking with the money left from buying equipment. Since I had spent half of my life drinking thanks to my sturdy body, Ellis couldn't help but look at me strangely. Like Grace, Ellis was also enamored by Hansea. The rumor is that the genius mage rekindled the dying passion of a lazy senior adventurer. Of course, Ellis was the origin of these rumors. To be more precise, it was a combination of Ellis and my old drinking buddies. Naturally, they'd talk since I used to practically live at the bar, but now I'm partying with a novice and adventuring in the lower floors of the tower. What kinds of things are they saying? This and that. Apparently, they made bets on when I'd come back to my regular bar. Or said something crazy like I must have actually died. As we chattered, one by one, my party members trickled in. Grace and Hansea, followed by Irene and Caden, took their respective seats at the table. Hansea seemed eager about the potential rewards, as she mentioned compensation as soon as she arrived. Help streamer, Hansea, clear the main quest 0/1. Looks like she wants to declare quest complete. However, even my own quest wasn't finished. It seemed that the quest would only be marked as completed once Hansea claimed her reward and finished the 20th floor story. As the group assembled, Ellis naturally began to explain. Sitting together like this, it felt like a true party. Firstly, the guild had several rewards in mind for the magic stone left by the orc boss, but the situation is turning a bit unusual. What happened? The Knights Division and the Magic Tower began competing for the Magic Stone. Ellis' explanation had our group curiously glancing my way, as if wondering why this would be an issue. They probably thought a bidding war between buyers would just drive up the price, which sounded like good news. That would indeed be the case if it were a competition among mages, but here, the kingdom's knights are involved. Using excuses like, for the nation, for honor, or, for the royal family, they could actually push the rewards downward. In simple terms, even in this medieval fantasy world, a patriotism tax exists. The Adventurers Guild acts as a middleman for selling the magic stone, not as a distributor of wealth to adventurers. It was founded to prevent adventurers from being exploited and undersold for their efforts. So, what happens if the Knights Division becomes the buyer? You might receive a medal for your service to the kingdom and end up without any tangible reward. Alternatively, they could reduce the reward by claiming that purifying the blessed land is your duty. What? Can they really do that? It's a possibility, not a certainty, Grace. It should be obvious, but the Adventurers Guild isn't rich. If they had a knack for multiplying money, they'd be merchants, not part of the guild. Their income mainly comes from commissions for facilitating requests and selling magic stones, not from hoarding vast treasures. Moreover, it's absurd for the guild to issue a reward before a buyer is found. They're supposed to earn a commission after acting as sales agents, but without a sale, it's like the guild is buying the magic stone themselves. If the Knights Division and the Magic Tower start a bidding war driven by pride, the sale could be delayed. And if the sale gets postponed, the rewards that the guild can offer also get delayed. That's why Ellis mentioned the situation being a bit off. I'd like to simply sell it to the Magic Tower and wash my hands of it, but because the other party is the kingdom's knights, it puts the guild in a difficult position. They are indeed a nuisance. Roland, you often handle them in personal requests, don't you? From the guild's perspective, they would want anyone to buy as long as they pay generously. The more gold coins they can secure, the more commission they can earn. The profit that can be made from a single magic stone isn't very high, but every adventurer aims to earn as much as possible. If the Magic Tower were to purchase it, they would promise various magical tools, equipment, gate usage tickets, and other things that could be beneficial to the adventurer, along with slightly less gold coins. The problem arises with the sudden involvement of the kingdom's knights. From the guild's perspective, the best-case scenario would be to receive a hefty purse of gold coins and finalize the transaction. The worst case would be receiving a paltry medal or badge and having the magic stone taken without proper compensation. It's quite the dilemma. It's not just a matter of skimming off a commission. The precedent of the Adventurers Guild offering the spoils from the tower to the kingdom could become a political issue. Of course, it's not really our problem. Roland giving know-it-all vibes RN. LOL, I don't care about politics. Just give me my boss rewards LOLOLOL. So, the delay is due to this political squabble. Delayed due to political issues. Is this what they mean by realistic? First NPCs can steal our boss kills, now they're taking our rewards too. Feels like a revolution is in order. The situation is like this, the Magic Tower offers a sure reward, albeit with a smaller commission, while the Knight Division's compensation can be unpredictable. The guild, caught between the two, has no real authority and is mostly playing it by ear. Can you be so frank in front of the guild's receptionist? Well, I'm not lying. Ellis laughed softly, lightening the mood of the group. Initially, everyone was concerned about not receiving their hard-earned rewards. But now, understanding that the Adventurers Guild is also acting in its own interests, they felt somewhat reassured. Whatever we do here, the outcome won't change. Whether the Magic Tower or the Knight Division comes out on top, someone will inevitably claim the Magic Stone after a fierce political battle. So we have to wait for our rewards. What should we do in the meantime, Roland? Well, you could complete the remaining requests on the 20th floor, or advance to the 21st floor and familiarize ourselves with the cave terrain. Clearing the remaining requests on the 20th floor would be like grinding. Just like the death of the full moon wolf doesn't exterminate the horned wolves, the death of the orc chief doesn't eradicate the orc tribe, so requests remain. Moving on to the 21st floor would be advancing our progress. The caves are a stark contrast to the forests. We'd be battling against large spiders and bats in an environment full of webs, narrow passages, and creatures that can fly or crawl on walls. It's a completely different kind of combat compared to what we experienced in the forest. So, I have something for your party. It's a request from the Knights Division. A request? Not for Roland but for our party. Correct, it's a request specifically for Mage Hannah's party. Should we remain on the 20th floor to improve our skills until we receive our rewards, or, as befits the stream with the most progress, should we promptly head to the 21st floor? Amidst this dilemma, Ellis began to brief Han Seya. The orcs were recently seen in the Blestaburna forest, right? And even after taking care of the boss monster, there are still orcs on the 20th floor. So, it seems they want adventurers who have resolved this incident to scout the forest for them. At a glance, it seems like a type of side quest. After the main scenario, it seems character quests are unlocked, followed by side quests. Of course, Han Seya would know if it's a genuine quest or not. I cast a glance at Han Seya's live stream. Seeing her hastily opening the quest window, it appeared she had the same thought. Ah, there's a new side quest. As an RPG player, it feels uncomfortable passing by without completing the quest. I feel uneasy when I see exclamation marks on the mini-map. True hardcore RPG player here, mapping cities and all. It's frustrating to get the short stick on rewards, makes me restless. It's unnerving when Ellis keeps hinting at a scheme. The sudden introduction of a third choice. Now we had three options: to stay on the 20th floor, to progress to the 21st floor, or to embark on this newly opened side quest. Owing to this, the chat had become as lively as if it was China, split into three kingdoms. Unable to make a choice instantly, Han Seya, deep in thought, starts reading the chat one by one. If this were a standard RPG game, and if she were merely guiding viewers through the game at a leisurely pace, she would have instantly moved to clear the side quest. However, Han Seya is the world's top-ranking player with the most progress in the game. She is in a race for the honor and reward of being the first to clear it. It's like a speedrunner getting berated by her viewers for not skipping event and story cutscenes. Remain on the 20th floor and grow stronger while waiting for the main scenario rewards. Push forward rapidly to maintain the honor of being first, knowing the rewards will come eventually. As a gamer, it's impossible to overlook the side quest without at least giving it some consideration. Han Seya, at a crossroads, finally speaks after deep contemplation. Han Seya was a gamer before she turned to streaming. Ah, damn. Honestly, I can't help but be curious. A side quest has appeared, and we won't know about it until someone completes it, right? If I skip this, it'll haunt me even in my dreams. True, ignoring it, that's the real trap. Do you game even in your dreams? That's quite intense. In the worst case, just use Roland Smash. Romance over efficiency truly captures the spirit of RPGs. The rewards might be good. The majority of her viewers seem to support her choice. Whether Han Seya races to the top spot or not, as long as the viewers are entertained, it's all good. Though there are a few restless viewers concerned that it might cost her first place. We have a 6 Roland in our party. If we don't capitalize on this, who will? I don't think anyone can catch up to us, so shouldn't we get all the rewards we can? And doesn't it technically say only adventurers who fully clear the floor quest receive the side quest? Players who had the last hit stolen or went with the knights probably can't enter the forest. It feels more like a hidden quest. We should go in, let Roland carry us. Everyone was persuaded by Han Seya's confident declaration. Everyone saw how powerful 5 Antenna was, so they must hold the same expectations for a 6 Roland. Of course, if we're talking about strength, I'm undoubtedly stronger. I can withstand a spell cast at full force by Antenna. But the issue is that I'm a pure tank. I was only able to toss a goblin like a javelin. This tank class doesn't offer a way to show off to others. I can deflect a giant's blow and withstand a dragon's breath, but how can I prove that? It's not as if a mountain giant and a dragon will just appear before us on the 20th floor. We just hunted an orc, so where would a giant and dragon come from? Let's do it. Honestly, I'm curious about the blessed forest and I also want to visit the capital. As a servant of the goddess, I would love to enter the blessed forest. Han Seiya convinces the viewers and then discusses it with the party. She wants to map the capital and the blessed forest, not just complete the side quest. The rest of our party also seems curious about the forest, nodding and agreeing with her. It seems they value the blessed forest more than the knight's request, but I understand that. In fact, the blessed Aberna forest is a place I haven't visited yet either. A forest reserved for high nobility and royalty, graced with the blessings of the goddess. It isn't a place for commoner adventurers. Thanks to this request, however, it seems we have a rare opportunity. Should I contact the Knights Division and let them know we've accepted their request? Yes, please, Ellis. It's not a big deal. It's part of my job. If I send the message today, a carriage should be here by tomorrow. Ellis stood up from the table with a gentle smile. With the carriage arriving tomorrow, they wouldn't be able to visit the tower today. With no gate to the 20th floor yet, adventuring to the 20th floor and back in one day would be too taxing. The gazes of the group naturally turned to Han Seiya. Seeing their eyes converge on her, one could tell how competently Han Seiya had been leading as the party's leader. However, while she was recognized as the leader, she wasn't very perceptive, especially when it came to reading the mood. To be precise, she didn't notice the group's stares because she was busy reading chat messages from her viewers. Hannah, what's our plan for today? It's still early, but considering we need to leave tomorrow, going into the tower will make it tight for time. Ah, right. Instead of going to the tower today, it might be better to prepare for our trip to the capital, but what exactly should we prepare? At Han Seiya's innocent question, a hint of a smirk tugged at Caden's lips. Our straightforward princess seems to be warming up to her party members. Although I still feel a sense of distance, she's more proactive and shows a little more laughter than usual. Grace, who came directly from the countryside to the city of adventurers, and Irene, who spent her whole life in the city's temple, both remained silent, their eyes darting around in confusion. There's not much to prepare. If we were heading to the countryside, we'd need to prepare supplies, but we're traveling to the capital. We can buy any missing supplies there, and we can also get support from the Knights Division if needed. Oh, I see. What happened to her brain? How naive. That's what happens when you read the chat every day. Felt like a country bumpkin wondering about what to prepare for Seoul. Remember to remove your shoes when boarding the carriage tomorrow. All those making fun in the comments probably wondered the same thing, lol. Seeing Han Seiya, Grace, and Irene nodding in agreement, Caden's lips finally broke into an unrestrained grin. Three beauties nodding in unison and a cross-dressing beauty trying her best to hold back laughter. It was such an odd and amusing sight that the chat was filled with viewers teasing Han Seiya. You guys find this funny? Aha, there's nothing to do, should I end the stream and start it again when we get to the forest? Han Seiya, who's been streaming almost daily, counters the teasing chat by threatening not to show us exploring the capital. She only said she'd stream 4 times a week, but she's a passionate streamer who goes live every day. A glance through her stream history shows an almost continuous pattern, save for a 3-day break. I'm a little concerned about her well-being. Yeah, it's too late to stop me now that I think about it. I didn't say I was going to stream today, right? I've progressed the quest, shown the new side quest, mentioned the carriage coming tomorrow, and now we're just doing boring preparation stuff, right? That's all for today's stream, thanks. Wait, she really did end it. She closes her streaming window, paying no attention to the chat where viewers were crying out in dismay and spamming their disbelief. With the camera drone smoothly disappearing, Han Seiya, looking somewhat relieved, stretches out and snuggles up to Grace, with a small smile. We have some free time, want to check out some equipment? Equipment shopping? Yeah. With the rewards coming in, I figured we could buy something. You only got armor, right? How about we look for some finger guards or something? With the camera now off, Han Seiya wants to meander around with Grace again. Caden, still maintaining a bit of distance, wouldn't join for personal shopping. As for Irene, she's been busy caring for the children at the temple. She rarely has time to hang out. It might also be odd to invite Caden, who's posing as a man, for shopping. Guess he'll just stay in and surf the web. Do you want to come with us, Irene? No, but thanks for the offer. I have to read storybooks to the children this evening. I promise to help out. As expected, Irene declines with her characteristic gentle smile, choosing to prioritize the children. Had the stream been active, her soft smile would likely have been showered with angel emojis. Both Grace and Han Sea nod, having expected her response. Even though Irene refused this time, the three of them have grown quite close, like real sisters. Sometimes they roam the market together or visit the temple to help out. Definitely need to replace that old bowstring and restock arrows. Roland, come help us out. Me. But, the inventory. Oh, come on. I mean, help us choose the equipment. Neither Grace nor I know where to find the best gear. As I eavesdropped on their chat, suddenly the spotlight was on me. Shifting from Han Sea's stream to browse other streams, I was caught off guard by her direct request. Her eyes gleamed mischievously as she asks for my assistance. With the stream off, she seems intent on pursuing her personal whims until tomorrow. As though she's playing a dating sim, trying to grow the relationship between Grace and me. Ever since our visit to Grace's hometown, Han Sea has been making sure we had time alone. Is it a game within a game? She seems to be really into making these in-game couples. Players like her aren't just in Heroine's Chronicle but in many games. What about you, Caden? I have to repair my own equipment. I wondered if Caden felt left out with the three women looking at her, but she firmly shook her head. They look at her, curious. She's starting to open up, but she's not there just yet. Grace simply nods without showing any particular disappointment. It's a bit embarrassing to admit, but for Grace, her attention isn't on the somewhat reserved Caden. It's on me, the guy designated as their porter. Though Han Sea's focus seems to be on Caden's magical armor. Is that the armor of your family you mentioned before? Let me see it when it's fixed. Of course. Naturally, I'll be wearing it. I see. At Han Sea's slightly awkward response, the corner of Caden's lips twitched upwards. Of course, she'd wear it once it's repaired, it's not like she'd hide it away after fixing it. Perhaps realizing what she just said, Han Sea gives an awkward laugh. Caden, seemingly eager to leave before she bursts into laughter, leaves first. Her hasty footsteps fading as she disappears. I'll be heading to the temple. See you tomorrow, Irene. Unlike Caden, who managed to stifle her laughter, Irene couldn't hold back and let out a chuckle. Though she tried to cover her laughter with a mock cough, the upturned corners of her mouth betrayed her amusement. Perhaps charmed by Han Sea's endearing blunder, Irene's gentle eyes met hers. Han Sea, unable to retort at the kind-hearted Irene, turned her ire towards me, her cheeks puffing out in annoyance. Roland, aren't you laughing a bit too openly? What can I do? We just think you're adorable. Huh. It was a nice moment. Heroes Chronicle Forum. Seems like the 20th floor event is different for everyone. BB Games sure knows how to make it fun. What should we prepare when going to the capital? Honestly, it feels good to spend gold. The night division is insane, lol. The main event of the 20th floor, following the 10th, is now complete. The important reward is delayed due to a dispute between the Knights Division and the Magic Tower, but that's not the viewer's concern. The progress of the current top-ranked player is the hottest topic. And if there's a close contender, the excitement only doubles. Thanks to the trailblazer named Han Sea, more users are starting to explore the story of the 20th floor. Seems like the 20th floor event is different for everyone. Orcs pouring out from the pyramid.gif. Knights rushing out from the forest.gif. In Han Sea's stream, it was a mage that destroyed the orcs with lightning, but here, knights are harvesting them like crops. Harvesting, lol. What a weird term. The Adventurers Guild Master looks different, doesn't he? Looks like NPCs have some randomness, we don't have Roland in our city. Someone went to see if Irene is at the temple, but she wasn't there. Not as fun as watching a mage wreck them. Among the posts on the internet forum, there was the same pyramid we had seen. The scene of orcs streaming out from it was the same, but instead of a mage, the kingdom's knights were there to kill the orcs. So there aren't copies of me, should I feel relieved? This is a scenario where NPCs actively intervene. So, other users also started to search everywhere in their worlds for Roland, Grace, Irene, and Caden. Luckily, there were no reports of a second Roland showing up, but it was bound to turn into an NPC boasting competition. What's their star rating? Are they cute? Are they friendly? Are they curvy? Posts bragging about the NPCs from their worlds flooded the forum. It became less fun to read, especially when dozens of pages were plastered with the same content. There's nothing to read. Grace and Irene, who had been chatting away, had fallen asleep leaning on each other from boredom. Caden seemed deep in thought as she looked out the window, and Hansea was mindlessly playing with her fingers in the air. We were traveling by carriage, so she hadn't started streaming, but she was either checking the system window or the minimap, or she might be looking at the internet like me. While some people hide their fingers and cross their arms while doing it, Hansea is doing it quite openly. Every now and then, she would chuckle, she was likely on the internet. Poking the air and laughing to herself, she would look crazy to anyone who can see. A scouting request. Do you really think there are orcs left? With two of us already asleep and two of us sneaking peeks at the internet, Caden, who had been deep in thought alone, slowly started to speak. Monsters had appeared in a place blessed by the goddess and attacked the knights there. Being unaware of the quest and the existence of a player, it would seem like an ominous sign. I do think some might still be there. Really? It is the forest blessed by the goddess after all, not a purifying ground. There were rumors that when I was in the capital, a sick peasant could sneak in and survive on the fruits. If that's true, 1 or 2 orcs could hide and survive. Roland, what exactly is this blessed forest? Caden went straight to the point. Hansea, bored of internet surfing, turned, her eyes shining. She, very clearly, wants to gather some information before she starts the stream. Like before, she's going to ask me questions to gather information in advance, and when the stream starts, she'll show off to her viewers. I haven't been there myself, but I've heard quite a few stories from nobles. There might be some exaggeration. Caden's eyes were full of curiosity. Hansea, on the other hand, was smiling, probably thinking of impressing her chat with this new tidbit. The real issue was that the stories I knew weren't entirely accurate. Who would be the ones telling me stories of beautiful forests? Naturally, it's the ladies who, lonely at night, whispered to me as they rest on my arm. These are rumors spread at ladies' social gatherings, not stories from knights or nobles who had visited the forests for work or to hunt. Naturally, the trustworthiness of the information is pretty low. I wonder if Hansea will end up a joke amongst her viewers for getting everything wrong. But that could be fun. A Burnu forest is literally a forest blessed by the goddess. The soil is rich, the air is fresh, and it's a forest full of divine energy and the power of life. The reason why the royal family and some high-ranking nobles go hunting there is also because of that divine energy. It's weird that orcs are hiding in a forest full of divine energy. The goddess's kindness is equal to all living things. Unless it's an undead or something, even a simple orc can receive the blessing of divine energy. That's why the forest is tightly controlled. In RPG games, the ones who get hurt by heal skills are undead races, not orcs with green skin. If orcs established themselves in such a bountiful forest, their numbers could swell rapidly, much like rabbits did in Australia. Of course, it's a forest I've never visited, and the unprecedented historical event of orcs entering a place blessed by the goddess is already a scandal in itself. If this kingdom has historical records like the annals of the Joseon dynasty *, wouldn't the name of the current king be absolutely ruined? Just how inept does a king and his knights have to be to let a sacred sanctuary be breached by orcs, of all creatures? There are stories that merely entering the forest grants one a baptism of divine energy, and that the fruits and meats cultivated within the forest are exceptionally beneficial to one's health. The church might have exaggerated a bit, but there must be some truth to it. Why do you think they invited our party to such a precious place? The mere fact that we were entrusted with this request is likely a reward in itself. Even if we had rejected their 20th floor request, were still the adventurers who rescued a member of the Knights Division. What Han Seiya said to her viewers, "It feels more like a hidden quest," hits the nail on the head. It seems the request might have come as a reward for rescuing the kidnapped knight from the orcs. Both of them nodded to my explanation. If the request itself is a reward, then it would explain why the requester would send a carriage and coachman to bring us to the capital. Carriages from the medieval era are notorious for their jolting and rattling, inducing nausea and often leaving bruises on one's back and bottom due to the lack of cushioning. But the carriage sent by the Royal Knights Division was luxurious, complete with cushions, shock absorbers, and even soundproof walls to block out external noise. The carriage was very fancy. It's nothing like the one we rode when we first got to the city. Even mercenary groups wouldn't consider buying such an extravagant carriage. You can tell how good the carriage is just by looking at how comfortably those two fell asleep. No matter how well the road from the city to the capital is built, it's still a medieval fantasy highway. If a modern asphalt road has parts where cars shake, wouldn't it be normal for a carriage driving on a medieval road to shake? However, Grace and Irene, who had fallen asleep during the boring carriage ride, were sleeping soundly, leaning on each other. It showed just how amazing the carriage was. Well, they do look very comfortable. Maybe I should get some sleep too. From stories of the blessed forest to details of the fancy carriage, our idle talk went on. But now, the only sound in the carriage is faint snoring. Just when it seemed the carriage would continue rolling endlessly, it came to a gentle stop. The soft, rhythmic sound of the horse's hooves slowed, and the carriage jolted slightly as it stopped. Sensing the movement, Grace was the first to stir. A knock echoed softly. "Adventurers? We have arrived at a resting point. It looks like we will have to stay here for the night." We had stopped at an inn with a spacious stable, likely reserved for the Knights Division. Interestingly, it appeared we were the only guests, as the establishment welcomed us in a perfect state. Caden and I, who were awake, got off first, followed by Han Seiya, Grace, and Irene. They all took a deep breath, inhaling the fresh air, and then disappeared inside the building. "Welcome, adventurers. All the rooms upstairs are empty, so please use them as you like." Even though the outside was empty and there were no guests, 3 women were waiting inside. One was cooking, and the 2 others seemed to be managing the building. Even though it had gotten dark, since Grace and Irene had had a good sleep in the carriage, they didn't go into rest. I settled at a table on the first floor. Shortly after, the rest of our party joined, opting to sit at the table rather than heading upstairs. "Since it's getting dark, shall we start with dinner?" "Sounds good." A familiar but somewhat unwelcome voice answers the suggestion. I was sure that the inn was run by the 3 women, yet now there was this unexpected male voice. We all turned our heads together to look at the uninvited guest. The man was so tall that one would have to strain their neck to see him properly. A man who is a knight affiliated with the kingdom's Knight Division and is in charge of matters related to adventurers. "Roland. It's been a while, how about a drink?" "Well, about that." And, there he was, an overly excited uncle. My number 1, middle-aged fan. It seemed that just as there were many adventurers who were fond of me, there were also many knights who regarded me favorably. Just as the priests of the temple maintained their faith without corruption, most of the kingdom's knights revered chivalry and honor, valuing camaraderie above all. Essentially, they were a group of sweaty, muscle-bound men. My imposing stature and well-defined muscles had earned me their affection. As an adventurer who had never abandoned a comrade, I had their respect. The only downside might be that these muscle-bound knights tend to cling a bit too affectionately. In my view, I wasn't particularly noble-minded or heroic. After all, I was just a military service returnee who became obsessed with a female character in Heroine's Chronicle, only to reincarnate in another world. There's no way I would have any heroic qualities. I just aimed for benefits without getting hurt. But, given my sick status, my threshold for not getting hurt was far greater than most. So, at that time, Roland, that guy. Sullivan, has your swordsmanship improved or just your chatter? My muscles have definitely grown too, see. And call me James. I don't want to, it feels informal. Ha. You're just shy. Yet these muscular guys, unaware of the reality, see me as the most honorable man in the world, which can be a bit overwhelming. If they were criticizing me out of malice, I could have brushed it off. But when they showered me with over-the-top praises, it was almost embarrassingly overwhelming. Moreover, every time I spent a passionate night with the beauties of the capital, they praised me as a true man who understands women, doubling my embarrassment. Seeing Grace listening intently to his exaggerated tales of me gives me a headache. There he is, flaunting his bulging biceps. Indeed, those muscles of his are notably larger than Irene's head. If my physique is reminiscent of a Greek statue, his would be a miniature Hulk. Did you come all the way here to talk about the request? Huh. Yes. Why do you say it like that? To be honest, there's not much to discuss, I just ran over to grab a drink. You ran over? Just a day's distance by carriage. Thought I'd get a workout, so I ran since morning. Took a bath, and waited for you. No surprise the stables were empty even though he was around. James Sullivan, who was showing off his muscles and chatting away, finally took his seat properly. Just being around such an enthusiastic, muscle-bound man was exhausting. The party members, who had been listening to my highly exaggerated tales, now gazed at him with bright eyes. For all his showiness, he was good a storyteller. It wasn't for nothing that he was assigned as the adventurer representative. First off, the external request involves scouting for orcs in the Aberna forest. What do you mean by external? Roland, let me ask first. Did anything happen the last time you were in the capital? What is he talking about? James, with a tone hinting at some hidden circumstances, spoke, and all eyes turned to me. The last time I visited the capital, it was before Han Sea logged into this world, so there wasn't much that left an impression. Other than completing usual quests and sneaking into the bedrooms of noblewomen under the pretext of rewards, I hadn't done anything of note. With no suspicions in mind and seeing my puzzled expression, James gave a reassuring nod. Don't take it too seriously. Even within the Knights division, we just found this request a bit odd. It's not a big deal. Do you mean it's strange because the request was passed on to adventurers? Exactly. Frankly, if it's about exploring the Aberna forest, it would be more appropriate for our Knights division to handle it. Even with our tight schedule and limited manpower, it's a forest blessed by the goddess. There's enough reason for us to postpone everything else and dispatch men. But they specifically chose an adventurer party. Upon hearing James' heavy voice, the group unconsciously nodded in agreement. A mission in a forest blessed by royalty, merely to hunt orcs, did sound suspicious. But no matter how hard I thought, there was nothing that stood out. Even the noblewomen I'd interacted with were merely figures sidelined in politics, seeking solace in social gatherings. There wasn't anyone among them with the power to deploy adventurers to the Aberna forest. Well, I don't know where such talk started, and it's not bad that the request went to you guys. There are quite a few in the Knight division who recognize your skills. It sounds like it won't be an issue then. We will explore the forest as planned and deal with the orcs. That's the spirit. By the way, Roland, this sinful friend of mine. When you came to the capital last time, you didn't happen to charm some noble princess asterisk, did you? Out of the blue, a noble princess. What? I involuntarily turned towards Caden at this abrupt remark. Suddenly, my eyes inadvertently darted towards Caden. A young noble princess, Sword Princess Caden, was sitting right at our table, listening. It wasn't just me, Han Sea's gaze also unmistakably shifted to Caden. Thankfully, Caden's attention was firmly on James, so she didn't catch our suspicious reactions. And, adding to our luck, the utterly clueless James laughed off the situation and redirected the conversation. Well, sending adventurers to a blessed forest would require considerable influence. Roland, I've heard about how popular you are among the ladies in the capital. Rumor has it that a high-ranking lady fell in love at first sight and wanted to see you again. Really, to that extent? Of course. The exploits of a free-spirited adventurer have always been popular among nobles. Tales of hunting foxes in a forest versus battling monsters in vast plains are worlds apart. Add to that, you have a face more handsome than most young lords in the capital. It'd be strange if you weren't popular. It was evident that James enjoyed the limelight, especially with Grace's encouragement. Grace herself seemed eager for more tales, her eyes gleaming with anticipation. Irene looked mildly entertained, but Caden seemed utterly disengaged from the conversation. The focus in her eyes blurred, her lips parting slightly. Anyone could tell she was lost in thought. Even as Hansea stared intently at her, turning her head to get a better view, she seemed completely oblivious, deep in contemplation. Could it be a character quest intertwined with a side quest? Considering the order, I thought the secret of the Saint Candidate would be unveiled before that of the Sword Princess. Of course, it might not come to light even after reaching the capital. Her current reaction felt like a teaser for an unfolding story. Irene, who had been listening politely, noticed Caden's distant expression. "Oh my, Caden. Are you tired?" "Ah, yes. You must be tired from the day's carriage ride. How about you go up and rest? We can send food to your room." The vacant gaze, the restless fingers, and lips slightly parted more than usual. Upon hearing the term noble princess, Caden's face turned pale. Irene, thinking it was the after-effects of the carriage journey, offered a gentle smile. The usual Caden would have just silently held her ground, insisting she was fine. However, noticeably affected by the mention of princess, she gives a faint nod. "I'll head up and rest for a bit." With a humble bow, Caden wobbly makes her way up the stairs, disappearing from view. Ray translations. Filling his stomach with a warm stew rich in meat and then spending some time web surfing in bed, the day brightens as the coachman readies the carriage again. "Are you feeling better?" "Yes. After resting for a full day, I'm much better." While Irene lightly ate her soup, she stayed close to Caden's side, looking after her attentively. Given that Caden tends to be quite reserved and doesn't talk much, she seems to think she wouldn't show his fatigue or pain. Treating Caden like a stubborn child, she stays close to him. Perhaps it's because she's in her male disguise, but she appears slightly flustered by Irene being so close, the first person to do so. The atmosphere between the two women was growing warm and pleasant when "Roland. Why don't you get off the carriage and run with me? Are you crazy?" James, my greatest admirer and someone who seems to have let muscles replace his brain, was trying hard to have me run by his side. The journey from the city of adventurers to the capital takes roughly 2 days. Given that this rest stop is about halfway, suggesting we run on foot for the remaining distance doesn't sound like something a sane person would say. I understand that the carriage is just big enough for our group and can't accommodate any more, but, to suggest running. I prefer comfort, so you can run on your own. You always say that, but I know you never take the easy path. Your perfect physique is proof. Ugh, damn it. That was when I naively relied on my strong body and acted recklessly. Now, I simply want to sit back in the carriage and catch up on the videos I've missed. From various game streams to playthroughs of games I'm not familiar with, there's so much to watch. A carriage sped along the well-maintained road, the horses leading it were racing beside a muscular giant of a man. In this unique way, we made our way to the blessed Aberna forest near the capital. Although the carriage was soundproofed, I could still make out the rhythmic gallop of horse hooves and the heavy thudding of someone's footsteps outside. It made it hard to focus on internet browsing. Of course, the carriage had been prepared for our group, so there was no space for the muscular James. Not that we particularly wanted to squeeze in such an intimidating figure, to begin with. Thus, the peculiar journey of a man and a horse-driven carriage running side by side continued. "We have arrived," came the announcement. We arrived earlier than I thought." The driver, looking slightly drained perhaps due to the unconventional journey, tapped gently on the carriage door to signal our arrival. Though he was skilled enough to be employed by the Knights Division, he probably hadn't experienced something like this before. Having mindlessly watched bird-feeding videos in the park to pass the time, I felt refreshed. Stepping out of the carriage first, I was greeted by the vast expanse of the forest. From the outside, it was an undeniably stunning sight. Every tree, despite its colossal stature, seemed pristinely maintained, with sunlight streaming through, casting dappled light below. Hansea has started streaming. Hansea_excited. A side quest in the Blessed Forest. Wow, just seeing from outside, it's astonishing. You can feel the warmth all the way here, truly a magnificent forest. Following behind me were Hansea, who had quietly started her stream, and Grace. Soon after, Caden and Irene descended, all of us gazing at the forest with admiration. Though the carriage stopped near what looked like a checkpoint at the forest's entrance, the refreshing air tickling our noses cooled our minds. There seems to be military patrolling the area, to prevent unauthorized entry. Considering the divine energy seeping out even to the forest's perimeter, such precautions seem justified. We're the party of adventurer Hannah, here on a request for the Knights Division. Confirmed. This way. Sir James. Yeah, that's me. You handle the check, I'll guide them in. Understood. But you, came running alongside the carriage? As our group gathered around the carriage, soaking in the fresh air, soldiers with long spears approached us, their faces showing surprise. It was understandable, James hadn't exited the carriage but seemed to materialize from its side. The soldiers, unaccustomed to a man running alongside a carriage, looked around hesitantly, probably searching for James' horse. They just couldn't believe he'd run here. Leaving behind the puzzled soldiers, James led us into the military-style checkpoint of the forest. Following him inside, we saw several makeshift buildings, giving off a true military base vibe. Damn, I can feel the tension. Went to Nonsan* for a side quest. I never thought I'd see a military base in another world lol. Thought we were heading to a forest. The stream just started, why is there a military police inspection? A soldier is like a private, and a knight is like an officer. James casually chatting with the soldiers checking at the entrance kind of looks like an officer bypassing all entry procedures, doesn't it? The viewers also mentioned feeling the tension the moment the stream started. They preferred seeing the beautiful female characters rather than the stern-faced men. The camera swiftly panned across the checkpoint's interior and settled on Grace and Irene stretching after disembarking from the carriage, earning cheers from the viewers. Come this way, Roland. The sun's setting, we should stay here tonight. True, we arrived at an awkward time. Probably best to start exploring tomorrow, the forest is quite large. Grace murmured in agreement to James' words, her gaze sweeping horizontally over the vast forest. Despite craning her neck as much as possible, trees stretched further than the eye could see. Though the forest was near the capital, it was vast, with orcs possibly creating bases inside. Exploring now late in the afternoon would mean we'd be up all night and still not finish. We were on the carriage for about 2 days, traveling from the city of adventurers to this forest near the capital. Nothing really happened. But that knight guiding the way is a friend of Roland's. And he ran alongside the carriage the whole way. Are you drinking on steam? Do you mean Roland's muscular friend was pulling the carriage? What does that mean? He didn't ride in the carriage but ran alongside it. We'll remember that character lol. What the hell happened off-stream? We proceeded under the watchful eyes of the soldiers. With the vastness of the forest and the presence of not only the Knights Division but also regular soldiers, it feels no different from an actual military base. Although there are female knights present, they are in the minority. The majority are ordinary soldiers without any stars. With so many rugged men around, it's natural that our beautiful party attracts attention. But, given that these soldiers guard the blessed forest near the royal palace, they maintain discipline. They wouldn't dare challenge adventurers escorted by a knight. You can use this barack. It's a place maintained for guests, so feel free to use the facilities inside. There's a kitchen for preparing meals, but if you prefer, you can join us in the dining hall. We have our own provisions, so we'll handle our meals. Amidst the intense stares, we arrived at a 2-story wooden building. From the outside, it looked like a simple wooden cabin, but inside, it had a fireplace, bedrooms, and even a shower. True to its description as a building for guests, the neatly organized interior evoked sighs of relief. Considering the surrounding area was teeming with soldiers, there had been concerns about possibly spending the night in military tents. You have food? Our mage is quite skilled, you know. In response to James's question, I naturally mentioned Han Sea's inventory. A kind of unconditional reflex, perhaps. Teasing her about it always amused me. I noticed Han Sea attempting to subtly slip away towards the bedroom, likely feeling embarrassed. But wanting to show off Han Sea's genius mage status isn't a desire unique to me. Grace, like a cop catching a pickpocket, smoothly linked with Han Sea's arm. She grinned widely and bumped Han Sea, saying, "Hannah. Why not prepare and take out some ingredients from the kitchen? Ah. Let's fetch dinner from that magical place called the inventory. Grace pronounced the word inventory deliberately, syllable by syllable, emphasizing it for James to hear. Her playful tone naturally made me chuckle. Now that I think about it, teasing Han Sea must be similar to the incessant praise I get from the knights. Han Sea receives acclaim as a genius for the system's inventory function, I for Roland's muscular physique, both are equally embarrassing. Wow, what's? How is it, isn't it amazing? It's really amazing. If this magic spreads, we wouldn't have to worry about supplies. Hey, Roland. Where did you find such a mage? James, with perhaps the most enthusiastic reaction I've seen yet, left Han Sea's cheeks flushed red. Grace and James, standing on either side of her, began spouting words like genius, innovator, and goddess of supplies. Goddess of supplies? James, you've been spending too much time with bards in the capital, haven't you? His flattery was over the top. Overwhelmed by the barrage of compliments, Han Sea sought refuge in the kitchen. Of course, to Grace, this retreat probably just looked like the modesty of a genius mage. Hannah seems a bit timid compared to her talents and abilities. She probably doesn't want to brag about her magic. A modest mage, you found a good companion, Roland. You too, carry on. I should go help with organizing the ingredients. Grace, ever playful, darted to the kitchen, Irene in tow. Left behind were me, James, and Caden, who seemed lost in her own world. Since the conversation earlier, Caden's stoic demeanor has crumbled, looking like a cat with tape on its paw. I thought she was cold and calculative, but maybe she's just lacking in social skills. Ah, and the shower facilities in the barracks aren't for individual use but communal. Talk about it with your party before using it. Even if there's someone you want to go in with, show some restraint. We don't have any soundproofing magic tools here. What are you saying? You two can go in together. Some previous guests were quite passionate, I guess. At night, you could hear the beds creaking. The beds here aren't exactly high-end. Seeing Caden's face turn beet red at the casual jest, James bursts into raucous laughter. Maybe she's just socially awkward. Caden's disguise as a man was incredibly convincing. Even sharp-eyed individuals like Rebecca, who possessed a beast-like instinct, myself, and a high-ranking knight like James, failed to penetrate her guise. From the contours of her Adam's apple, her skeletal structure, body shape, skin texture, and even her voice, everything was convincingly male. To be honest, her disguise bore more resemblance to something like polymorph found in fantasy novels than a simple act of cross-dressing. There was no trace of mana, which ruled out the possibility of a magic-induced disguise. Given this, it's no surprise that James, being his usual self, started to make crude jokes when all the female members retreated from the room. He doesn't typically make such comments in front of women, but amongst men, he speaks without reserve. Even though we're not allowed to go into the forest, occasionally there are nobles who come inside the checkpoint to take in the divine energy. But it's a little problematic when old men with weakening waists bring women along with them. There are a lot of young, vigorous guys here, so when they start making certain noises I'll help with moving the stuff as well. Whether James took Caden's stunned silence as shyness or simple innocence, his words grew teasing. Being directly involved with adventurers and mingling with soldiers, he couldn't help his nature. His lewd laughter and suggestive sway of his hips might be unseemly for a knight. But he's competent, which is why he rose to the rank of a high-ranking knight. Still, watching a muscle-bound man swaying his hips in such a way was quite disgusting. It was too much for Caden, prompting her to flee. Honestly, it was off-putting even for me to watch, so I could only imagine how uncomfortable Caden, a woman, must have felt. Did I go too far? I heard he was a former mercenary, so I tried to bond a little. He's quite pure-hearted for a mercenary. Trying to be friends. Us men bond by talking about dirty stuff. You can tell just by how comfortable I am with the soldiers. With Caden clearly fleeing because she couldn't stomach it, the knight approached with an awkward smile. He believed he was being friendly in a macho kind of way, consistent with the adventure military knight culture. As I glanced at Han Sea's stream, I saw Caden's red face join in the inventory fun. Once I confirmed the camera was still focused on the kitchen, I directed a question at James. About the talk earlier regarding the princess, was it a joke, or was there a reason for it? You can say it's half and half. An order did come down, but it's unclear where it came from. The mere task of investigating orcs for adventurers was passed down as if it were some classified mission. For a command to come down in such a roundabout way to the Knights Division, it suggests that someone very high up has their hands in it. James, scratching the back of his head, looking a tad embarrassed, responded. Despite appearing a little frivolous and the possibility of his brain being packed with muscles, he's not one to make baseless claims. Could it really be a character quest intertwined with a side quest? I can only speculate since I can only see Han Sea's quest log if she shares it on her stream. Mulling it over isn't going to give me a definitive answer. Regardless, thanks for the info. At my response, James chuckles as though he knew I would react that way. Ray translations. The night in the military camp passes uneventfully. The moment Han Sea puts her head on the pillow, the game saves, ensuring she would wake up the next morning. The party members, weary from the journey in the carriage, silently retire to their beds, resting for the upcoming mission. As for me, I surf the internet from the comfort of a soft bed. It may be a military barracks with basic beds, but it felt surprisingly comfortable. Fit for a military unit responsible for guarding the divine energy flowing from the blessed forest. Good morning, everyone. Good morning. I feel light thanks to the grace of the goddess. Thanks to that, there wasn't a trace of fatigue on any of the party members. What was evident was the radiant beauty of their exposed fair skin. Given that they couldn't possibly lounge around the accommodations in their armor, this was expected. Of course, the exposure was merely them wearing casual shirts. Although it was a lighter attire compared to their usual leather armor or nun robes, the sight alone sent the chatroom viewers into a flurry of excitement. I bet Han Sea's right wrist that the virtue of the saint candidate is lust. This is the elegance of the world's top streamer. It's understandable that Muscleman was worried yesterday, walking around the military base like that lol. A side quest that takes 3 days, the upper levels of the tower are getting scarier. God exists in the Korean peninsula. Even the slightest exposure of the arm or the fact that the shirt did not hide the body's curves had the chatterboxes thanking the gods. It was funny to see since just 5 minutes ago, or from my perspective, last night, they were teasing Han Sea relentlessly. The group, after freshening up, gathered around the dining table, much like they would at a guild table. With nothing grand to eat in the morning, we reheated yesterday's stew, lightly filled our stomachs, and started discussing the request. The first to speak was Grace, who had quickly finished her bowl. Are we exploring the forest starting today? Yeah. From what I heard, it seems the soldiers can't enter the forest. The forest, it looked quite big. It's going to take some time. The conversation began to flow, with everyone chipping in. The general consensus was that the forest was too large for just 5 people to explore. The forest in the tower was straightforward as you just had to find the path, but here we needed to search for signs of orcs, which was a bit different. But how do we prove there are no orcs? That's a good question. We can't cover every little part of the forest. This concern seemed to be the focal point of the group's discussion. Curious glances were directed at me occasionally, but there was little I could contribute. After all, the orc search was an actual side quest, and completing it was Han Sea's responsibility. Maybe Han Sea's quest log, which hasn't been fully shown on the stream, has some progress indicators. There's a mini-map and a quest window, so she should be able to handle it. Well, we might need to think of ways to track where the orcs could be hiding. Maybe Hannah can mark places with her magic. What do you think, Hannah? Can you do that? I think I can. I can mark spots with magic, I should be able to keep track. Just look at her, hesitating with those nervous eyes. While she hesitated a little, Hansea confidently assured us that she could do it, though she'll probably just be using the quest window. Watching her, Grace and Irene, who were cleaning up the dishes, can't help but smile gently. A party leader that was capable enough to skillfully handle the aspect that concerned them the most. They can't help but feel relieved. Though their gazes toward her looked more like an older sibling watching their younger sibling become more dependable. Well, that's a form of trust too, so all was well. Now that we've finished our meal, everyone should get ready with their gear. We're likely spending a few days, so we'll be exposed to loads of divine energy. Alright, I'll get ready and meet you at the exit. Leaving the fervent pleas of the viewers behind, the party members collected their equipment and gathered at the exit of the building. As soon as they stepped out, they found themselves again the focus of the soldiers' attention. While some of the stares were due to the beauties, but many soldiers greet Irene with a salute. Witnessing the grace of the goddess firsthand, they were naturally more religious than most. As we gear up and prepare to venture into the forest, a soldier rushes toward us. He looks flustered, perhaps surprised by the party's speed. Hold on a moment, please. What's the matter? When you go into the forest, take this. Panting heavily, the soldier offers a metal badge resembling an adventurer's emblem, engraved with a sword and shield. He must have run quite fast, he's struggling to continue explaining. The kind-hearted party members wait patiently for him to catch his breath, looking on with sympathy as his face turns beet red. When you return from the forest, you don't necessarily have to come back this way. Soldiers surround the forest, so wherever you exit, just present this badge. Oh, I see. Thank you. It's, well, my duty. The soldier's face brightened slightly at Hansea's polite smile and gratitude. A thought crossed my mind that soldiers, whether in medieval fantasy or in the modern era, aren't so different after all. With this strange thought, we moved towards the forest. Grace naturally takes the lead, walking beside me, while the others follow. Caden follows up from the rear. For a group that hasn't been adventuring together very long, we're looking quite comfortable and practiced. Alright. The side quest begins. The goal is to search for signs of orcs in the blessed forest. Judging by the progress shown, it seems like it will be filled up as we light up the minimap. I don't know whether there'll be orcs or not. In the quest window, it just says explore the forest. With Hansea's explanation, we crossed the barricade and entered the forest. Along with Caden, who seems to be deep in thought. The blessed forest was true to its name. If this is called a forest, then what's inside the tower might as well be called a cave. This is the grace of the goddess. The forest was dense with trees, but not to the extent that it hindered passage, allowing us to stroll along the forest trail. The rich canopy of branches obscured the sky, but sunlight warmed us through gaps in the leaves. This place felt like a well-maintained park. With each breath, refreshing air filled the lungs, and chirping from birds of unknown species filled the ears, boasting a beauty incomparable to any other monster-filled forest. Look at those fruits, they're all edible, but they're much larger than normal. Can we pick them? Even this strawberry bush is giving off divine energy. Small birds pecking at fruits on the trees, bushes laden with gem-like strawberries, and small animals like squirrels darting up and down tree branches. It felt like we were in a forest out of a Disney princess movie. If only a fawn or something would come close to our party of beautiful ladies. Squirrel. Acorn. Will you get experience from killing it? The forest in the tower was cool, but it's no comparison to here. Damn it, my brain has been so wired by games that I first think of hunting when I see an animal. This is so healing. Do you get a buff from staying in this forest? Seriously, who looks at this beautiful scenery and thinks about killing squirrels? Are your brains made up of just zeros and ones? But viewers were merely curious about hunting outside the tower. After all, quite a few players started the game outside the tower given the game's open-world realism. Some players enlisted as soldiers to learn basic combat skills, and some players joined mercenary groups and headed to war zones. Due to this, the minds of the viewers watching Han Sea's broadcast for information were gruesomely curious. But still, to be looking at a forest more beautiful than any movie CG and ask if killing a squirrel gives experience points. Really? Judging by how the small animals aren't scared of humans, I don't think there are any orcs around here. You can tell through that? Yes, well, animals learn too. They remember things like where hunters usually pass by or where traps and snares are. If they're not afraid of humans, it means they haven't seen any two-legged hunters. While the chat was filled with heated discussions, Grace and Irene chatted amongst themselves. Indeed, if orcs had been around, bushes would have been trampled, and small animals like rabbits and squirrels would have been hiding. Those unintelligent brutes wouldn't even think of covering their tracks. The party, perhaps soothed by the serene forest, looked more like they were on a picnic than on an adventure request. They chatted quietly amongst themselves, showing no signs of feeling threatened or being on alert. Even if it seemed like they were off guard, there was nothing to worry about. Grace would detect the orcs before they could detect us. Now the mini-map is about 2% filled. Is it a mechanism that fills up bit by bit and jumps up all at once when you reach a certain area? I have to be next to Grace's side. I had intended to pair her up with Roland, but oh well. As we moved forward, listening to the chirping of birds, I could hear Han Seao mumbling from behind. She'd been browsing the web instead of focusing on her stream, but now it appeared she had opened her quest window. As we walked through the forest, our party naturally made its way into a wide, spacious clearing in the middle of the forest. The wide, open clearing provided a beautiful view. A single ray of sunlight pierced the clear sky, illuminating the area. It was a peaceful scene that could easily pass for an illustration from a fairy tale book, if only there were a small mushroom house in the middle. Of course, there were no signs of any orcs or anything else threatening in this peaceful clearing. I'm going to mark this clearing with magic for now. Shall we take a break? Huh? Oh, no, it doesn't take that long. Han Seya casually approached the center of the clearing, staff in hand. The gathering of a meager amount of mana at the end of her staff was obviously meaningless. The progress of the quest had already jumped about 10% when we entered the clearing. It seemed she had given it some thought on how to pretend she was actually using magic to mark the location. Since skills require vocal activation, she seems to be just gathering mana without releasing it. Not getting better at the game, but you are getting better at being sneaky. Holding the staff like that. It's like she's a cult leader, lol. The power of the quest window. If one clearing is 10%, and it fills up a bit by walking around, it should be about 8 clearings. I could sleep and come back. But if nothing comes out after the 8, this will just be a walking simulator. While the party enjoyed the serene environment, the chat atmosphere was quite the opposite. Even a beautiful scene would become tiresome if it went on for 5 hours, or 10. A picturesque forest full of chirping birds and small animals was pleasant to see, but if no orcs appeared, viewers would be left watching trees the entire stream. It's not a development viewers would welcome, nor would it be favorable for Han Seya. After quickly closing the video I was watching, I reopened Han Sea's stream to find the chat filled with comments about how it had turned into a walking simulator, a VR hiking trip, and so on. Hey, there's no way we'll just be walking around the forest and that's it. Something will pop out when we reach about 50%. We've only filled up 10% so far, don't be so impatient. Han Seya, lifting her staff and talking with her viewers, also looked a little anxious. Given the mood of the forest, it seemed more likely that a baby deer like Bambi would spring out from the bushes than an orc. The chat, sensing her unease, could only scoff at Han Sea's unconvincing words. Is nothing really going to happen? As if her ominous premonition was becoming reality, they met nothing but small animals as the quest progress rose from 10% to 20% and 30%. Squirrels, rabbits, deer, small birds with colorful feathers, even toothless grass snakes. By the time the sun was high overhead and they were preparing a meal in their 4th clearing of the day, the most dangerous thing they'd come across was a buzzing beehive. The forest is so peaceful. There are no signs of orcs, let alone large or carnivorous animals. Right. It feels more like we're on a vacation than a request. This forest seems safe enough for kids to play in. It must be why the royal family keeps guards around. Even after walking for quite some time, I feel more refreshed than exhausted. The party, preparing lunch in the open clearing and cheerfully tending to the fire, looked utterly at ease. Unlike Han Seiya, who was growing increasingly anxious about the potential of a ruined broadcast. Even if they make a living by hunting monsters, at heart, they're delicate young women. Just as they would enjoy eating sweet macarons, chatting, and shopping, they also loved observing cute little animals amidst beautiful nature. Right now, a few curious squirrels were fearlessly approaching Irene. It was probably because of the scent of the beans and grain flour for the stew. One squirrel, with twitching whiskers, confidently climbed up to Irene's shoulder. Oh my, these little ones aren't just fearless, they seem quite familiar with humans. Maybe some noble ladies came here to recover once took care of them. Irene, laughing softly, let the squirrel nibble on a bean from her shoulder. Everyone was relaxing amidst this peaceful scene until Grace abruptly stood, changing the mood. Someone is coming through the bushes. I'm not sure if it's unfortunate that someone came just as we started eating or if it was fortunate that we can meet them in a nice open clearing. As Grace took hold of her bow, staring at the bush where the sounds were coming from, the group naturally fell into formation. I also picked up my gear and stepped forward, ready. I could tell that it wasn't an orc approaching, but that didn't lessen my guard. Logically, the only non-orc beings in this forest would be knights on a mission or high-ranking nobles visiting for relaxation. However, considering this was an actual quest, anything out of the ordinary could happen. After all, an orc chieftain opening a dimensional gate with a pyramid to invade the blessed forest of the kingdom isn't exactly ordinary. What if there were orcs that communicated eloquently or other orcs that used dimensional gates? It sounded strange just thinking of it. We are a group of adventurers carrying out a request from the Knights Division. Please identify yourself before you approach further. Unless there are other adventurers in this forest, if the approaching party is human, they are likely of higher status than us. I called out to the rustling bushes, and the noise grew louder. Considering the lack of subtlety, they didn't seem intent on surprising us. If anything, it seemed like they were caught off guard by our call. Who could it be, really? Ahem. Excuse me for a moment. I was wandering the forest and seemed to have lost my way. Emerging from the bushes was a man with a stature as massive as a bear's. He stood a head taller than me, probably reaching around 2 meters. Due to his size, his expensive leather coat was covered with leaves. And his short silver hair was disheveled, probably from forcing his way through the forest. From his intimidating face, a scar ran down his cheek, stretching all the way to his neck, giving him a fierce appearance. No way, why is the Northern Duke appearing here of all places? Han Seiya, reading his information, murmured in surprise. Even after living in this kingdom for 10 years, I have never heard of this Northern Duke, and now he was standing right before our eyes. Even when I traveled to the north at Caden's request, I never heard any stories about a Northern Duke. Did such a person exist in our kingdom? The Northern Duke. It's a character archetype commonly seen in fantasy novels, literally referring to the Duke of the northern part of a kingdom. Given that the North is often depicted as cold and barren, the Northern Duke typically carries a strong and harsh image, befitting the ruler of such a land. Heroes Chronicles North seems to resemble Russia if it were reimagined in a fantasy setting. Snow-covered mountains and a barren tundra landscape. It seems fitting then for there to be a Northern Duke reminiscent of a polar bear. Was there a Northern Duke in our kingdom? The problem, however, lies with the existence of the Northern Duke himself. I've never heard of a Northern Duke, not even when I visited the North recently at Caden's request, nor while listening to the gossip of the ladies. Of course, it's natural for parts of the kingdom to be ruled by a noble, but I've never heard of such a person being referred to as the Northern Duke. A 2-meter-tall muscular giant with silver hair, full of scars, isn't that the perfect gossip material for the ladies of high society? I came to the forest for a bit of recuperation and ended up losing my way, could you possibly guide me out? I left my troublesome servants behind for a walk. If you find it suspicious, feel free to call for the knights as soon as we leave the forest. Sorry, but we're in the middle of exploring the forest. We likely won't be heading out until sunset. While I was lost in thought, Caden, who had stealthily moved ahead, rejected the request. Her stiffened face, trembling eyes, and visibly clenched jaw clearly conveyed. There is a hidden story here. You can continue exploring the forest. I'm just a bit directionally challenged, so I won't be a bother and just quietly follow along. We're not in deep, we'll go call your servants. Heh, I can't possibly inconvenience adventurers who are on a request for the Knights Division. What followed was an uneasy back and forth between the persistent Northern Duke and Caden, who was trying her best to get rid of him. The group watched in astonishment, especially at the usually stoic Caden, who was almost rudely pushing back against the Duke. Caden? I think it would be best if he stayed with us, at least to verify his identity. If he truly is lost, it's right to help, and if not, we've discovered an intruder. The one to mediate this verbal tug of war was Irene. As she carefully voiced her opinion, both the Northern Duke and Caden naturally fell silent. In response to Irene's suggestion to travel together, the Northern Duke grinned, while Caden visibly scowled. The unexpected response left Irene, who had proposed the truce, somewhat taken aback. As expected of a nun. I'm grateful for your kindness. Yes. That's right. I think. And so, the Northern Duke, who emerged from the forest like a bear, joined our party. Leading the way with her staff was Han Seah, and beside her was Grace, scanning for orcs. I was escorting the two of them. A bit behind were Irene, who was carefully observing her surroundings, and Caden, her escort. Clinging close to Caden was the Northern Duke. Considering the narrowness of the forest path, it would make sense for that man to be at the back. However, his approach was blatantly obvious, anyone could tell he was interested in Caden. After all, it was hard to miss a towering man of 2 meters adjusting his pace to match hers. Do you have something to say? The sword hanging at your waist looks quite unique. It's longer than a typical one-handed sword. Do you practice a special sword technique? Yes. While Grace was busily detecting orcs, Han Seah, directing the camera drone to the back, was intently observing the interactions between Caden and the Northern Duke. Thanks to that, I could also see through Han Seah's stream what was happening behind us. The Northern Duke trying to continue the conversation through various trivial topics, ranging from the sword hanging on Caden's waist to the armor she wore. Caden, on the other hand, was curt, answering in monosyllables and effectively cutting off any attempt at conversation. Caught between their awkward exchange, Irene fidgeted uncomfortably. That man's the Northern Duke, and if Caden is. So, they're father and son. Wait, she's cross-dressing. So, they're father and daughter. It's clearly a side quest, but it feels like a character quest. Anyway, if the father is a 5 and the daughter is a 4, would you call that a star spoon asterisk? Forgetting that your companion is a cross-dressing woman, you're really something. He's the Northern Duke, but why isn't he wearing a thick furry coat? Anyone roaming in a fur coat in this weather would be deemed mad and be handed over to the Knights Division. He sounds like a dad trying too hard to connect with his teenage daughter. Considering his age, it might actually be a midlife crisis, lol. Information that would be unknowable without the system window was now being speculated on by Han Seah and her viewers, thanks to the titles Northern Duke and Sword Princess. With a high-ranking official who's supposed to be in charge of the North appearing out of the blue, things are making more sense. And because she was in the kitchen, Han Seah and her viewers missed James' story. She's a high-ranking noblewoman, hiding through cross-dressing, and now most likely this unknown high-ranked duke issued an order to the Knights Division. When all these pieces of information are combined, the only logical conclusion is clear: Caden is the daughter of the Northern Duke, and the Duke himself has come in person, pretending it's mere coincidence, in order to approach his runaway daughter. So, as an adventurer, what kind of tasks do you usually take on? I hunt monsters in the tower. Caden, who has only recently evolved from a mere mercenary to an intermediate-level adventurer, was now bluntly speaking to an aristocrat capable of entering the Blessed Forest. That brusque and curt manner of speaking could only be directed at someone she knew well, likely her own father. Wait, does this mean she's not the successor of a fallen noble family, but rather just a runaway girl? I had pictured her as a determined noble struggling to revive her fallen house from the ground up, but it turns out she's just a shy runaway noble girl. My image of her has changed so much, it's quite startling. So, she dressed up as a guy to avoid her father? But then got discovered and so he came to our party trying to bring her back. Our noble lady seems more clumsy than I thought. I assumed her to be cold, curt, and sharp-witted. Her hidden secret is that she ran away. LOL. Running away in men's clothes versus pretends to be lost to find runaway daughter. This isn't a Northern Duke arc. The spoiled runaway trope is funny. So, it's not an orc finding quest but a find the runaway daughter quest. Due to the interactions between the Northern Duke and Caden, viewers are starting to buy into the theory that Caden is a runaway girl. However, she does have the title of Sword Princess and her damaged magical armor, so there's definitely a backstory there. Still, the combination of cross-dressing runaway girl is more than enough to make people laugh. In the viewers' minds, the image of an overprotective Northern Duke and his naive runaway daughter, Caden, has been firmly established. I can't really argue against that perspective. If she wasn't the daughter of the Northern Duke but of some other house, there would be no reason for him to come to see her personally. The fact that all the repair materials for the magical armor are from the northern area further proves it's likely armor from a northern noble family. Unaware of the gaze from Han Se-ah, myself, and tens of thousands of viewers, the two, father and daughter, continue their bickering. Do you have any dreams or aspirations as an adventurer? I will climb the tower. Climbing the tower. So you want to leave your mark in history as an adventurer? That's indeed an ambitious dream. With an unyielding spirit, the Northern Duke continued to converse with his daughter, Caden, who barely responded with more than 5 words. Stuck between them is Irene, clearly uncomfortable. Even Grace, from the background, seemed to be subtly shifting her attention towards their exchange. To Irene and Grace, it might look as though Caden was being rude to an aristocrat they'd just met. We should end our exploration for today and start heading out of the forest. We need to guide the gentleman out as well. Indeed. Rushing won't get us anywhere. Perhaps feeling sorry for Irene, Han Se-ah suggests that they wrap up their exploration for the day. At her words, Irene, stuck between the squabbling parent and child, enthusiastically nods. Even while moving through the forest, steering slightly to run parallel to the path we had just taken, the father and daughter's conversation doesn't cease, covering swords, armors, our party, the city of adventurers, the tower, the guild, quests, and even accommodations. I have to say, he really talks a lot. To anyone watching, it was the unmistakable sight of a doting father. We continued our peaceful journey through the forest when the rustling in the bushes began once more. The footstep sounds alone confirmed at least 3 people, heavy in weight, were approaching us. Grace was the first to notice, and I quickly followed. Almost simultaneously, members of our group began to stop in their tracks. Tensions rose among them, wondering if orcs would appear this time. Yet, there was the Northern Duke, looking rather sheepish amidst our group. As the sound got closer, there were audible clinks of metal. While the rest of our group remained tense, not catching on, I relaxed and lowered my shield. What's the matter, Roland? The footsteps aren't those of orcs. It's the sound of knights, properly clad in boots and even spurs. As if to prove my words, 3 heavily armored knights, their faces concealed by helmets, emerged from the bushes. Why on earth? We were told you'd stepped out for a bit. Why are you all the way here? Ahaha. Sorry. This isn't something you can just laugh off. To be precise, it was 2 heavily armored knights and 1 beautiful silver-haired female knight. The group emerging from the undergrowth made no attempt to hide their identities. Father. As the Duke responsible for the North, your sense of. I said I'm sorry. The Northern Duke, his daughter, and 2 escort knights. On their armor's breastplate was engraved a crouching wolf, the symbol of their house. On their waists hung a sword, unsheathed yet radiating a chilling aura. Magic swords. To sum it up, an armed group is strolling around in the blessed forest of the royal family, their family crest on full display, and they're even carrying weapons. They aren't disguised assassins or fraudsters, especially given Caden's shock at the woman's appearance. What the hell is going on? Our group now includes a disguised runaway noble lady and her likely father, along with his daughter and knights. To top it all off, the new lady doesn't even seem to recognize Caden. She hardly spares her a glance. As Hansaya and her viewers try to deduce the drama, I lead the way for the group. I too was trying to guess at Caden's familial situation. As we were walking and guiding the party of the Northern Duke, the view, which had been filled with green, opened up to reveal bustling buildings and a swarm of soldiers. Who is there? My lord? As soon as we emerge from the forest, a few soldiers approach us as if to surround us but soon freeze in shock. The sight of the giant duke seems to petrify the soldiers, as if they've seen Medusa. From what I remember in K-fantasy, a duke was a noble house mixed with royal blood star. So, this situation must be more intense than a private in front of a celebrity. Ah, we shall escort you inside. There's no need for that. I just want to hear a little about the tower from these adventurers. In that case, we'll prepare a room and refreshments. A soldier shouted with such force it seemed his veins would burst. Despite trembling with fear, he bravely continued speaking, probably because they couldn't leave such a high-ranking person standing aimlessly at the edge of the forest. In response to the pitiful sight of the trembling soldier, the Northern Duke waved his hand dismissively. Just as he didn't demand formality from us, adventurers, he showed generosity to his soldiers. However, when a person as powerful as a duke encourages a low-ranking soldier to relax, how can a soldier be at ease? Must remain calm, I have TOTO. From behind the stiff soldier, another one grumbled, grinding his teeth so hard that his jaw muscles were trembling. Although he mumbled under his breath, there was no way his words wouldn't reach the superhumans before him. The Northern Duke, who was scratching the back of his head awkwardly at the voice that seemed half sobbing, hurriedly moved his feet. Surprisingly, he seemed to know the geography well, naturally heading towards the guest building without the aid of a guide. Speaking of which, this man is moving alongside us too naturally. You want to hear about the tower? Don't take it too seriously. Aren't you here for a request anyway? Just think of it as keeping an old man company and telling him some adventure stories. Father. Calling yourself an old man, you're being too modest. With Caden maintaining her ironclad attitude, the Duke seems to have changed his approach. His young daughter was startled and tried to dissuade him, but the Duke, true to his bear-like appearance, kept pushing. Naturally, it was assumed we would stay in the same guest building. This place isn't a motel district, and there aren't many guest buildings prepared. If he were a noble who valued authority, he would have gone on a carriage and moved out, unable to stay in the same building as adventurers. However, the Duke, clearly interested in Caden, attached himself to me. I suspect he started talking to me because all the members of our party are women. The party and the escort knights went up to the second floor to divide rooms, and the young lady, flushed with embarrassment at her father's audacious behavior, quietly went outside the building, perhaps for a walk. The only ones left were the Duke, sitting heavily at the table, me and Hansea's semi-transparent camera drone, which had come quietly to film. The stream monster wouldn't miss such an opportunity. I was sitting at the table, pretending not to notice the camera, when the bear-like noble in front of me started to speak. I apologize for not introducing myself properly despite having walked together through the forest together. I am Arthur Wesley, the Duke who rules the North, leader of the Frost Wolf Knights division. Never mind, it's best to skip all these tedious titles. He began with a grand introduction, but stopped in the middle, rubbing his chin scar thoughtfully. It was my first time hearing the name Wesley. It was likely that the Wesley family had appeared only after Hansea logged into this world. Or, maybe my head was a little off, due to being an NPC. Like how NPCs can't recognize Hansea speaking to her viewers. While I was lost in thought for a moment, the man in front of me finally opened his mouth. I have been investigating quite a bit because I'm very interested in this request. I heard you're a senior adventurer. I also heard that your companions have just recently upgraded from novice adventurers to intermediate adventurers. Can you tell me why you are leading a group of novice adventurers? He was polite, clearly not the attitude of a noble dealing with commoner adventurers. I would love to ask bluntly, is it because of Caden? But the camera hovering above us is the problem. In this scenario, I can't exactly blurt out that I know about the Sword Princess and her cross-dressing. In fact, I know everything there is to know thanks to Hansea's stream. I need to continue the narrative within the scope of what adventurer Roland could know. I don't want to arouse any unnecessary suspicion from the players who could potentially monitor my private life 24/7 through semi-transparent camera drones. The best outcome would be for Hansea to reach the game's ending without suspecting anything. For now, it starts with meeting Hannah, the leader of the party, the mage. I'm planning to play my cards right and impress him. If I manage to give a good impression, we could secure a sort of supporter. Well, if you've done your research, you'd know that I'm an adventurer who stopped on the 37th floor of the tower and came down. I heard you enjoyed a rather long break. I thought I'd rest a bit after nearly 10 years of adventuring. Well, I also saved quite a bit of money, so if need be, I could rest for a lifetime. Comfort in old age is a universal law, wherever you are. So I went on with my story accordingly. Mage Hannah, whom the receptionist sneakily left to me, Ranger's Grace whom I met in a tower during my adventure, and Nun Irene who was in another party but transferred to ours. Lastly, Caden, who joined the party as a mercenary. Up to this point, the nobleman, who had been chuckling at my interesting stories, changed his attitude as soon as the topic shifted to Rebecca and Caden. His fingers started twitching, his previously relaxed posture stiffened, and he seemed to grow several times bigger. Isn't he too obvious? It seems he's someone who can't lie. Hansea being assigned by the receptionist, sounds like a lost child at a protection center. Anyone can see that he's twitching because he wants to hear about Caden Lolo. It looks like Roland intentionally told the stories of the other party members first. Looking at the chat, even the viewers can tell. I suppose it's okay if I pretend to notice something. It's great that I can confirm this in real time thanks to the chat. Caden joined the party on the recommendation of a mercenary captain I knew from my adventurer days. Since I wield a shield, I thought it would be nice to have a more aggressive vanguard. Is that so? Rebecca, the Rebecca mercenaries. Then, the son of the Duke ended up joining our party. As I read the chat and the Duke's reactions, I put my mind to work. I could pretend to know nothing, but then I wouldn't gain anything. Whether you're an adventurer or a mercenary, it's a profession where you always strive for benefit. With a golden honey pot like the Northern Duke right before me, I can't pass it up without taking a bite. There's no need to show off that I know everything, but there's no need to pretend I know nothing either. Pretending to know just enough to demonstrate competence and win the Duke's support for the party would be the best way to go. Did you know? Caden introduced himself to me as the heir of a fallen family and asked me for help with repairs for his magic armor. So, you recognized him from his armor, you're quite perceptive. In reality, I don't remember the exterior of the armor well, and I only found out due to the system window and Hansea's stream, but what does that matter? The crucial point is that the man before me and the viewers behind the camera believe my words. I wonder how he will respond. After beating around the bush with his explanation, will he ask me to take good care of his child, or will he try to take Caden away? I kept my silence. Arthur Wesley, scratching his head once again, lets out a loud exclamation. Ah, damn it. Let's go outside and have a man-to-man, heart-to-heart talk. When the burly man stands up like that, the pressure is no joke. Perhaps it was the Northern Duke's, Arthur's, intent to separate from Caden and have a conversation between men. He strides forward, leading the way. Lo, loyalty. Do you have any orders, sir? The soldiers around the guest buildings immediately scramble in all directions, like ants swept away by the rainy season's flood. With the esteemed Duke suddenly storming out as if he was furious, the soldiers must be terrified. I'd like to have a little private chat, can we borrow a place? Yes. Understood. Ah, I can feel it. I can almost read the soldiers' thoughts through their eyes. Not as Roland, a senior adventurer of 10 years, but as a military veteran returning from service. I can feel them cursing in their minds, questioning why we're causing a fuss in the soldiers' area instead of holding a conversation in the guest house. Regardless, this bear-like duke chose to occupy one of the tents that seemed to be a rest area for the soldiers and casually plunks himself down at a table. There is something I want to discuss first. Arthur's mana spreads out like a wave. After thoroughly checking that there was no one within earshot, he begins to talk while habitually scratching his head. The soldiers, who are used to having to accommodate visiting nobles, have moved away from the tent. Now, the only ones left in the tent were the Northern Duke, myself, and Han Sea's persistently following camera drone. Caden is not my son but my daughter. So, I'd appreciate it if you could be a bit cautious around that. Are you saying Caden is a woman? So we're starting with that. I can sense an inexplicable pride as he begins to explain, assuming I was unaware of Caden's crossdressing. I wonder if this crossdressing is some hidden technique of the Wesley family. Misinterpreting my perplexed expression, Arthur Wesley nods. It's a bit complicated, but our family has a magic artifact bestowed from the royal family. It's a disguise magic artifact primarily used when we need to win public favor. Isn't it a valuable item, being a royal gift? Are you okay with using such a thing for a runaway daughter? Well, the story is a bit long. You're the only male in the party, right? As a father, I'm worried that there might be a misunderstanding and an unfortunate incident may happen. Swallowing the words that were about to burst out, Arthur once again laughs awkwardly. Nevertheless, he doesn't seem to have any intention of hiding anything and continues to speak anxiously. From his fidgeting fingers, his twitching jaw to his tongue moving around in his dry mouth. He appears less like a duke and the leader of a knight's division, and more like a bear waiting for a snack. Where should I start? I have 2 daughters. The older one is Anne Wesley, whom you met earlier in the forest. The younger one is Katie Wesley, who is in your party and is using the alias Caden. They were very close when they were young. He seems to reminisce about old memories, his eyes become distant. Arthur Wesley's story continues, and the viewers pour out like a flood. The royal disguise cross-dressing kit for running away, name needs some work. If you say it's a polymorph transformation artifact, it sounds cool, but when you say it's a runaway cross-dressing artifact, it sounds like total garbage. Why is it that when I come back from the bathroom, instead of seeing beautiful faces, I see a scarred old man? They were close. Is some kind of secret birth story coming up? If it's a K-drama style story, it has to have things like a family feud, a stepmother, and so on. But since BB Games doesn't seem to be a Korean gaming company, I'm not sure how the story will pan out. Both the viewers and Han Sea are listening to the story with great interest. Of course, I'm just as curious. What kind of backstory would make the youngest daughter of the Northern Duke disguise herself as a man and become a mercenary? From birth secrets to political family feuds, I feel like all kinds of stories could emerge. It reminds me of all the absurd plots in the K-dramas I've heard about before coming to this world. The problem was when the 2 daughters came of age and their opinions diverged. They usually got along well, so I didn't expect them to fight so intensely over succession. Did the 2 of them fight over the position of the successor? They fought over the succession, well, in a way, they did. But the follow-up from Arthur took an unexpected direction. The 2 of them fought because neither wanted to succeed me as the Duke. What? Ray translations. The aristocracy in Heroes Chronicle seems to have borrowed from the European nobility and K-fantasy titles, a hodgepodge of European-style titles mixed into a Chinese rank system, typically seen in fantasy or romantic fantasy novels. Considering that the foundation, Heroines Chronicle, was a Korean mobile game, it was a given. It provided the perfect setting for princesses, knights, and all kinds of noble ladies to emerge. Therefore, the Northern Duke held various titles all at once. He was the Northern Duke, the leader of the Frost Wolf Knights division, the general of the army, the lord of the manor, and the owner of the Northern Mountain Range. He had omitted his introduction due to its length. My daughters look exactly like their mother, but their habits resemble mine. Seeing them argue over their disinterest in the Duke title, gave me quite a headache. So, becoming the Northern Duke means becoming the owner of the vast North, but it also implies getting involved with politics and holding dozens of official titles. Even women who lose their husbands and fall from power still have to handle politics every day. How about the one with the title of Northern Duke? And Wesley and Katie Wesley, the two sisters of the North, could not accept such a future. The sister who becomes the Northern Duke will be tormented by politics. There will be countless people wanting to be her husband for political reasons, and she will have to care about political diplomacy for trade between the North and other regions. On the contrary, the one who doesn't become the Duke can roam the world freely. Because all the political titles are taken by the Northern Duke, she can enjoy a free life distanced from politics, as the vice commander of the Frost Wolf Knights Division, and as the North Sword. So, what happened then? My older daughter, Anne, insisted my younger daughter was smarter and tried to provide her with a tutor for successor education right after Katie's coming-of-age ceremony. Anne, who had more interest in economics than politics, planned to manage the North's finances after ceding the title of Duke to her younger sister. And Katie? She said she would rather learn swordsmanship, grabbed a set of armor and a sword, and ran off. On the day of her coming-of-age ceremony, she said she wanted to check out the family's magical artifacts. She raided the secret vault, took her ancestors' armor and the disguise artifact, and fled that very night. Looking at Arthur, who was half-heartedly muttering as if he had given up, a corner of my heart was filled with sympathy. It felt like seeing a father crying in a bar after getting drunk. I had imagined a young lady who was pushed by her sister in a power struggle and had to risk her life by joining a mercenary group, but it was completely the opposite. A sister who tried to forcibly hand over the successor's position, and a younger sister who absolutely refused and ran away after robbing the family's vault. As the Northern Duke and the father of two daughters, he was in a dizzying and distressing situation. Well, those two were surely quite the characters. Is this a dispute over the successorship? Something seems off. A political war between two noble ladies, huh? Look how much the Northern Duke has aged, damn lol. It wasn't silver hair, it was white hair, turned due to his fire element daughters. I thought it was weird that the Northern Duke didn't have black hair, it must have turned white from all the stress. At least it's fortunate that it's not some bloody family dispute, but this does break my image of Kaden. I thought she was cool, calm, and collected. The cool type of swordsman. Han Se-ah and her stream are heating up star. As a father caught in his daughter's fight, it's an exasperating situation, but as a spectator, it's as entertaining as it gets. Hold on, I have to support Caden's sister to become the Northern Duke, right? Otherwise, our rearguard sword princess would be forcibly reclassed as the Northern Duke. How messed up would it be if I lost my 4 character like this? Yeah, lol, if the sister wins, goodbye to the party. Make sure she does a face reveal before she goes, okay? Aren't they just jobless sisters arguing because they don't want to work? Princesses of the North, but they both have the fire attribute. So, there never was a cool beauty with a heartbreaking story. Just an elder sister who wants to pass the title to her sister and live a leisurely life, and a clueless young girl who ran away because she didn't want to handle the mess. So, by any chance, my daughter, she doesn't lack talent as an adventurer, does she? As a swordsman, and as a vanguard of an adventurer's party, she is excellent. She never lets her guard down while adventuring and reliably protects the party. Moreover, her combat ability, her swordsmanship, is also outstanding. Is that so? Who's trying to take away our reliable swordsman from our party? It's hard enough to find a 3 scout, where are we supposed to find another 4 swordsmen to entrust our rear to? I don't care about the position of the Northern Duke, Caden needs to stay in our party. The viewers say the older sister is a 3, so it would be better to keep the 4 in our party. Although I learned about the hidden circumstances of Caden, the cross-dressing sword princess, it had nothing to do with the side quest. So, that man really just came to see his daughter. There's no change in the quest window at all. Does this mean we need to roam the forest again tomorrow, reach 100% completion, then return to the city as if nothing happened? Really? Maybe there's a hidden boss. Look for a cliff, you might have to jump off one. Why would there be a cliff in a forest, you blockheads, I bet there's a hidden dungeon in a cave somewhere. Find it quick. Maybe it's just an introduction quest. Introducing you to nobility. I sigh heavily as I look at the unchanged quest log. As if the already outrageous story of the Northern Duke wasn't enough, the viewers started spinning all sorts of theories. After all, the first side quest to appear after conquering the 20th floor of the tower wasn't all that exciting. After clearing the 10th floor, Grace's character quest unfolded, presenting us with the cruel possibility of losing her. But after clearing the 20th floor, we just stroll around the forest for 2 days and that's it. Various theories sprouted, as they thought that such a thing couldn't happen. There could be a boss sleeping in the forest, an area hidden through an illusion, a quest where you eat a blessed fruit, and so on. With so many people, all sorts of nonsense comes out. The only plausible suggestions were that something like a hidden area or there might be hidden boss monsters that need to be found and dealt with to get additional rewards. It's also entirely possible that fruits imbued with divine energy, similar to an elixir, could be prepared for players in the Blessed Forest. As the exploration percentage increases, there might also be event monsters or one-time dungeons appearing. Nonsense like finding a cliff to jump off, or finding a lake to throw a weapon into, was easily ignored by both Han Se-ah and the other viewers. Roland? I'm thinking of making stew for dinner. Shall I make some for them too? While I was pretending to think while I scrolled through Han Se-ah's stream and the internet, Irene quietly descended from upstairs and asked. Arthur was loitering outside, inconveniencing his soldiers. His eldest daughter, and Wesley, hadn't returned since she left. Only the 2 knights of the north remained in the guest house. We had separate rooms on the 2nd floor, but there's only one dining room. We could eat separately, but Irene, with her generous nature, seemed to consider serving them. Please, don't worry about preparing our meals. I believe the Duke will likely dine in the cafeteria with the soldiers. Oh, is that so? While Irene pondered over the meal preparation, 2 knights descended alongside the clanking of armor. The Northern Duke, eating with his soldiers in the cafeteria, was an odd sight here. While it might be common in the north for the Duke to share meals with his soldiers, it wasn't the same here. The more I saw, the more pitiful the soldiers seemed. Their tent was taken for a private conversation. They had to patrol the guest house. Now, they couldn't eat their meals in peace. What, is Roland back? The ones who came down after the knights were Han Se-ah and Grace. It seems Caden intends to stay hidden in her room to avoid the Northern Duke and his party. Previously, I would have seen her behavior as aloof. However, after hearing all of Arthur's story, my perspective has changed. She seemed more like a high school girl, hiding in her room to avoid trouble. So, you had a man-to-man talk with the Northern Duke. What did you talk about? Did that reach that far? He has such a loud voice, I heard him say it. She not only heard everything. She also filmed it all with a camera. Yet, she acted as if it was a coincidence. However, this time, she didn't stutter or avoid eye contact. Grace was drawn to Han Se-ah's sly question, her eyes shining with curiosity. Well, it is hard not to be curious when you meet a duke who is below only the royal family. Especially when he behaves oddly and strangely latches onto your party. It's a matter tied to the nobility. I can't speak about it openly. Really? That's disappointing. Ah, I see. Han Se-ah, who had filmed the conversation from beginning to end, claimed to be disappointed, but there was no regret visible on her face. She's excellent as a gamer and a streamer, but as an actress, she's close to zero. Grace didn't notice Han Se-ah's awkwardness. She sulked with her eyes downturned. Yeah, you can't really go around spilling the secrets of a ducal house. Let's go get ready to eat. Irene is already preparing stew in the kitchen. That's true. We can't gossip about the nobility. But why was your conversation only between men? After sending off the disappointed Grace to the kitchen, Han Se-ah went back upstairs to fetch Caden. Ray translations. As always, Irene's stew was delicious, and although everyone seemed curious about the secret tale of the Northern Duke, nobody asked directly. It was common knowledge that the secrets of nobility were intriguing but not particularly beneficial to know. After dinner, the Duke's party disappeared somewhere and didn't return to the guest house. Excuse me, Roland. What is it? No, it's nothing. Only Caden was moping about, like a kid who had done something wrong and was hiding from their parents. Excluding such trivial matters, the quest progressed smoothly. The quest progress bar increased steadily as we walked through the blessed forest. The vast clearing was devoid of hidden pieces, areas, or boss monsters of any sort. Wait, is this really going to end without anything happening? It's kind of unsettling. Are there any hidden secret places anywhere? Are we just going to introduce the Flame Attribute Northern Sisters and that's it? It's a blessed forest, it'd be strange if there were monsters. According to the setting, it offers equal blessings to all. I don't think there will be any orcs, there are no traces at all. Day 2 of the walking simulator. While the group was enjoying a leisurely walk through the warm forest, appreciating the scent of the wild grass and chirping birds, Hansea was getting more anxious. As a gamer, she was concerned about not finding any hidden storyline or bonus rewards in the quest. Even Grace, who was unable to see the chat, could tell something was wrong. Seeing Hansea furrowing her brows and nervously biting her lip, she asked. Hannah, is there something wrong? Or something suspicious? No, it's actually the opposite. It's unsettling because there's nothing suspicious or problematic at all. Oh, is that so? Well, days like these happen. Even if there are no orcs, we're still doing our job properly. Don't worry too much. Grace gave a quick laugh in response to Hansea's uneasy explanation. She probably thought Hansea was earnestly hoping for some action since they were getting paid. But in reality, it was the instinct of a gamer to not want to miss out on anything. As we pass through more clearings, the quest bar is nearly 80% filled. The idea of something appearing at 50% turned out to be nothing but the bear-like Northern Duke, an unrelated human to the quest. With all the chat mentioning hidden rewards and secret quests, one can't help but grow anxious. But is there really nothing here? Aside from Hansea's anxious heart, the forest was incredibly peaceful. Frankly, it's strange that there is nothing to be found even when a 4 scout with an enhanced detection passive is searching the forest. If it was impossible to find anything on a 20th floor quest with a 4 character, it meant the quest was solely designed for 5 characters. A beginning quest that couldn't be cleared without a 5 character, specifically a scout or rogue, seemed too outrageous to be true. They couldn't possibly have designed it like that. It seems like there's really nothing in the forest. It's truly a forest blessed by the goddess. Right, the only things we've got are rabbits and squirrels. The party members kept chatting, completely oblivious to Hansea's growing impatience. For them, unaware of the quest window, this request was simply nice and easy. A privileged forest only accessible to the royalty and high nobles, a 2-day stroll while basking in the divine energy. It was a request where they are paid to relax. It felt like they should be the ones paying for this experience, not the ones receiving payment. Meanwhile, the percentage bar on the quest window slowly filled up. It went from 80% to 85%. Then from 90% to 95%. This seems to be the final area. Really? We managed to cover everything faster than I thought. The moment the bar hits 95%, an open clearing emerges before their eyes. It was a peaceful place filled with wildflowers and fluttering butterflies. There weren't even horned rabbits, let alone orcs. It looked completely safe. So there are really no orcs here, huh? Ah. Despite Hansea's desperate hopes, the bar continued to fill. 96%. 97%. 98%. There's something strange in the middle of the field. 99%. It's not just a rock, it looks like a magic. 100%. Is this what an out-of-body experience feels like? Or like a lucid dream? The whole world is dark, and I feel as if I'm floating aimlessly in water. There's no sensation of a floor beneath my feet, making it seem as if the ceiling and floor have merged into one. In the darkness, I spot a familiar silhouette. It's Hansea's back. It looks like she's staring at something. Wow, is that the goddess? They've designed her beautifully. It's incredible in many ways, especially when it comes to the chest. Her mumbling, perhaps to her stream, clearly reaches my ears. It stands out in this strange space where nothing else can be heard. My head is foggy, but her voice gradually clears my mind and sharpens my vision. In the dim space, she is floating, looking at something pale and indistinct. Judging by her mutterings, that faint figure appears to be the goddess. Around her, like totem poles or pillars of a temple, our companions silently float. Perhaps an event seen only for the player is taking place, as they all curl up like embryos with their eyes closed. Grace with her grey hair fluttering, Irene with her hands clasped together as if in prayer, Caden with her head resting on her hand as if sleeping at a desk. And the figure of Roland, his arms crossed over his chest in the shape of an X, like a pharaoh. What is this? I'm here, but Roland is there. Only then do I realize that I'm in a different space. If Hansea is inside a small glass bead, then I'm like someone outside, looking in. Why? Is it because I'm an NPC who remembers my past life, able to eavesdrop on Hansea's conversations with her viewers? Floating in the darkness like drifting deep at sea, I feel a growing sense of suffocation and urgency. But that's only for a moment. The dim form of the goddess brightens, and a strange warmth fills my chest. Perhaps the event scene is ending, as beams of light pour down over Hansea's head and single rays penetrate the chests of our companions. It feels like a side quest, but it's more like a confirmation of our party members. Perhaps the ones marked with this divine energy won't leave the party. I got here quickly because of Roland, but I think regular players will probably only get here after completing all the character quests. It seems like if you manage to keep the party together to the 20th floor, then you keep them permanently after that. Hansea nonchalantly talks to herself as she receives the baptism of light. Of course, I can't see her stream channel or chat window, only her back. Since struggling won't allow me to return to my physical form, I dejectedly look on from the outside. Hearing an explanation about the tower from the goddess in the blessed forest, and strengthening the bonds with your existing companions, it's like the beginnings of a legend. Hansea has probably received some hints about the tower and the goddess. This side quest is also probably meant to strengthen relationships with companions to help the player from losing party members. But how long do I have to be here? Anyway, I'd like to go now since it looks like that's all I'm going to get. The goddess's processing speed is not what Koreans like. Right after Hansea's irreverent remark, something pale unfurls like a curtain or a tent, enveloping everything. In the tower, one must be in order to. Simultaneously, a soft voice rings in my ears. That pale thing passed by Hansea and came right in front of my nose. It seems to want to tell me something from within that strange space. But like speaking through a glass window, it becomes distorted and mangled. I couldn't understand it properly. Ray translations. How long has it been since I felt this tired? My eyelids feel as heavy as if they weighed a ton, but gradually vitality begins to return to my body. It feels as if I've eaten a meal after being ravenously hungry, or consumed coffee or something sweet after taxing my brain. My body is slowly waking up, and I can feel it in fine detail. Ugh, what just happened? It feels like I had a dream. It's not just me, as one by one, I hear the groans of my companions around me. Grace stretches her arms, Irene massages her shoulders and gets up, and Caden, with her hand on the hilt of her sword, looks around warily. Of course, there's nothing suspicious to be found in our surroundings. The blessed forest is still tranquil, the sunlight shining down on us like spotlights. No one seems to have noticed, but the moment Hansea's quest bar reached 100%, something flashed and thrust us into a strange space. Still, perhaps because we seem to have received a generous dose of divine energy from the goddess, our physical condition is perfect. Could it be a blessing from the goddess? I feel like divine energy is overflowing from my body. I feel a bit sluggish, but at the same time, my senses seem sharper. My companions, who have no memories of the dark space, comment as they loosen their bodies. I, too, loosen my shoulders and quickly check Hansea's stream. All the features I received as rewards for the quests were disabled during the out-of-body experience. Luckily, Hansea's stream starts right away. In her chat, viewers are in an uproar. In her ancient Greek-style tunic, the motherly silhouette of the goddess had been on full display, and the chat was filled with nothing but burning heart emojis. Hey, a hint about the game's story has just been revealed for the first time, so why don't you talk about that, you bastards? The goddess descended and dropped a hint about the tower, but why wasn't there a single comment about that? Anyway, there are definitely no orcs. So looks like it's all over. Let's go back. Do we need to report this to the Knights Division? For now, we should tell them. Though there are no orcs, we fainted in this clearing after receiving a baptism of divine energy. My party gets up and prepares to leave the forest. Something strange happened, but naturally, we decided that there were no orcs here. We fainted after receiving a divine blessing and woke up completely safe. So, it's a natural conclusion. Having completed her side quest and talked to the goddess, Hansea also quietly joins us, picking up her staff and heading out of the forest. Ray translations. Walking through the forest, as peaceful as the day before, my mind is more complicated than ever. Of course, I had been suspicious when the quest window appeared and directly instructed me to assist Hansea, but who could be calm after experiencing a forced out-of-body experience like just now? Roland, what are you thinking about so deeply? Well, it's hard to say. I feel like I heard the voice of the goddess or something. I struggled to make sense of the situation with my less than brilliant mind, but I could only guess that the pale figure might be the one who trapped me in this world. While I was lost in thought, Grace beside me spoke, so I gave her a casual response. That's it, right? What is? The goddess. When I fell asleep, almost like fainting, I dreamt of being warmly embraced and comforted by someone as they spoke to me. Everyone was silent, so I just thought I was dreaming. Grace's animated agreement, almost jumping in place, was also joined by Irene and Caden's assent. I had only given a vague response while wondering if this in-game goddess was real, but now it's led to this. Accidentally behaving like the other NPCs by a fluke is not bad at all. Even Hansea, who was vigorously discussing the quest, seemed unaware of my unique experience. It seems like the others felt like they were dreaming when we were in that space earlier. Players chosen by the goddess and her comrades. BB Games sure knows how to give the full-on fantasy experience, right? The goddess's bag of divine power is even heftier than the saints, hoo. Chat deleted by the mod. These guys never change, the story's just been revealed for the first time, and all they do is compare it to Irene. When the goddess's chest was in the thumbnail, the traffic went up by 10,000, damn lol. Arg, damn it. You guys just got the world's first reveal of the tower's background, and all you talk about is bags of divine power. And what's this about a runway for male G***Nidals? You, just take a ban for now. Let's think a little harder about the newly revealed story, everyone. After Grace, Irene spoke up, and then Caden. They all spoke with enthusiastic voices, confessing their faith-like experience of hearing the goddess's voice and feeling a mission bestowed upon them. Of course, while everyone was passionately joining in on this beautiful scene, Hansea was busy fending off malicious viewers spamming the chat with inappropriate comments. Although it looked like a ghostly apparition to me, it seems that the appearance of the goddess was clearly revealed in Hansea's stream. A typical Western beauty, possibly modeled after a blonde bombshell, wearing a Greek tunic, revealing her arms, armpits, and chest bone. These vulgar people, ignoring the story completely, were spamming about armpits, chest bones, and necks, so much so that even without seeing it directly, I could visualize the goddess's appearance from their words alone.
Hello everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.